I've been working on some new off-speed pitches lately. This one I call the crazy ball. It goes between 97 and 98 miles an hour. It tails into left-handers.
What was that?
This one I call Mr. Snappy. Mr. Snappy has a mind of his own. A lot of guys, they don't like Mr. Snappy.
That's gotta hurt. You know, I may be getting old, but I swear that pitch came off the back of Johnson's hand.
I'm still working on a lot of these.
Bob Costas and Bob Uecker welcoming you back to Jacobs Field. The rain has stopped. The forecast called for one last run of thunder showers coming through shortly after 8 o'clock. That never happened. The tarp, as you see, is off. This is a field that drains very well. The infield was covered. The outfield obviously not, but it does drain well. The new surface in this new ballpark, and field conditions should be good, as we're not too far away from getting this one underway. Dennis Martínez and Roger Clemens having finished their warm-up tosses. Dennis Martínez is 12-5. His ERA is 3.08. He's opposed by Roger Clemens, who's 10-5 at 4.18. Some of you have been watching the Mariners and the Yankees, others watching the Reds and the Dodgers, and now all of those folks have rejoined us. The Indians have taken the field for a postseason game for the first time since 1954. The World Series opener at the Polo Grounds in 1954 saw Bob Lemon pitch for the Indians against Sal Magley of the Giants. Tonight, Martínez and Clemens. And here is tonight's Budweiser Red Sox starting lineup. Dwayne Hosey will be in right field. Troy O'Leary came down with back spasms. He is ineligible. They took him off the roster for this series. If he comes around by next week, and if they make it to the LCS, they could put him back on again. They have activated Matt Stairs for the roster. He's on their bench. John Valentin, the shortstop. Mo Vaughn, MVP candidate, but probably overtaken in the closing moments of the season by Albert Bell, is at first base. Canseco, the DH and cleanup man. Greenwell in left. Nearing at third. Lee Tinsley is in center field. Mike McFarland will catch, and Luis Alicea, the former Cardinal, is at second base. El Presidente. Dennis Martínez turned 40 in May. This is his 18th year in the major leagues. He has won 231 lifetime games while never winning more than 16 in a single season. He's reached that figure 4 times. So a model of consistency, at least in the last decade of his career.
He is, Bob, and he got off to a great start this year. He went 9-0 before he was finally beaten. He's had problems in the second half of the season. Some problems coming from a bad elbow and a bad knee. And he's had problems with the Red Sox. 13-16 lifetime against Boston. He's worked 3 times this year without a decision. But we can look for Martínez tonight. 2 types of fastballs, cutter, and then that 2-seamer that he'll run inside. He throws a breaking ball and a very good change.
Neither of these clubs is terrific defensively, but there are individual exceptions. Start with Vizquel at shortstop. Many people feel he is now the best defensive shortstop in either league. He'll win his 3rd straight Gold Glove. Lofton in center has won 2 consecutive Gold Gloves for the Indians. This is what Dennis Martínez does, a moment of reflection, blessing himself just prior to throwing the first pitch.
We had a little problem getting loose tonight, Bob. We had the long rain delay, and when Martínez went to the bullpen, he had a little problem. Took him a little longer to get loose, but he's ready now, and we're set.
Martínez to Hosey. High and away for a ball. Tim Welke, the plate umpire. John Hirschbeck at first. Joe Brinkman at second. Rocky Rowe at third. 6 umps in the postseason. Crew chief Don Denkinger, left field line. Dan Morrison, right field line. Low 2-0. Welke working the plate is very important tonight. Both these pitchers like to work inside. Clemens especially has complained that some umpires, in his view, have squeezed him, and he hasn't been able to get the types of pitches on the border that he'd like to. The type of game Welke calls tonight is a key to the contest.
Oh, you're right, Bob. And in looking at Martínez, is one of those guys that's going to make you try to hit his pitch from the opening offering of the ballgame. He finally had to come in there 2-0 on Hosey, and he's 2-1 now.
2-2 as he pulled the string a little bit.
Nice change of pace that time by Martínez, and we'll look for a lot of that from him tonight. Here it is one more time, and watch the swing of Hosey way out in front on the front foot on a nice change of pace.
And the 2-2 pitch. Foul back. Hosey hit .338 in 68 at-bats after Kansas City released him and the Red Sox picked him up. He's been with 6 different organizations. And as recently as last year, he was the American Association MVP. He hit .333 with 27 homers at Omaha, but Kansas City gave up on him. Again on 2-2. And a bouncing ball that's fair and fielded at first by Sorrento, 1 out. Sorrento very pleased that it didn't work out, that the Indians had to face the California Angels, for example, with the 3 left-handed starters. Otherwise, the rookie Herbert Perry would have been in there, and Sorrento wouldn't have gotten many at-bats. The Red Sox will not go with a left-handed starter. They'll use Zane Smith as the long man out of the bullpen, so Sorrento is going to see a lot of action in this series.
That's exactly what Mike Hargrove said. He said he normally platoons both Perry and Sorrento. And as you brought up, Bob, a moment ago, with the left-handed staff of California, Sorrento's going to see some action here.
Valentin hit .298, 27 homers, and 102 RBIs. Fastball for a strike.
That's a good point you brought up just a minute ago, Bob. That's what we were talking about right there, that outside cornered fastball called by Uecker. And I think he's one of the guys that you'll see work both sides of the plate, inside, outside, and be rather liberal.
1-1.
You know, when you've got a guy like Uecker behind the plate, if he's going to give you that pitch, Bob, off the outside corner, if you don't stay out there, and with a guy like Martínez, you can bet he's going to do it, but if you don't stay out there, you're not doing your job.
2 balls and a strike to the Red Sox shortstop. The Indians were 144. They won their last 5 to reach 100 victories, an achievement in a normal length season. When you're playing 144, it's startling. In fact, it's the best percentage by any team in either league since the '54 Indians went 111 and 43. Bouncing ball softly. Thome charges and throws on the run. Sorrento with the pickup, and they record the putout.
Here's that play again by Jim Thome. A nice pickup on a slowly hit ground ball. And watch Sorrento on the other end dig it out to retire Valentin. What Valentin did there, tried to pull that low outside breaking ball and hit that little roller to third.
Vaughn at exactly 300. Those are MVP numbers in most seasons. But Edgar Martínez in Seattle, and especially Albert Bell here, will be heard from. Strike 1 from Martínez. Lots of Martinez's in action tonight. None of them related. Edgar and Tino back-to-back in the Seattle lineup at Yankee Stadium. Ramon, the Dodger starter, and roughed up by the Reds at Chavez Ravine, and El Presidente tonight. One-on-one to Vaughn. 3 of his 39 homers came against the Indians.
And here's the guy that you're going to see Martínez working inside do a lot. He's got excellent power the other way. And Martínez, as we said at the top of the telecast, not afraid to back you off.
He hit his friend Kirby Puckett in the face last Friday at the Metrodome, broke his jaw. It was unintentional. Martínez was shaken afterwards, but felt a lot better because when he called Puckett on the phone, Kirby immediately smoothed it over, exonerated him. He spoke with Kirby's wife, Tanya. She said, "We know it's not your fault. Just go about your business. Have a good postseason." He's got a little something on the ball, doesn't he? At age 40, he can still throw the occasional fastball that breaks 90.
You're right. Here it is. Here again, when you get a hitter looking off speed sometimes against Martínez, he'll come with a good gasser on you, and that's what he did on Valentin. I should say on Mo Vaughn right there.
And his 2-2 pitch. Full count.
There's the off-speed stuff, Bob. He threw the good fastball and then comes back with a change of pace a little high on Vaughn. And that's where he doesn't want to be. He doesn't have that kind of power where he can pitch consistently upstairs a la Roger Clemens.
Canseco on deck. And the payoff pitch. Bounced softly to Sorrento. Martínez covers, but Sorrento says no need. Red Sox go in order. Back to Jacobs Field in a minute.
The most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road. Wise.
Plenty of reasons for pride here as we look at tonight's Budweiser Indians starting lineup. They led the league in runs, home runs, team batting average, and stolen bases. And on the other side, their staff ERA was far and away the best in the American League. Lofton for the 4th straight year, the stolen base leader. Vizquel, Baerga, Bell, the likely MVP, Murray, the ageless DH, Tomey at third, tremendous power, Manny Ramirez in right, Sorrento, the first baseman. Alomar went 4 for 5 the last day of the year and finished at an even 300. The 7th, 8th, and 9th hitters in this lineup have numbers in some cases comparable to the heart of the order for lesser teams.
Well, we've seen Ramirez a couple of times on our Friday night telecast, Bob, but when you look at the bottom 3, as you mentioned a moment ago, Ramirez with 31, your number 8 guy, and Paul Sorrento with 25, and then Alomar, who was out a major portion of the season with 10, he's got good power too. This lineup, top to bottom, can take you deep.
33-year-old Roger Clemens cannot throw the consistent heat that we saw from him when he was a 3-time 20-game winner, 3-time Cy Young Award winner too. But in 140 innings of work, he still struck out 132. He will occasionally throw the 93, 94 mile an hour fastball. He just can't stay there all game long, and the forkball and the change are more important to him now than they used to be. Nearing comes in close at third, respecting the possibility of the bunt as Lofton steps in.
I'll tell you, that first fastball from Roger Clemens was in the 90s.
A ball high, 1-1. This guy, one of the few who beats you with his legs, his bat, and with his glove. Has him skipping rope, and the radar gun recorded that one at 94.
I don't know if we're using the fast gun or the slow gun here tonight, but just in watching Clemens and his delivery here in the opening inning, you can tell he's got good pop on the fastball, and with Lofton trying to bust him inside too.
The 2-1 pitch. Up high. Mike Hargrove was telling us before the game that the best thing to happen to Lofton, and by extension to the Indians, who are counting on him to be a disruptive force on the bases in the postseason, is that he had to overhaul Tom Goodwin of Kansas City to win his 4th straight stolen base crown, and he was running wild in the season's last week and getting in that base-stealing groove. That's fouled off, and the count is full.
The other thing that Hargrove talked about too with Lofton, Bob, is the fact that last year, after hitting some home runs, he got a little home run happy, and he's got to get himself back in his own element. He's not going to help this club by hitting home runs. Once in a while you can hit a home run, big deal. This guy does his best work getting on base, stealing bases, and setting the table for the guys behind him.
The 3-2. Hit sharply, but Alicea has it. Lofton's gone, and so are we for a moment as we check with Hannah Storm.
Bob, the Braves have gotten on the board in Colorado. Top of the 3rd, Marquise Grissom finding this to be a home run hitter's park as he takes Kevin Ritz deep over the wall in dead center field. A solo shot giving the Braves and Maddox a 1-0 lead going to the top of the 4th there. Back to the Jake.
You look at that 415 on the center field wall at Coors. It seems like a long ways, but they need to move it back at least that far to compensate for the way the ball travels up there.
Think that's enough for Maddox tonight?
It could be. Vizquel. Hargrove caught a little bit of criticism. Not much to criticize at the job he and his team have done this year, but a little bit when he elevated Vizquel to the number 2 spot. But he said this team really doesn't have a true number 2 hitter. And Omar, always terrific with the glove, has actually proven to be a surprise with the bat. He's had some big hits for them this year.
Well, you know, the thing that makes a guy like Vizquel better is if you have a guy like Lofton in front of you. Kenny, a 300 hitter, a guy who steals bases. He led the league again in stolen bases this year. You put any guy behind somebody like Lofton, you're going to get a lot better pitches to hit. You're going to get a lot more fastballs to hit, for one thing, and that's been the plus for Vizquel this year.
90 miles an hour, but it missed. 1-2.
But there's a good example right there. I mean, a high fastball from Clemens, and Vizquel laid off. Here's another guy. I mean, we talked earlier about top to bottom with home run power. He doesn't have that many, 6, but he does so much defensively for you, and he's hitting 260 plus, which is, again, a big help.
Well, the Indians led the league with 207 homers. That projects to 232 for a full season. The record, 240 by the 61 Yankees of Maris and Mantle. That's the pace they were on. Called strike 3. The 1995 Division Series is brought to you by Buick and your local Buick dealers, the new symbol for quality in America. Beechwood Aged Budweiser, the king of beers. This bud's for you. And the makers of Advil. Of course, these are also fine sponsors, and at least one of them coincided with what I was reading. You know, if you have a 2-car garage, why not buy a Buick and a Chevrolet,
That's right.
fans? That's what we urge you to do. Carlos Baerga at .314 with 15 homers.
Clemens not holding anything back here in the first inning. That fastball that he struck out Vizquel on, again going back to what we talked about earlier, the inside corners, both by Clemens and Martínez, and Welke gave him that pitch.
2-0. Everyone knows the Red Sox haven't won the World Series since 1918. They've also lost 10 consecutive postseason games, the last 2 of the series in '86. Then they were swept in the LCS by Oakland in both '88 and '90. .2-0 pitch in the seats, 2-1.
A couple of pitches ago, you saw that 87 mile per hour. That was not Clemens' fastball. That was that cutter that he throws. He'll throw the 4-seamer and a 2-seamer that rides away from a right-handed batter or into a left-handed batter. But the fastball, he's been consistently in the 90s. And then that cutter, that little sailor, or acts similar to a slider, is the 87 mile an hour pitch.
Count evens at 2-2.
The other thing that we should talk about here in the opening inning with Clemens, Bob, he's got a devastating splitter. That's a big out pitch for him. He's got a good one.
Didn't pitch at all this year until June 2nd. Sore right shoulder. Also some elbow stiffness. Took him a while to work his way back into a groove. Full count. He was hit hard in some of his early outings, but from the All-Star game on, generally speaking, few exceptions, but generally speaking, he has pitched well to a record of 10-5. The 4.18 ERA doesn't really reflect it because he had so many outings early where he was knocked out after just a few innings. The 3-2. In the air to left center field. Greenwell is there. Both teams go 1-2-3. Back with the second from Jacobs Field in a moment.
Oh, isn't that cute? What? You guys are like the 3 bears. You're double Whopper, Whopper, Whopper Jr., Bing, Bang, Boom.
I'm hungry, so what?
Well, nothing. Just sort of struck me as funny.
So what are you saying? I'm like the mama bear?
A Whopper value meal for any size appetite, starting at $1.99 every day at Burger King. That's getting your burger's worth.
Hey, baby bear, you gonna finish those fries?
Yes. Ooh, somebody needs a nap.
From Gillette comes a uniquely different form of protection for men. Gillette Clear Gel Antiperspirant. Unlike a stick that can stay in your underarm hair, this is a soft gel. It goes cleanly through the hair right down to the skin surface to fight odor and wetness where it begins. And that means powerful all-day protection. The revolutionary Gillette Clear Gel Antiperspirant.
This is about advanced communication technology, about what's happening today, how things like the virtual office and call centers can work for your business. But it's not about bits, bytes, spells, or whistles. This is about people who know how to listen and where to look, people who can help you put all the pieces together and even get you the hardware and software you need for free. This is about how simple things can be, about knowing who, about knowing how. Network MCI, that's how.
I do not drive to work. I do not drive to get from point A to point B. I do not drive to run away from the world. I just love to drive.
The new 1996 Monte Carlo. Personal space from genuine Chevrolet.
Next Tuesday, 3 funerals and a wedding.
It's me, Joe.
Wings, News Radio, Frasier, and Pursuit of Happiness celebrate life and the afterlife. I can't open the... The laughs will knock you off your pew. Must-see TV, NBC next Tuesday.
Back to the Red Sox Indians in a moment, but first an update from Seattle at New York. Former Red Sox third baseman Wade Boggs at the plate in a scoreless game, bottom of the third. Hits a 2-run shot off Mariners starter Chris Bosio. Boggs has missed the last 3 games with a strained hamstring. He had only 5 homers all season, but hit very well against the Mariners this year, and he gives the Yanks a 2-0 lead. Back to the Jake.
All right, Hannah, thanks a lot. In the early going, at least, the deck is stacked in favor of the wild card, with Randy Johnson having to pitch yesterday in the playoff game, and then Seattle having to go on the road to open at Yankee Stadium. Yanks finished 7 back of the Red Sox in the East. Canseco is jammed and pops it up. Alomar off with the mask for the catch. This time I think we have it squared away. This 1995 Division Series game is brought to you by, I'm going to wait to see. Yes, Chevrolet, the cars and trucks 36 million people depend on every day. Genuine Chevrolet. Network MCI, how to get modern communications technology working for your business. And Beechwood Age Budweiser, the king of beers. This Bud's for you. Greenwell is 6 for 10 lifetime against Martínez. Hit around 300, as he almost always does, at 297. And a liner to center for the game's first hit. The 7-game margin the Red Sox had on the Yankees is misleading. They had a double-figure lead when it counted, and then long after they clinched, the Yankees won 9 of 10 to get the wild card, and the Red Sox were just coasting. If, on the other hand, the old divisions were still intact, Red Sox would have been in the same division as the Indians, and assuming they played the balanced schedule, which was in effect this year, they would have finished 14 games back.
And getting back to that Yankee wild card deal, Bob, you know, what a break they got tonight with Johnson having to pitch that game yesterday against California. I mean, watching him yesterday, I don't care who the Seattle Mariners would have played yesterday. That was a win. I mean, Langston was upset later in the game on a botched play at first base involving Rex Hudler. That game was a 1-0 game. Randy Johnson was all over. When they got their first run, that game was over. Man, what a game he pitched.
Nehring becomes the regular third baseman when Scott Cooper is dealt prior to this season to St. Louis. Cooper did not fare well with the Cardinals at all, so much so that they're likely to send him away this offseason. And Nehring came up huge at 307 with 10 home runs. One and one.
I remember during the offseason talking with Joe Torre about Cooper when he was with the Red Sox, and he said, "Uecker, I think we got a chance to get this guy. What do you think of him?" I said, "I like him." I said, "If I was you, I'd take a flyer on him."
Good job.
And I really did.
Good job,
I really did. He did a good job with the Red Sox. I thought that guy was going to be a player. I really did.
Twice an American League All-Star.
I still think he's a good player.
Didn't work out for him in his hometown of St. Louis.
Torre's a bad manager. He couldn't manage him. That's the problem. There's your problem.
A vicious
Let's lay it
indictment.
on the line.
A vicious indictment.
Joe and I have been friends for a long time, or used to be.
Up until now. Greenwell at first, 1 out, no score, top of the second. He has a modest lead. Ken Griffey Jr. connects, slices the lead in half, and the Grissom homer has the Braves in front behind Maddox. Here's a shot into center field. Lofton. That's the second out. Center fielder, number 26. Whether you agree with the wild card concept or not, let's say they're going to have a wild card. They could administer it a lot better than they have so far. They really didn't think this thing through. It simply makes no sense that the two best teams in the American League are meeting here, and in a best of 5, no less, in the first round and in a best of 5. It should be 1 against 4 and 2 against 3 if you're going to have it, with home field weighted not just with 1 extra game, but with as large a difference accorded to the team that played better during the year as is practically possible.
And if you win 100 games, as Mike Hargrove's Indians did this year, I think you ought to play 4 of the 5 games right here. That ought to be a reward. Kevin Kennedy would argue with you on that. But you know what? I mean, in talking with Kennedy and Hargrove before this game tonight, Bob, I mean, they're both looking forward to this. They're both looking forward to going head-to-head. I mean, sooner or later, you may have to play each other anyway. Who knows? But, I mean, 7-6 regular season play between these two clubs with the Indians leading. I mean, how close can you make it? Both similar clubs with power. Neither club a giant defensively.
A little number in front of the plate from Tinsley. Pouncing on it, Alomar to throw him out. A Greenwell single goes to waste to the bottom of the second. No score.
I've had a lot of help to get where I am today. That's why I'm proud to be part of Chevrolet's and Major League Baseball's long-standing charitable record. This year, on behalf of the most valuable players of the League Championship, World Series, and All-Star Game, Chevy will give away $50,000 to the Boys and Girls Clubs of America, as well as helping out the Special Olympics by donating Astro vans. Chevy and Major League Baseball, making sure everyone gets a little help along the way.
There are more than 77 million parents in America today. 77 million moms and dads, all doing the same thing, worrying about their kids. That's why you need Chevy Lumina, a car you can trust. Lumina offers an integrated child safety package. Few cars can offer your kids this protection, and no car in its class can offer it for the price of a Lumina. For 77 million of you, that's one less thing to worry about. That's genuine Chevrolet.
In any business, you've got to fight to stay on top. But for an assassin, the competition can be murder. Sylvester Stallone, Antonio Banderas.
No more chit-chat.
Assassins, directed by Richard Donner. Rated R. Starts Friday, October 6th.
Goodyear retailers have lowered prices on America's #1 brand.
Lower! Lower!
Everyday lows start at $19.99 and save 25% on other famous Goodyear tires. How low are the prices? Drop in and find out.
Back to the Jake in a moment. The Yankees with a 2-0 lead at home over the Mariners. Here's Gary Thorne with the call in the top of the 4th.
3 games, rips it deep. Goodbye, home run hitting the facade of the upper deck at Yankee Stadium.
That's Ken Griffey Jr. with a solo shot off Yankees starter David Cohn to bring the Mariners within 1. Let's get back to Costas and Uecker.
One of the game's greats, as you saw, connected at Yankee Stadium. Another of the game's best steps in at Jacobs Field, and Albert Bell takes a strike from Roger Clemens. How hot is he? 14 homers in his last 57 at-bats. 41 of his last 48 hits for extra bases. First man in history with 50 homers and as many as 50 doubles in the same season. But not this time. It was up there for a while, but Nearing tucks it away. Before the game, we talked with Kevin Kennedy about his ace, Roger Clemens.
Almost no matter what happened, he was the guy who was going to start in game 1. He's been through the wars. He represents the Red Sox, besides pitching very well the last 10 or 12 starts. So it's a nice feeling because he's a true ace. He's a true ace, a lifetime ERA under 3 in the American League. That's really saying something. 2-to-1 win ratio, and he's the guy who went out there day 1. So I'm happy to be on his side.
Eddie Murray steps in and takes one high and away. Early in the year, when Tim Wakefield was pitching so well and being spoken of as a possible Cy Young Award candidate, there was a debate in Boston who should open the playoffs. That debate quieted as September moved along. No doubt that Clemens is the guy.
Well, you know, we had the Red Sox a couple of weeks ago, Bob, and I mean, even with everything on the line for Boston, no matter what the outcome would have been, this was going to be his guy. Wakefield, again, he's had a great year. Can't take that away from you. But I'll tell you what, in my estimation, to start a knuckleball pitcher in game 1 of a series instead of this guy, no chance. No chance.
The 1-1 to Eddie Murray. Down and in at 94 miles an hour.
You know, there's so many factors that you have to take into consideration with a guy like Wakefield. I mean, wind velocity and everything else. You're going to have a good dancer tonight, or is it going to be a floater? Is he going to be, you know, does he have to throw it hard? Is he going to be able to throw fastballs? Is his knuckleball going to be that good where he can use the fastball or a breaking ball once in a while? I'd take this guy anytime. And not to take anything away from Wakefield, because he had a heck of a year. Now, you tell me a 96-mile-an-hour fastball and a guy like Clemens with either that rider that he threw right there, he's got the sinker, he's got an excellent splitter, and with a knuckleball, you're looking one pitch from, more often than not, Bob, you're looking one pitch from a guy like Wakefield. And not to say that he can't pitch and win in this series.
Hit toward the middle, but Alicea is in front of it and throws him out.
You know, the other thing when you talk about a guy like Wakefield too, Bob, is you look at the replay, Alicea with that pickup of that little ground ball. It has rained here all day, as we told you at the top of the telecast, and despite the fact that they've thrown some of that diamond dust on the infield here, there are a couple of wet spots. But when you look at a guy like Wakefield, and we'll probably see him in the series, what does that do with Cleveland as far as guys like Lofton running? I mean, you know, you're going to take your best shot at a guy like Wakefield with guys on base and letting him run.
Four of Tome's 25 homers have come against the Red Sox. Hit .333 against them in 13 games. Well, the Rockies, Castillo, one of their 30 home run men. They get on top of Maddox. One of Maddox's 2 defeats this year, as he went 19-2, was to Colorado.
What a year by Colorado.
Tommy doesn't get it 0-2. You know who this guy reminds me of? Kind of a bigger George Brett. I'm not saying he will be as good as Brett, but like Brett, he will take that pitch from the middle to the outside corner to left center field with power and hit it out the other way.
Now, he doesn't hold back too often. He's one of those raw guys at 30. He'll knock him down and pick him up. He's got a good arm. And a guy who really loves to play. I love this kid. I really do. I mean, easy guy to talk to. He talk to you anytime about anything. And that includes bad times for him, too. Problems, errors, hitting slumps, whatever. I mean, he doesn't hold back at all. See what he did off of Clemens earlier.
Roger ahead on the count, 1-2. Clemens and Greenwell are the only active players left from the exhilaration and heartbreak of 1986. Jim Rice and Al Nipper are on the coaching staff. Of course, there's somebody in that dugout, Johnny Pesky, who's seen it all since the 40s. He didn't see it with the Babe, but he was there in 46 and 67 and 75 and 78 and in 86. And he's still smiling.
Yes, he is.
Man, he must have read a lot of Norman Vincent Peale. The 1-2.
Might have read a lot of Vincent Norman Bates.
Well, there's at least one psycho in this booth, and I don't think the jury's out any longer on that.
There he is, right there. Johnny Pesky. Boy, what a guy. What a guy.
Another 1-2 pitch.
Bob, you've watched the Red Sox for a long, long time, and you know how involved Johnny Pesky has been with the Carl Yastrzemskis and the Jim Rices and the Mike Greenwells, the guys who have come on to play in left field at Fenway Park to learn how to play that wall there. Day in and day out with that fungo bat, constantly hitting balls off the wall to get those guys the knowledge as to how to play the hops and everything else.
Greenwell with an easy chance in left. Clemens has retired 6 in a row. No score in Cleveland.
I do not drive to work. I do not drive to get from point A to point B. I do not drive to run away from the world. I just love to drive.
The new 1996 Monte Carlo. Personal space from genuine Chevrolet.
You ever hear anyone talk about life like you gotta chew it up and spit it out? You gotta want it so bad you can taste it. You gotta be hungry. If so, Gatorade has one question for you. You want something to drink with that? Because you're gonna be thirsty. Life is a sport. Drink it up.
There are no medals for being the shoulder to cry on. No awards for passing on traditions. But to the men who give their best every day, we give our best. Gillette Sensor XL. Spring-mounted twin blades that adjust to your face. And soft, flexible microfins that set up your beard. And Gillette Series shaving gel for incredible smoothness. Sensor XL for the closest, most comfortable shave ever. Gillette, the best a man can get.
I've been working on some new off-speed pitches lately. This one I call the crazy ball. Goes between 97 and 98 miles an hour. It tails into left-handers.
What was that?
This one I call Mr. Snappy. Mr. Snappy has a mind of his own. A lot of guys, they don't like Mr. Snappy.
That's gotta hurt. You know, I may be getting old, but I swear that pitch came off the back of Johnson's hand.
I'm still working on a lot of these.
Back to the Jake in just a moment. At Coors Field, bottom of the 4th, tied at 1, one of the Blake Street Bombers, Vinny Castilla, with a 2-run home run off Atlanta starter Greg Maddux. Remember, Castilla taken from the Braves in the expansion draft. Maddux trailing 3-1. One of his 2 losses this season came at the hands of the Rockies. Back to Bob.
Anna, thanks a lot. Here's Mike McFarland, followed by Alicea and Hosey in the Red Sox 3rd. No score. Both Martínez and Clemens look sharp early. On the outside corner for a strike, says Tim Welke. You know, Greg Maddux doesn't give up many of them, but he knows when that one left Castilla's bat, you see him, he didn't even turn around. He started walking back toward the plate, saying, let me have a new ball.
Castilla knew it too.
"15 homers for the former Royal McFarland. Martínez on 1-1 outside.
Martínez really trying to work that outside corner on the right-handers. See if he comes inside here on McFarland. Shaking off a pitch.
Center field, Lofton is there. And the former Arizona basketball player on a Final Four team for Lute Olson makes the play. This Thursday is a travel day in the division series, so check out the most watched night on television. Must-see TV, NBC Thursday. All new episodes of Friends, The Single Guy, Seinfeld, and the new hit Caroline in the City. Plus, the biggest dramatic hit on television, ER. They don't call it must-see TV for nothing. All new episodes, NBC Thursday. The switch hitter, Alicea. And a strike to him.
You know, one of the things that we haven't seen from Martínez yet tonight, Bob, is the fact that every once in a while he'll come down sidearm style. He's been basically up on top, but against the right-hander, and occasionally
hit to the hole and through as Tomey was in close and had no chance.
I was going to say, with a breaking ball, he'll try to run inside on a left-handed batter. As I said, we haven't seen him yet tonight. He gets in a jam. We can look for that fastball or the breaking ball sidearm style. Here it is again. This is a breaking ball by Martínez, and Alicea slapping it past the diving Jim Tomey.
Alicea, something of a threat to run. 13 steals, but caught 10 times, which is not a good percentage at all. Posey grounded to first to start the game.
And if you're looking at Boston running situation and the Indians catchers, Alomar doing the catching tonight and the better thrower of the two between he and Pena.
And Posey fouls it off. Martínez is making his first postseason appearance in 16 years. As a youngster for Earl Weaver, he pitched in the '79 playoffs against the Angels and World Series against the Pirates for the Orioles. In '83, he had a terrible year, and Joe Altobelli did not use him in the playoffs against the White Sox or the World Series against the Phillies, so he was on a World Championship team but didn't appear. Possible double play, but it's hit slowly. They shovel it off to Baerga and don't turn it. That was a tough one to turn, but it's fair to say that Baerga is not a great defensive second baseman. His range is adequate, and he's not a dancer around the bag. He is not the smoothest when it comes to the DP pivot.
That wasn't all that bad. As you said, the ball not hit all that hard either, Bob. Hit to Vizquel. He gave a good toss to Baerga coming across. And Alisson, as you mentioned a moment ago, with some decent speed, got there. And they almost turned it. Posey runs very, very well. The fastest on this Boston ball club.
Valentin thrown out on a nice play by Thome at third on his slow roller, which Thome charged to get him at first in the first. You have to look with a microscope for the flaws in this Indians team. And maybe because of that, those flaws are magnified because you're looking for just some sort of drawback to this ball club, and there aren't many. They are not a great defensive team outside Vizquel and Lofton. They sometimes miss the cutoff man, throw to the wrong base.
But in looking at this club overall, as you said, you have Vizquel, Lofton, I mean, guys who are Gold Glove winners, but this club basically plays pretty sound baseball. And when you score the amount of runs that they score and have the ability to come from behind the way they have all year long, I mean, all you got to do is catch the ball and make the throws. That's basically all you have to do.
Hargrove says he approaches the postseason only with the butterflies of excitement, not anxiety. He said, I feel no apprehension whatsoever. If we should get knocked out, and it's a longer process than it's ever been, 3 rounds, if we should get knocked out, in my mind, that doesn't invalidate anything that we've accomplished this year, and we have a young team for the most part. We've got guys under contract. We can come back and do it again next year.
I think he's right. I think when you look at what's happened here in Cleveland and the state of Ohio with this ball club.
Ramirez backing up in right, and he will not have enough room. This ball carries out of here for a Valentin home run. Valentin, who hit 27 of them during the regular season, goes the opposite way, and that ball really carried.
Now, it's a great hitter's park, Bob. We've done games here, and we've talked about it all year long. The fact that the ball really does carry here despite the rain today and the humidity tonight. Here it is one more time. This is not all that bad of a pitch by Martínez. Valentin went out and got a fastball around the outside corner, and it carried out of here. Ramirez watching it go, and Boston has a 2-0 lead.
Fastball that was running away from him, but he caught up to it and took it out. Here's Vaughn, who grounded out his first time. The Red Sox are in front.
Getting back to what I was saying, just to finish it off, Bob, I mean, when we see what's happened here in Cleveland with the new ballpark and the new buildings that have taken over the downtown area of Cleveland, I mean, it's magnificent here. Instead of that dungy old ballpark that they used to play in, Cleveland Municipal Stadium.
Vaughn goes the opposite way with this one, and it's out of play. Have you made it over to the new Rock and Roll Hall of Fame?
No, I haven't. Not as of yet, but I plan on doing that my next trip into Cleveland. Absolutely. I'll just walk into any hall. I don't care if it's famous or not. You know me. I'm easy.
Well, I was kind of impressed by your intention to head over there until you confused Keith Moon with Wally Moon.
Yeah, well, you know, It happens. You're rocking around the Hall of Fame, buddy. Anything can happen.
0-2 to Vaughn. Valentin's 2-run opposite field homer has the Red Sox in front in the third. Good fastball, threw it by him. But 2 runs on 2 hits to the bottom of the third. Boston 2, Cleveland nothing.
Daytime running lamps have the potential to save lives. A car may pull out in front of you because they didn't see you. If you have your daytime running lamps on, the numbers show that you get a better chance of being seen. How could you get them? Well, they're available on some GM vehicles now. But what's handy about the daytime running lamp feature is that it's something that can be fitted to older cars. People can go to the GM dealer and get one. That's why we put DRLs into kits. It's a great thing. And the more vehicles we get it on, the better off we're all going to be, the safer we're all going to be.
Okay, new rules. Individuals are no longer more important than the team.
You want a piece of that championship? Put it in here. Nobody can do it alone, but together we can do it.
Sports magazines include more team photos. More game balls go to linemen. Home runs start getting more press than holdouts. We pat someone on the butt when they fail and celebrate like madmen when they succeed. Starter, it's about team.
Most Fridays, the people of West Chicago like to go out on the town. But on this particular Friday, John Howard got USSB on his new 18-inch digital satellite system. USSB is a new entertainment experience with his favorite channels in digital sound and picture. So while it may be business as usual across most of West Chicago, at John Howard's house, it's anything but.
For 1996, we redesigned everything. For a new style, a new spirit. Not because we want to be the best thing on the road, but rather the best thing in the air. The employee owners of Trans World Airlines, we're up to something good.
NBC Saturday on JAG. He's my friend. A deadly accident.
I was only doing what I thought was best for the Corps.
My man,
and
I want my investigation.
I want to know what this is about.
Who is not telling the truth?
I'll see what I can do.
Oliver North guest stars on an all-new JAG NBC Saturday.
Roger Clemens back to work in the third. He's retired all 6 he's faced. Manny Ramirez lifts one to left. And on the first pitch, Greenwell takes care of him. Clemens has been staked to a 2-0 lead. This is his 9th postseason start. LCS and World Series combined coming into tonight. Lots of no decisions. His postseason record is 1-2. Some of those no decisions were memorable ones. He was the starter and pitched well in Game 6 in '86 at Shea Stadium in the World Series. He was gone before all the craziness happened. Then he had that ejection early in a playoff game at Oakland when Terry Cooney tossed him out in 1990.
You know, the thing about Clemens, excuse me, Bob, the thing about Clemens here in the early going has yet to allow a runner and has done most of his work tonight early, it's early, with a fastball. He really has.
Sorrento with a tapper to the right side. Alicea has to shovel it over to Vaughn and does for the second out.
There's one of the few breaking balls that he's thrown. He starts Sorrento off with a breaking ball, and he hits that little roller to Alicea. But again, he's moved his fastball around nicely tonight. And when you're throwing in the 90s consistently, you know, you don't have too much to worry about. He's got the 2-0 lead. Long way to go in this game, though. We're only in the third.
The Indians have had 48 come from behind wins this year among their 100. They've won 27 times in their final at bat. Santos Velasquez Alomar Jr. takes a strike. Still 2-1 at Yankee Stadium. Still 3-1 at Coors Field. How about that if Ritz should beat Maddox? Reds got 4 in the first, and so far it holds up. Broken bat liner, and Alicea's got that one. So Clemens has been perfect through 3, and the Red Sox lead it 2-0.
Friday, this pizza guy and this rock star could pass for twins.
People have actually told me that I sort of look like you.
And they want a taste of the other one's life.
All you have to do is switch places.
But trading places...
I'm him and he's me, but I'm really Ricky Prince.
Yeah, and I'm Madonna.
Won't be easy.
Arrest him! He is an imposter!
Joey Lawrence is Prince for a Day, NBC Friday.
This is a 7 News Update.
A party tonight at OJ. Simpson and friends are at his house on Rockingham to celebrate his freedom. And the presses roll up the Herald, where the headline says it all. I'm John Marler. Team 7 coverage live from L.A. after the game.
O.J. Simpson's a free man. And 7 News has 3 crews in Los Angeles, bringing you complete live coverage of reaction in the trial of the century.
In Los Angeles, Dan Housley, 7 News.
Stay with 7 News. We're live in L.A.
I got busy signals for an hour last night trying to call you.
Why are you playing hard to get?
I called you 10 times, Mom, and then I had to walk.
When right now, call waiting is so easy to get.
I spent an hour trying to reach you.
And all I got was busy, busy, busy. Call now and get free connection. You'll pay just $2.58 per month in Massachusetts, and you may never miss another call.
You got call waiting. Finally.
9X.
If you think driving the remarkable new Lexus LS 400 is merely a blue sky dream, we'd like to welcome you back to Earth. The LS 400 custom tailored lease. Transportation to Cloud 9. Now at your Lexus dealer.
You shouldn't compare us to other health plans. You should compare us to the companies that define your expectations about service and innovation, like the airline you fly, the credit card you use, the bank you do business with. The 2.1 million people who rely on us for health care should be able to take it for granted that things are going to go right.
7 News is live from New York with coverage of the Pope's visit to America tomorrow.
On to the 4th, Red Sox 2, Indians nothing in Game 1 of the division series. Canseco, the DH, steps in and takes a breaking ball for a strike from Martínez. He fouled to the catcher his first time up. Missed 38 games with a groin pull and an abdominal strain. Was under 200 when he returned, but sizzled after that to finish at 306 with 24 homers.
Groin pull and abdominal strain are kind of related, aren't they?
I think they are.
Yeah.
I think it just spread.
Mm-hmm.
1-2.
There's that little sidearm fastball I was telling you about that Martínez will deliver every once in a while to a right-handed batter. I'll tell you what, with Canseco, you better make sure it's around or just off the outside, and you can pitch him tight, too. Anything middle, breaking balls that hang in there, I mean, he'll hit you and hit you deep.
Bouncing ball left side, Vizquel. Long throw, and Canseco is gone. As Hargrove puts it about Vizquel, he just seems to absorb the ball. This 1995 Division Series game is brought to you by Buick and your local dealers. The new symbol for quality in America, Beechwood Aged Budweiser. The king of beers, this Bud's for you, and the makers of Advil.
You know, the one thing about Vizquel that I always enjoy watching is his quickness and his ability to get to the ball, and then the quickness of his hands, Bob. He doesn't have a great throwing arm. He doesn't have one of the strongest arms for a shortstop, but he's so quick, speed-wise, in the hands, it more than makes up for it. Throws a lot like your old partner and our good friend Tony Kubek.
One of the best of his era.
Boy, I'll tell you. You know, when Tony first came to the big leagues and even in amateur baseball in high school where we played against each other, he had a great throwing arm. But as he got along in his career later on, when he didn't have to really make, you know, the hard throw all the time, he did it as Vizquel does right here. I mean, he gets to the ball in a hurry. There's that little, look at that. I mean, it's a lob toss. He knows the speed of Canseco, and he got him by a step and a half. But Tony Kubek, and I think a lot of other shortstops do the same thing as you get on in your career when you don't have to come with that high heater all the time on a throw to first. And we talked earlier this year about Rick Burleson. Remember him? And the hard throws that he made time after time after time, and it eventually cost him a rotator surgery.
1-2 to Greenwell. Well, you know, Ozzie Smith, for example, after he suffered the injured shoulder late in his career, he developed the ability to field the ball quickly, get rid of it quickly, and compensate. Comebacker. Martínez takes care of Greenwell. 2 out, nobody on, and a quick check with Hannah Storm.
Bob, at Coors Field, Rocky starter Kevin Ritz working with a 2-run lead until Rookie of the Year candidate Chipper Jones steps up to the plate. Jones with a solo shot brings the Braves within 1. It is Jones' 5th home run against the Rockies this season. It's the 3-2 ball game. Back to the Jake.
And that should have Greg Maddux feeling a bit more chipper now that they're within 1 on the Jones home run.
Boy, I'd have liked to have played in that park.
You could have gone wild there, Uke. Here's Nearing.
I wouldn't have hit any different, but I could have gone wild there. Absolutely.
I understand.
I did play in the old park.
I understand the bullpens there are very comfortable. You would have liked it.
Absolutely.
Idling away all your time.
Matter of fact, you drive into the bullpen. You don't have to go to the clubhouse.
1-1 to Nearing.
There's the Boston bullpen out and right. Reds on top of Los Angeles, 5-0.
Al Morris now 3 for 3. Ripped foul. Past Dave Oliver in the third base coaching box. Frank White, the classy second baseman from days gone by with the Royals, is the Red Sox coach at first. Martínez has gotten 2 quick outs here in the 4th.
Frank White earlier this year inducted into the Kansas City Royals Hall of Fame.
Got in on his fists and he rolls it foul.
See if Martínez drops down sidearm style here on Nehring. He's come inside on him twice, and Nehring's pulled it foul. There's no way he can hit that ball fair anyway. It's so far off the inside corner. Let's see if Martínez dumps down sidearm style here with a breaking ball or the fastball.
Oh, just off the outside edge.
That was it. And that's the pitch that Welke has given both Martínez and Clemens tonight. He's right there. There's the sidearm fastball just a bit off the outside corner.
Just a bit outside. And the 2-2. Hit back through the middle for a base hit. There's lots of ways to express how futile the Indians were for a generation or more. Unlike the Red Sox, who tantalized their fans with near misses. Since 1960 and the trade of Rocky Colavito, prior to last year, the Indians had had only 5 seasons out of 34 when they were above 500, never higher than 3rd in the standings, an average of 23 games out per season for 3.5 decades. Now that's one way, that's statistically, but maybe the best way to sum it up is that your epic motion pictures, Major League and Major League 2, were based on the Cleveland Indians.
Well, they're all hoping for a Major League 3, which would mean a World Series championship.
I mean, 4 or 5 years ago, when you filmed that, it seemed like the most improbable scenario anybody could concoct would be the Indians winning the pennant. Now it's reality, or at least the possibility is reality.
It started to become reality about 4 years ago, Bob. You're right. I mean, I love coming here. I really do now. I mean, with this new facility and the city of Cleveland is so very proud as you look at this beautiful, beautiful park. This is great. It really is. I mean, over at that old place and in the tough years with the Indians, go in there and 4,000 or 5,000. I mean, you had your own vendor every night you were there. You didn't have to holler for anybody. The guy was sitting next to you.
It's good to have personalized attention. 1-2 to Tinsley.
This is great here. It really is. Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, as you said earlier, opened a couple of weeks. When was it? Last week, I believe.
Oh, no.
Was it a couple of weeks ago?
Several weeks ago.
Was it?
Late August, I think.
You don't have to get upset about it. I just
sorry.
asked you a question.
A ball and 2 strikes. Just missed the outside corner. You've been humming Inagata DeVito all day long, and I'm trying to work here. You're caught up in this Rock and Roll Hall of Fame stuff.
Well, anytime we're talking about Danny DeVito, yeah, you got me right there.
2-2. Red Sox lead it 2-0 as they bat in the 4th.
Were you anticipating a pitcher's battle here tonight? In all honesty.
I thought it was possible, but with these lineups,
I didn't either. I thought there'd be some more hitting. I really did. But they're both pitching well. The only ball hit that meant anything was Valentin's 2-run homer.
Martínez records his second strikeout, and it's still 2-0 Bo Sox.
When was the last time you played in the rain? Let your hair go wild. Flexed your muscles to the world. Stayed up past your bedtime. When was the last time you really had fun in a car? Riviera by Buick. Go ahead. Express yourself.
Get Travolta. You must bring something heavy to the deal.
I do. Me.
Get Hackman.
The man happens to be a major Hollywood player.
I've seen better film on teeth. Get Russo.
What a scream.
Oh, yeah, it's a real gift.
Get DeVito.
What's my motivation?
Cash. On October 20th. Get tickets.
Rough business is movie business.
Damn! Get Shorty. Rated R. Starts Friday, October 20th.
Jerry, we're about to meet Freddie Fazbear.
Oh,
Barry.
Yeah, how you doing, man?
Hey, guys, what's in the bag?
McDonald's juicy quarter pounder with cheese.
2 for $2, Mr. Half-size halfback.
Hey, I'll trade you autograph for them.
Go away, Mr. Rushmeister.
I'll trade you autograph football.
It's not going to happen here, Rocket Toast.
Season tickets.
Got him.
Skybox?
Now you can convert $2 into 2 hot, tempting quarter pounders with cheese, or 2 morning fresh sausage McMuffins with egg. But the clock's ticking, so hurry.
And this just in. Superstar running back Barry Sanders is involved in some kind of major trade.
Thursday.
Whoops.
You'll be talking
Your job is hanging by a thread.
about this episode.
Wow.
Man. ER, NBC Thursday.
Well, a shameless attempt to get some on-camera time, but clever. None better than the Indians. Now we hope you make it a habit to watch the games here on NBC.
Absolutely.
You may groan if you'd like.
No, I'm with you all the way.
Oh, yeah? Well, for better or worse.
If you're going down, I'm going with you.
Lofton trying to be the first man to reach against Clemens as we go to the 4th. Grounded to second his first time. And he rips one down the right field line, in for a hit. Over quickly to pick it up is Hosey, and he makes a quick play to hold Lofton to a single. But now, the 4-time league leader in stolen bases is aboard to start the inning.
Roger Clemens gives up his first base hit tonight. There's that low inside cut fastball. That's what that was. Lofton right on it. And a good play by Hosey to get to it, holding Lofton to a long single. And he'll run at any time. Anytime.
Swiped 54. Caught 15 times. First chance, really, for the fans to stir here at Jacobs Field tonight. Vizquel caught looking his first time. Tries to lay down a bunt. And McFarland grabs it as soon as it moves to the other side of the chalk.
Had McFarland let that ball roll another foot or so, I'll guarantee it would have come back into fair territory. Here it is one more time. Staying right on the line. These lines here in Cleveland are almost pitched in towards the mound, where that ball would come back in toward fair play. And an easy base hit. But a good bunt there by Vizquel. And he was bunting for a base hit. No sacrifice there. He was bunting for a base hit. Nairing up tight at third for him again.
And Clemens steps off. Barring a double play or a caught stealing, Bell will hit as at least the tying run in this inning.
This is a situation I was talking about earlier in the game, Bob, where you've got Lofton aboard. Vizquel, who Hargrove said is not normally a number 2 spot hitter. But here's the situation where Vizquel is all right in number 2 spot. You've got Lofton aboard with good speed, and this guy's going to get fastballs to hit. something hard.
Vaughn holding Lofton, not going, called strike, and Vizquel didn't like it. Judge for yourself.
Get a look at it one more time. It's a cut fastball, and I mean in the area where Uecker has been given that pitch tonight, both ways, Martínez and Clemens.
Well framed by McFarland, the way he cradled it and brought it back in. Clemens with dual concerns. Lofton at first. Vizquel at the plate. He's ahead of Omar 0-2. Outside. The Braves come back. Luis Polonia's ground out produces a run. The Reds pour it on against the Dodgers.
Lofton that time with another step against Clemens. He had about a 5-step lead against Roger. Clemens quickly backing off. Big lead.
And fouled off. Tomorrow, Eric Hansen, the former Mariner and Red, will be the pitcher for the Red Sox. And the one-time Dodgers Cy Young Award winner, hero of the '88 World Championship season, Orel Hershiser, who has won 16 this year, will go for the Indians.
That'll be another good one tomorrow night.
Hansen 15-5, Hershiser 16-6. And Lofton has changed everything here in the fourth.
Well, he has, and here McFarland and Clemens making sure they're on the right wavelength with the signs. And again, with Lofton aboard and a guy like Vizquel up there, I'm sure Clemens wants to stay with something hard on this guy, and try to stay tight on him. Maybe even, you know, belt high or above for a strikeout.
Hargrove, we're told from some of our camera people down by the dugout, has been yelling out to Uecker, complaining to the umpire, to Uecker behind the plate and Hirschbeck at first, that Clemens is not coming to a full stop.
Well, I don't know if he's complaining on that particular offering there or that throw to first, but that particular time Clemens did come to a complete stop. It's supposed to be a second. Count for yourself. 1001. Plenty.
High 2-2.
Wow. I don't know how Vizquel laid off of that one after he took that first strike with the second one on the inside corner. That one looked like a better pitch.
Well, he ought to think he's even now.
You got that right.
He could dispute the first. He got a gift that time.
Not much of an argument from Clemens or McFarland, though.
Now on 2-2. Let's see what Lofton does. Not going. In the air to left. Greenwell almost in his tracks. That'll bring up Baerga.
That's the pitch we were talking about with Clemens, a high fastball.
Before Baerga steps in, here's Hannah Storm.
Bob, the Braves have tied things up at Coors Field. Steve Reed on in relief for the Rockies with men on first and third. Pinch hitter Luis Polonia, the grounder to third. The Rocks get the fourth at second, but Polonia beats the throw to first, and Justice comes in to score. It's tied up at 3 in the 6th. Back to the Jake.
Baerga flied to left his first time up. Greenwell has 4 putouts in left field, only one of them on a fly hit by a right-handed batter. That shows you that Clemens is throwing hard as the lefties have been late on the swing.
That's what I was talking about with that last pitch on Omar Vizquel. If you can get a belt high above on that guy and with decent velocity, that's what you're going to get more often than not, the little fly ball to left. You know, when you look at what he's done tonight, he's only struck out one, Bob, despite the fact that he's throwing very well. Talking about Clemens. Has not walked a man.
Oh, 0-1 to Baerga. Bell, a menacing presence in the on-deck circle. I asked Hargrove before the game what his biggest concern was. He had an interesting answer. He said, we are a team of mistake hitters. We hit mistakes, most of the guys in our lineup, as well as anybody. I'm just concerned that especially our younger players who haven't seen postseason before will be over anxious and won't work the count and wait to allow Boston pitchers to make mistakes.
You know, I think if you talk to any good hitter, Bob, and especially against a guy like a Roger Clemens, and whether you're looking at a Clemens tonight as being, you know, at the top of his career, we're obviously not. But even against a guy like a Clemens, when he's right, you don't hit him. When he makes a mistake on you, if you're a good hitter, as McFarland goes out to talk with Clemens again, they're just having problems getting together with the sign.
Well, we have a chance. We'll tell you that tonight there's a special edition of Dateline. Jane Pauley and Stone Phillips take you through the day, an extraordinary day in the O.J. Simpson case. Special edition of Dateline tonight following your late local news. This bottom of the fourth is a mini series.
Well, with Clemens trying to keep Lofton close, and again, I don't know if you'd see Kenny running here with Baerga and Bell coming next, and the Indians trailing by a score of 2-0. Give these guys a chance, both with power, and especially Bell, both with a chance to tie the game.
The 0-1 to Baerga is high. They check at third to see if he went around, and Rocky Rowe says,
Awfully close. Baerga trying to tell himself, stay back, wait back. Here it is one more time. I'll tell you, that was close. Very close.
Baerga cleared the wall 15 times this year.
You know, a lot of times when pitchers are making those throws to first and you hear the fans and everybody else booing and moaning and groaning, it may not be a bona fide pickoff attempt by a pitcher or even a throw to keep him close. You may want to back off or do something else because you don't like the sign or the location.
Greenwell charging hard, and Mike can't get there. It drops in front of him. Then he botches the ball, but not enough to allow Lofton to advance. 2 on for Albert Bell.
A little soft fly ball hit by Baerga. Pitch about belt high out over the plate. Baerga with that little soft fly. Greenwell coming on and then suddenly pulled up. He knew he couldn't make the play. Bobbled momentarily, but with Albert Bell coming next, Lofton not going to take a chance on getting thrown out at third, with the Indians now with a chance on a long ball to grab the lead.
Albert Bell, the guy who can do it. His 50, 10 more than anybody else in baseball. Frank Thomas was second with 40 in the American League. Dante Bichette led the National League with 40. 6 of the 50 came at the expense of the Red Sox. On the outside corner, good pitch from Clemens. 31 of Bell's 50 home runs came in August and September.
It's unbelievable.
In fact, the 17 he hit in September tied Babe Ruth's record for most home runs in the season's final month. And the Babe, as you may know, did it the year he hit 60, 1927. The 0-1 pitch. Fastball up and in.
You know, that's the argument with a lot of people about Albert Bell and the MVP award. They say, hey, he hit the home runs after the Indians had clinched or were in a position to clinch, and there was really no heat on him. I'm going to tell you something. I didn't see any pitchers or any catchers telling Albert Bell what was coming on the balls that he hit for home runs.
Clemens pitch coming on 1-1. Called, strike 2.
I mean, here's a 91-mile-an-hour fastball by Clemens. And again, to get back to the point about Bell, 50 home runs, 50 doubles, first time in history that it's been accomplished, Bob. And I don't care when this guy hit him, he hit 50 home runs. Knocked in 126, scored a ton.
And Lofton has looked back.
How do you argue with those numbers, though? You can't.
The 126 RBIs tied him with Vaughn of the Red Sox for the league lead.
He scored 121.
Yep. was moving in behind Lofton, and Kenny wasn't far off the bag.
You know, I think sometimes with a guy like Lofton or anybody that can run, and those guys that dance around off the second, from time to time you distract the hitter too.
Now the 1-2. Fouled off.
A lot of managers tell you if you're not going to run, don't be jumping around and dancing around out there, because it is a distraction to a hitter. And I mean, you got enough of a problem facing Clemens if he's right without somebody jumping up and down and running around out in second base.
For the record, I shortchanged Jay Buhner. He, like Frank Thomas, hit 40 to finish 10 back of Bell in the American League. Red Sox lead it 2-0. 2 on, 1 out for the Indians, bottom of the 4th. And a 1-2 pitch to Bell. 2-2 with Eddie Murray next. Clemens retired the side in order in the first 3 innings. Trouble now in the 4th. But he strikes Albert Bell out.
Only his second strikeout tonight. There it is, a split-fingered fastball. Did you see that thing dive? Talked earlier about Clemens and that being a big strikeout pitch for him. That thing dove out of sight. And Albert Bell, a big strikeout for Clemens for the second out. That was a beauty. You know, it's bad enough, Bob, when you face a guy like a Clemens with a 90-plus fastball and a slider and a guy who will move you back every once in a while. Then to take the split-fingered fastball, as you look at Al Nipper out there now, talking with Roger and Valentin, Alisea, and his catcher, Mike McFarland. I mean, you got to look at the splitter, too. I mean, it's tough enough.
I wonder what they could be discussing.
Well, I mean, you've got Murray coming here, and it's early enough in the game. We're in the 4th inning. And in talking with Kevin Kennedy, we had a talk with him before the game tonight, and we discussed Eddie Murray. And he said left-handed, Murray sits. He sits and looks for a lot of pitches. Left-handed, he said, dead fastball. First ball, he's looking gas. And if he gets it, he's going to take a rip at you, and he can hurt you. He's got 21 home runs for the year.
Lofton at second. Baerga at first with 2 down now.
There's
first
a splitter.
pitch is in there.
Starts him off with a splitter. There you see Murray left-handed, 340 to 269.
Fastball up. 1-1. For whatever reason, Eddie's bat speed lags from the right side. He's a slider speed hitter right-handed, but he can still turn on the fastball left-handed.
Well, he sits on fastballs left-handed, and again, Clemens with 2 on here, trying to be a little bit careful with him, but you still have to go after him.
1-2.
Of his 21 home runs, 18 have come from the left side for Murray. Get a look at Murray again. Here's the last fastball by Clemens. Let's see where Murray is. He was behind him. I tell you what, as I said before, you can sit on fastballs a lot of times and still not hit them. Not when they're in the 90-plus category, as Clemens is doing here tonight.
The 1-2 pitch. Bouncing ball to second base. Alisea. What an inning. He had to get by Bell and Murray with 2 on and 1 out, and he did it.
There's a college team I practice with to stay in shape. Each one is out to prove that they can hit the Ryan Express. I'm out to prove they can't. After a day of fastballs, it's Advil for me. Nothing has shown me that it works better or lasts longer than Advil.
For sore muscles, more doctors recommend Advil than any other pain reliever.
I love that sound.
Advil, advanced medicine for pain.
A tough assassin wants out, another wants in. But to be #1, he must eliminate the competition. Sylvester Stallone, Antonio Banderas. Assassins, directed by Richard Donner. Rated R. Starts Friday, October 6th.
Goodyear retailers have lowered prices on America's #1 brand.
Lower! Lower! Lower!
everyday lows start at $19.99 and save 25% on other famous Goodyear tires. How low are the prices? Drop in and find out.
You've always made a great team. Together growing, dreaming, caring, and sharing the rewards along the way. Park Avenue. For the comfort, for the luxury, for the quality. Congratulations, you've earned it. Buick Park Avenue.
You followed him from the first day he signed with the team. You know he's not perfect, but on certain days in his life, he has been. The night he poured in 63 points. The day he found Dwight Clark in the end zone. His relentless pursuit of the streak. And you wish at some point, at some moment in your life, that you could be that perfect too. And that's why you cheer for him. That's why you believe in heroes.
Back to the Jake in a moment. At Yankee Stadium, Yanks up 2-1, top of the 6th. David Cone facing Dan Wilson. Full count, bases loaded. And Cone walks in the tying run as Edgar Martínez crosses the plate. It's Cone's 4th walk of the ball game. We're tied at 2. Bob and Bob.
Well, the wild cards, the Yankees at home and the Rockies at home, jumped in front of the favored clubs. Yankees over Seattle, Rockies more surprisingly over the Braves, but the favorites have come back to tie each of those games. Some 4th inning for Clemens as he saw his first trouble and rose to the challenge, fanning Albert Bell with a wicked forkball or split finger, and then getting Eddie Murray to bounce weakly to second base, so they left 2. It's still 2-0 Boston as we start the 5th. McFarland, who flied to Lofton in center, is the leadoff man, followed by Alicea and Hosey. And he hits it hard but foul.
Anytime you get Lofton aboard, you feel you've got a chance to get a quick run with a stolen base and a base hit. But as you said, Clemens equal to the task. That was a nasty splitter that he struck out Bell with. Wow. Kenny Lofton in center. There's Albert Bell.
Martínez works to McFarland 1-2 and misses. You know, I should probably revise what I said. If Randy Johnson had been rested and ready so that he could pitch the 1st game and the 5th if necessary, the Mariners would have been a clear-cut favorite. With Cone set to go against Basio in game 1 and the series being just a best of 5, maybe that's a toss-up series, Yankees and Mariners.
Well, if you're looking at a David Cone-Basio matchup, Bob, I mean, you'd have to take Cone, but on occasion, Basio can crank up a good one. As a matter of fact, that game he pitched against California, or I should say against Texas, when they had the lead, Basio left with the lead, and Seattle gave it back. Texas won that game, and I mean, lost the game, but Basio didn't get the decision.
3-2 pitch to McFarland, grounded down to 3rd. Tomey with lots of time gets him. Tomorrow night, 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific, same drill. Postseason baseball continues with game 2 of the division series. We'll be back here in Cleveland, Indians and the Red Sox, Hershiser and Hansen. Some of you will see one of the other playoff games, Atlanta at Colorado or Cincinnati at Los Angeles. Mariners and Yankees will go at it again. Check your local listings. That's absolutely necessary. We've got the country carved up 4 different ways, and few, if any, of us understand it exactly. Here's the pitch to Alicea for a ball.
Let me ask you a question. That last game we did in Texas, Bob, with California and the Rangers losing again, or with California and Basio, I should say, Seattle and Texas. Did you think that California had a chance to jump back into things? I mean, we saw Seattle and Lou Piniella and everybody else. They were sky high, right? I mean, they were going to waltz right through Texas, and that's the way it looked, with the exception of Saturday and Sunday's games.
Yeah, especially the way the Mariners were playing. I mean, they were heading in a different direction. The Angels, you didn't expect they'd be able to sweep Oakland and force the playoffs, or that Texas could beat the Mariners on Saturday and Sunday. So Seattle survived it, but instead of waltzing in with Johnson ready, now they're in some peril. They can't use Randy till game 3 on Friday in Seattle, and even then he'd be pitching on 3 days rest again.
Depending on what happens tonight at Yankee Stadium. I mean, that could change that whole scenario if Seattle wins tonight.
Here's the 1-2 to Alicea. 2-2. In fact, that would be Johnson's second consecutive start on 3 days rest. Now, obviously, he just came on like gangbusters with 3 days rest yesterday. He's just blowing people away. But can he do it a second time? Alicea knocks one foul.
Alcone's working on 3 days rest again, or has worked twice. His final 2 starts of the regular season were on 3 days rest. He's come back now on 5, but I'll tell you, in watching him work those 2 games on 3 days rest didn't affect him at all either.
1 out, nobody on. We're in the 5th, 2-0 Boston. There's a base hit for Alicea. His second, a pair of singles. Alicea was never this good an offensive player in the National League. 270, 6 homers. Throw in 13 steals for the Red Sox.
See him choke the bat about 3 inches, and an off-speed offering from Martínez about knee-high, and Alicea went down and got it and punched to center.
A pair of groundouts for Hosey to this point. And a ball to the rookie.
You know, in talking with both Hargrove and Kevin Kennedy about this series, Bob, and who wouldn't think that power would be the feature here, but they said, both managers said they would run or try to run.
And there he goes, swing and a miss. The throw from Alomar, not in time. Well, that was a timely comment.
Yeah, right on there. Well, I looked down and saw Kevin waving his arm saying, go, 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 and I picked it up immediately. Thanks for the lead.
Sometimes if you give the most obvious sign, it fools the opposition. Instead of those sophisticated signs, just yell, go.
Yeah, run, go. Alomar's throw, as you see, the lead and the jump by Alicea, and the throw from Alomar in the dirt, and a nice play by Vizquel to stop that one from going to center, and possibly a runner winding up at third.
Valentin, who homered for the 2-0 Red Sox edge, is on deck. 2-1 to Hosey. Martínez would like to win at least 14 more ball games, 13 actually, in his career, which would take him past Juan Marichal and make him the winningest Latin pitcher in baseball history.
Well, then we can count on seeing him next year.
Down and in, 3-1. Juan Marichal won 243 games in his career with the Giants. Martínez is at 231. Louis Tiant at 229 among Latin American pitchers.
Was some pretty good company with those 2 guys, huh? Wow. Marichal and Tiant.
Hit on a line and caught at first by Sorrento. So on the 3-1 pitch, Hosey lines out.
Here's one more time. This is off speed from Martínez. Hosey hit it well, but right at Paul Sorrento.
That distinction of being a Latin American pitcher with the most career victories is important to Martínez. He is not as great a pitcher as Marichal was. No one would contend that. Martínez has won 16 games 4 times and never more than that, and Marichal won 25, 26 a season at his peak.
You know, you always love to have those guys like a Martínez, Bob. 15, 16 wins a year that you can count on. And I mean, keeps you in a ball game all the time. For the most part, anyway.
Valentin bounced out and homered to the opposite field. Ball 1-2 him.
Such a great change of speed artist that time. A little better fastball on Valentin, who hit the 2-runner back in the 3rd. I'll tell you what, in remembering the great days of Juan Marichal, who had that unbelievable high leg kick and herky-jerky motion, and Louis Tiant, who was just as bad.
In a different way, twisting around, turning his back toward the hitter and his face towards second base, as Red Sox fans well remember.
Yeah. I mean, he threw so very hard. Tiant here with the Indians early in his career, a very hard thrower, and then had that delivery where he turned his back to the hitter. Was bad enough that he threw the way he did, hard and with good breaking stuff, and wild enough to move you back every once in a while, where you didn't stand up there and enjoy hitting against him.
In there to Valentin, 2-1. Come to think of it, fans of both these clubs could give you a pretty accurate sketch on Luis Tiant, at least those old enough to remember, as he began his career here and knew World Series glory in the 70s in Boston.
After a stint in the minor leagues with a bad arm, with the Braves organization, came back to the big leagues, and with the Red Sox, had some great years.
Martínez's 2-1 pitch. Shallow center field. Baerga out. Lofton and Ramirez in. Manny has it. No runs, a hit, a stolen base, a man left. To the bottom of the 5th. Still 2-0 Boston.
A strange event occurs once. It's coincidence, perhaps. But if it occurs twice, what then? 2 different households, 2 different guys. The same dream.
2 quarter pounders with cheese for $2 at McDonald's? I gotta call Jerry.
It's McDonald's $2 conversion. 2 big, beefy, juicy quarter pounders with cheese for only $2 right now at McDonald's.
Busy again. It's 3 in the morning. Who's Jerry talking to? Jerry! Jerry!
Are you lost in a financial jungle? What you need is someone who knows the ropes. Someone you can count on for advice and financial information. MetLife can help you tame the risks and help you make sense of it all. Get Met. It pays.
American families have made their choice. Once again, they've chosen the Buick LeSabre as Family Circle Magazine's Family Car of the Year for reasons like safety, dependability, performance, and style. American families chose LeSabre as Family Car of the Year over every other sedan, foreign or domestic. Buick LeSabre, the American family car.
Not everything is black and white.
Some things are black and white.
Or black and green.
Occasionally black and blue.
Pro Player home and away jackets come in all these colors and reverse to all of these colors.
The only guys who have Pro Player jackets are black and white.
Refs, no way. They never reverse anything.
No, Foot Locker, the guys in stripes, black and white.
The Pro Player reversible jacket. Reverse it.
The doings here at Jacobs Field last year, and especially this, have seemed to be almost immune to the general malaise around baseball. The strike, the hard feelings, the insanity of it all, that's just been transcended by the way this team is played, by the beautiful new ballpark, by the fact that the organization deserves respect, the fans believe in it, and this is a terrific ball club they've put together. Their percentage, as we noted, the best of any team. They just missed playing .700 ball, the best of any team since their predecessors, the 1954 Indians.
And it's been that way all year long here, while other clubs in other cities have suffered because of last year and the labor disputes and the lack of a contract. Here in Cleveland all year long, it's been one big ride.
1-1 to Tomey. Watch what he does before each pitch as he gets set with the bat. It's reminiscent of Robert Redford's style as Roy Hobbs in the natural, and Tomey says that's why he did it. That became his style, just like Redford did in the natural. Swing and a miss, although I thought he got carried away when he tried to date Glenn Close. And I knew he'd gone too far.
Redford, as a matter of fact, made a little better contact, too, with Glenn Close and the ball.
Moving right along, 1-2. Ramirez on deck. Clemens works. Called strike 3. His 3rd strikeout.
And again, a fastball right down the pipe on Jim Tomey. I don't know what he was looking for there, but Clemens again with a good fastball. That was a riding fastball, probably the 4-seamer, and he got him looking.
Clemens has shown up tonight with excellent stuff, and no matter what he brings to the mound in terms of how his stuff is working for him, he brings a competitive spirit second to none. He cannot throw quite as hard, although tonight he's throwing very hard. He can't throw quite as hard for as long as he did in the 80s. But he hasn't lost the competitive edge at all.
That's right.
The 1-0 to Ramirez. Hopped up on the infield. Vaughn comes in. Everybody near the mound. Vaughn's got it, and so does Hannah Storm. Go, Hannah.
Bob, great moment at Yankee Stadium. Tied at 2, bottom of the 6th. Don Mattingly finally in the postseason gets his first ever postseason hit. A clutch hit to right field to score Bernie Williams and put the Yankees on top in this ballgame by a score of 3-2. Let's send it back to Jacobs Field.
Well, you can always find beneficiaries, worthy beneficiaries of bad policies. The wild card, in my view, doesn't make any sense, but it's nice to see Don Mattingly get his chance. He's been a great player.
He said the exact same thing. He said, I don't care how I got there, I got there. That's exactly what he said.
0-1 to Sorrento, a product of suburban Boston. Looking to do some damage against the team he used to root for. Hit only .235, but 25 home runs this year. 0 for 1 tonight. 2-1.
It's one of the few off-speed pitches that Clemens has thrown tonight. And by off-speed, I mean maybe a straight change. The splitter is the off-speed pitch for him if you're comparing fastball to the splitter, but one of the few changeups that he's thrown tonight. And he's got a good one. He really does.
Still humming at 92. Clemens has fanned 3. He hasn't walked anyone.
One of the few times tonight he's behind on a hitter at 3-1.
Called strike. 3-2.
Be interesting to see if Clemens comes here with a splitter with Alomar, a right-handed batter, due next.
Fastball blew it by him. 4th strikeout. Through 5, it's still 2-0.
The Mercedes E-Class, the Acura Legend, the BMW 5 Series, the Lexus LS 400, the Infiniti Q45. Our luxury performance sedan outsold each of them in its first model year. Aurora by Oldsmobile. Now the imports are the ones with some catching up to do. It's your money.
A new report suggests folic acid may reduce homocysteine levels in the blood, one of the risk factors for heart disease, and Centrum has folic acid.
Every time a vitamin makes news, I check my Centrum label, and Centrum's got it.
Centrum's commitment to ongoing research assures you the best nutritional support, a more advanced multivitamin. Centrum, always more complete than any leading brand.
Centrum? I just feel better knowing I'm taking it.
Folic acid, another reason why Centrum is more complete, from A to Z.
College sports on DirecTV. Takes me back to my days of digging in on the goal line, making my moves from the top of the key. Because I get hundreds of college football and basketball games I can't get on cable. Even my alma mater. Ah, the long hours of practice, the uniforms, the camaraderie. I was the best horn player in the band.
Now for as low as $34.95 a month, you can own the 18-inch DSS dish of your choice with DirecTV programming. Call 1-800-DirecTV.
Here we go, Whopper Junior Value Meal, Whopper for me, and a double Whopper.
Thanks, man.
Double Whopper. I'm scared of you.
It's good. It's as big as the American way. Big cars, big houses, big food.
At Burger King, get the flame-broiled taste of a Whopper value meal for just your size appetite at just your size price, starting at $1.99. And get your burger's worth.
And what about moderation?
Moderation's cool, if there's a whole lot of it.
Burger King, get your burger's worth.
Sunday at 12:30 Eastern, total coverage of the NFL on NBC. Dan Marino leads the league's only undefeated team, the Dolphins, against the extraordinary Marshall Faulk and the Colts. Barry Sanders and the Lions host the Cleveland Browns, a regional action. All part of a blockbuster doubleheader. The NFL on NBC, made in America, played in America, Sunday.
Jim Rice, the Red Sox hitting coach, talking with John Valentin. Valentin had a bad swing to end the 5th inning, and that's what Rice is on him about. Get you a good pitch and make sure you can drive something.
Part of the order in the 6th against Martínez. Red Sox trying to build on a 2-0 lead. A called strike to Vaughn. He's grounded out and struck out. He fanned 150 times in the regular season, more than one a game, most in the league.
You know, in finishing up, there's Jim Rice right there, and finishing up about Jim Rice around the batting cage every day. He is there with every one of these guys, and I mean, he gets to the point where sometimes he's a little aggravating and agitating, but he stays on them constantly, whether it's in the game or batting practice.
Hits sharply to short. It comes up for Vizquel. 1 out.
No matter what you're doing as a hitter, and no matter what kind of a year you've had, Jim Rice is always the kind of a hitting instructor that says, hey, if you're going to be satisfied with that, then you might as well quit. He's really on him. He really does. Jimmy Rice.
Canseco's 0 for 2 tonight. He's now 1 for his last 20 postseason at-bats, dating back to his Oakland days. Cuts and misses. Martínez has allowed the Red Sox 5 hits. The Indians have but 2 off Clemens. Neither pitcher has walked a man.
He just asked Tim Welke if that pitch was a strike. About knee-high. Not a bad offering by Martínez. And Canseco with that big hitch.
Hits solidly to center, but Lofton is there. Martínez has had a few 3-ball counts, but as usual, and Canseco not happy with himself, as usual, Dennis's control has been sharp. Only Mike Mussina walked fewer men per 9 innings of work in the American League this year. Greg Maddux, of course, walking less than 1 per 9 innings, leads everybody in the major leagues.
That guy's in a league all by himself anyway. There's Canseco upset with that cut he had at a breaking ball. Curveball down low and away, and a ball that Canseco on occasion will take and drive towards right center. Tried to pull that ball a little too much and didn't get it all. Hit that lazy fly to Lofton.
Mike Stanley follows Mattingly's big base hit with an RBI hit of his own, and the Yanks are in front 4-2. Braves and Rockies still tied. Piazza helps the Dodgers out a bit. They were trailing 7-0, still down by 5. A soft pop from Greenwell. Tomey is in foul ground when he takes it. A quick 6th for Martínez. 2-0 Red Sox.
Blah, 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 blah.
This is what I hate about car advertising. I want a car that doesn't need hype. One with a little elbow room. And safety. Show me standard dual airbags. Anti-lock brakes! Give me a powerful, efficient engine. I can figure out it's smart if you tell me it's well-made and it's gonna last. Tell me a car like this exists, please. The 1996 Toyota Tercel. Ah, somebody was listening.
All right, gentlemen. Tomorrow, your butts are mine. Lights up.
Miss, I'm hungry. Russell Athletic Wear is made to handle the toughest situations on and off the field.
Hot dog. French fries. Hamburger. Tacos grande. Pizza. Coach, going somewhere, ladies. Hard work. Dedication. Commitment.
Get Russell Athletic. Get tough.
Get up there, large butt. Go, go.
When Dave Thomas created Wendy's spicy chicken sandwich, he used a whole breast filet seasoned with his own blend of pepper and spices, but did he go too far?
Cool.
Apparently not. Try Wendy's spicy chicken sandwich today.
My dandruff and itch are awful. I'll try anything. Denorex tingles. Head and Shoulders doesn't.
Both have effective dandruff medicine, but Denorex has something extra that tingles, feels fresh.
That's why I started using Denorex. No flakes, no itch.
Denorex, the serious dandruff shampoo.
Kurt Russell and Martin Short.
There are no Pirates of the Caribbean.
In the wackiest vacation movie of them all, Captain Ron, NBC Sunday.
Well, Dennis Martínez, you said he had some trouble getting loose in the bullpen after the rain delay. The way he has pitched belies that, but he's in some discomfort in the dugout.
I don't think it's his elbow either, Bob. I think it's the back of his shoulder. And again, it's not all that warm here tonight. It's a damp evening.
Alomar on the first pitch. His opposite number, catcher Mike McFarland, retires him. And this 1995 Division Series game is brought to you by Lexus Luxury Automobiles, the result of a relentless pursuit of perfection, much like the playing career of Bob Uecker. The most prescribed medication of its kind is now for heartburn. Tagamet, HB, and Burger King, where you can get your burger's worth.
To finish my story about Dennis Martínez, okay? I don't know what he's doing now. If he's... No, there he is. He thought he maybe a little sick, but he's all right. But on a fairly cool night here, Bob, when we said we had rain all day here and it's damp and cool tonight, he may be starting to stiffen up a little bit, but there is nothing doing in the Indians bullpen, so he's coming back out for the 7th for sure.
At age 40, Martínez pitched 3 complete games, 2 of them shutouts. Clemens did not pitch a complete game all year. We're in the bottom of the 6th. 2-0 Boston and 2-0 to Lofton.
Well, both of these guys have pitched beauties tonight. Valentin's home run back in the 3rd, the only scoring in the game.
Foul back 2-1.
Clemens got out of a jam back in the 4th. His only real problem tonight. And Lofton led off with a base hit. Then Baerga followed with a 1-out single, but he pitched out of it, striking out Bell, and then getting Eddie Murray on a ground ball.
3-1. Again to Lofton. Hit sharply to second base, but right at Alicea. Well, Clemens has had several 3-ball counts in the last couple of innings, but he still hasn't walked anybody.
And he went right back to number 1 on Lofton. Again, why take a chance on walking Lofton with not so much Vizquel, but the big guys to follow Baerga and Bell and Murray, and he came right with a fastball. He gets the ground out, the 4-3 ground ball. And as you said, Bob, still to walk a batter tonight. He struck out 4.
Vizquel 0 for 2. Things did not look good for the Red Sox pitching staff when the season began. Clemens was hurting. Wakefield was in the minors. Hansen was coming out of the free agent hobo camp in Homestead down in Florida. He came on to win 15. Aguilera was in Minnesota. Yep. Stanton was in Atlanta. Dan Duquette really pieced a lot of this together on the fly.
He sure did. And Duquette here in the ballpark tonight. We had a chance to visit with him earlier.
Let's go to Hannah Storm real quick here.
Bob, Braves Rockies tied at 3, bottom of the 7th. Greg Maddux has loaded the bases, facing the top pinch hitter in baseball, John Vanderwall, but he gets him to ground into a 1-2-3 double play. The Rockies' threat is ended. Maddux has allowed 9 hits with no strikeouts, but the Braves are still okay, Bob.
And again, Clemens goes to 3 balls, this time 3-1 to Vizquel. Watching that play from Colorado reminds us that in addition to everything else he does well, Maddux is a good hitting pitcher and an exceptional fielder. He's won several Gold Gloves, so he helps himself in so many ways. Now the 3-1. And there's the first walk of the night.
Well, it's something that Clemens didn't want to do, and especially with a guy like Vizquel, who is not a major threat for the Red Sox. Vizquel knew that pitch was outside all the way. He's aboard the first walk, and now you've got Baerga with home run power. There's the Boston bullpen. It'll be Clemens all the way here, unless something major happens in this inning with 2 outs.
A strike to Baerga, fly to Greenwell, then dropped a soft single in front of Mike in left field in the 4th. And Clemens steps off. Vizquel back to first. A 2-out walk here in the 6th. Valentin's 2-run homer. Opposite field shot in the 3rd, the only scoring. Oh, 0-2.
Clemens in front of Baerga now. 0-2.
Another one for Griffey. The first was a solo. This is a 2-run shot off David Cohn, and they've tied the game at 4. Good one at Yankee Stadium.
See if Clemens is going to try to put Baerga away here or waste one on him. Vizquel aboard.
One and 2.
You know, it's bad enough when you've got a guy like Clemens, Bob, who's on a roll and throwing hard. Not only the fact that he throws hard, but he still tries to spot pitch and just missed the outside corner on Baerga. His strikeouts tonight have been mainly on fastballs, with the exception of Bell back in the 4th when he got him on a splitter.
It holds at 1 and 2.
You know, we were talking earlier with Mike Hargrove about his selection of catchers for this game tonight with Martínez, and the same holds true for a guy like Clemens with McFarland in there. No matter what you put down as the catcher, I mean, these guys have been around so long. They're mostly, for the most part, going to pitch their own game.
The runner going, and a bouncing ball toward the vacated hole. Vizquel rounds second. They'll have runners at the corners with 2 out. With Valentin covering, the shortstop, because it was a left-handed hitter, switch hitter batting left in this case, what would have been a routine bouncing ball to the normal shortstop's position goes through.
Absolutely. There's the break by Vizquel, and as Bob said, with Valentin going to cover at second, that ball hit right at him. Had he been at his shortstop position, right at him, there you see, that's where you'd have been standing, right there. The Indians wind up with runners at first and third for Albert Bell, down 2-0. One of the things that Hargrove, trailing here 2-0, trying to get something going, trying to generate something, and Bell responds with his second opportunity here tonight, if he can respond, to do some damage, either putting Cleveland on top or get them on the board anyway.
Clemens faced him with 2 on and 1 out in the 4th and struck him out with a great split finger. Starts him with a strike.
Told you earlier tonight that Mike Hargrove has been on the home plate umpire and the third base umpire, Welke and Rocky Rowe, about Clemens not coming to a complete stop from his stretch.
The 0-1 pitch is slammed toward the gap in left center field, and this ball short hops the wall. 1 run is home. Baerga's being waved home. Here's the throw toward the plate. It is not in time. Not in time. On his way to third is Bell, and he's in there too. crack, Uecker, at Baerga at the plate, trying to score from first on the 2-out double, but McFarland couldn't handle it cleanly. Otherwise, they've got him.
I thought they had him. I really did. The throw right on target. Al Nipper out there one more time for another conference with Roger Clemens. But a good throw. A perfect throw to McFarland. And the sliding Baerga kicked it away. Here's that last offering. Remember how we talked earlier today about pitching Bell and anything upstairs, he's going to hurt you? That's where that pitch was. He hits one to the gap. Here's the relay throw. Perfect one-hopper. And they've got Baerga. If McFarland hangs on, he dropped the ball. Good throw. Should have been out. Should have been out.
Look at Murray frantically signaling, get down, get down. Valentin's relay was a beauty. Now Murray slams one through the hole, and Bell trots home. And the Indians are in front 3-2. This with 2 out. Walk to Vizquel. Single on the hit and run by Baerga. 2-run double by Bell. With McFarland unable to hold the ball at the plate, they could have been out of it, still leading 2-1. First pitch single by Murray. And now Thome fouls it off.
Al, the problem for Clemens here, after 2 outs, the walk to Vizquel. The walk to Vizquel. That allows Baerga to come on. Then the big double by Albert Bell. Jim Thome looking for a new piece of wood now. And then Eddie Murray, another big base hit for Murray. All after 2 are out, as you said, Bob.
And McFarland has been charged with an error on the play at the plate. So Bell gets 1 RBI, and only the first run of this inning is earned.
Should be. It was a good throw, and McFarland couldn't handle it. You know, one of the things that we talked about this on one of our earlier games, Bob, the fact that a lot of catchers today on plays at the plate leave that mask on. And I guarantee you, sometimes you lose the flight of the ball looking through the bars on a ball coming and a runner coming at the same time. That was one of the things that old catchers and coaches used to tell you. Get rid of the mask so you can see and possibly even throw the mask up along the line. And if the umpire doesn't kick it out of the way, or somebody, you're going to make that runner have to do something he normally wouldn't do. That was a good throw. McFarland should have caught it. And he still can't believe he didn't.
3 home in the 6th. 1-2 to Thome. Even though Baerga was off with the crack of the bat with 2 out, the ball was hit so hard and it was played cleanly off the wall. The first throw to Valentin was true, and Valentin's relay was right there.
Right on target. Yep. I didn't think Baerga would score. I really didn't.
Misses the inside corner. Jeff Newman, the third base coach, even though Baerga could have been out, did the right thing. If you force somebody to make a perfect play, which Valentin did, and it would have been a perfect play if McFarland had fielded it and made the tag, if you force them to make a perfect play, that's a good gamble.
Absolutely. Eddie Murray enthusiastically saying, yep, another run.
They check at third. Thome is punched out. Second time he's fanned. But as Clemens walks off, his lead is gone, and we're back after this from your local station.
Special Dateline.
I love her so much.
OJ friend Robert Kardashian. Plus,
we never wavered in our faith.
Johnny Cochran on a special Dateline tonight following your late local news.
This is a 7 News update.
His drive to freedom inside the white van, O.J. Simpson heads home a free man. L.A.'s district attorney says, as far as he's concerned, it's a closed case. I'm John Martyr. The not guilty verdict in the People versus Simpson after the game.
O.J. Simpson's a free man. And 7 News has 3 crews in Los Angeles, bringing you complete live coverage of reaction in the trial of the century.
In Los Angeles, Dan Housley, 7 News.
Stay with 7 News. We're live in L.A.
Your New England Toyota dealers announce the first ever used car countdown. It starts Friday. It ends Monday. 4 days to get your best deal on a quality used vehicle. We've just completed our most successful model year clearance ever and have a huge selection of used vehicles which must be sold now. These vehicles have been priced low to sell in just 4 days. You could save hundreds. But for the best selection, you must act now. The first ever used car countdown absolutely ends Monday.
Perhaps it's because we offer our business class passengers complimentary limousines, sleeper seats with up to 15 inches of extra legroom, and personal video screens at every seat. Or it may just be our refreshingly different British personality. Whatever the reason, it seems we put a few noses just a bit out of joint. Upper Class by Virgin Atlantic Airways.
This fall, New England's most colorful coverage won't be the leaves. Unmatched coverage of the American League Eastern Division champion Sox in the Boston Herald. Call today for home delivery.
7 News is live from New York with coverage of the Pope's visit to America tomorrow.
Here's the big play for the Indians in the bottom half of the 6th inning. A breaking ball from Clemens up on Albert Bell. That's the first mistake. Now here's the good play by Tinsley off the wall in left center. Perfect throw to Valentin. One-hop throw coming on to McFarland. They've got Baerga by 15 feet. And McFarland lost the ball initially. He never had it. He never had it at all. Baerga scores, and Bell goes to third on what finally ends up as an error being charged to McFarland. Here comes Baerga. They've got him. They had him by plenty. And that ball popped away from McFarland before he ever had a handle on it. It was a good throw all the way. And he couldn't handle it. Down 3-2 now.
Dennis Martínez is now done. And Julian Tavares, and Julian is the way he prefers to have it pronounced, comes in. And on the first pitch here, in the top of the 7th, Naring is retired on a line out to Ramirez. Got to do this bit of business. The Diamond Dust baseball fact. Whitey Ford started the opening game of 8 postseason series. Obviously, they were all World Series. That's before the days of divisional play. Who started and won the first game of 5 different series? Started and won the first game of 5
different
series.
World Series or series?
Could be any postseason series.
Okay.
Lee Tinsley fouls it off. Strike 1. 1 out. Nobody on. And there is Tavares, who would probably be no worse than the 3rd or 4th starter on many clubs. Here he comes out of the bullpen. They've got a lot of guys who will really put a strain on the radar gun coming out of that bullpen, led by Mesa, not including this guy, Ossenmacher. He's a guy a rubber arm guy who'll come in to pitch to left-handed hitters in certain situations. But Eric Plunk throws very hard. So too does Alan Embry, the young left-hander. All of them in the 90s.
Yeah, I mean, so much of the talk in Cleveland and around the American League concerning this Indian bullpen revolves around Jose Mesa. I mean, who's had an unbelievable year. But when you think about Ossenmacher and Poole and Plunk and Tavares, the guys who set it all up for Mesa, I mean, this is a heck of a staff. And this guy throws hard, Bob, as you said a moment ago. There's no easy touch. When you get into the later innings in that Indian bullpen, here's another guy throws in the 90s. And you got Plunk to come in after him, who throws even a little bit better.
And down goes Tinsley. Second time he's fanned tonight in 3 trips. Two quick outs in the 7th. Still tied at Yankee Stadium. Griffey with 2 home runs, a solo and a 2-run shot. Braves, after trailing 3-1, now have the lead 4-3. Rockies batting in the 8th. And it's still 7-2 now in the 8th. The Dodgers and the Reds. Cincinnati's been in front from the start when they jumped on Ramon Martínez for 4 in the first. McFarland now looking to atone for the play at the plate in the bottom of the 6th. It's a 1-run game, but in case you haven't followed the Indians closely all year, virtually every time Mesa comes in, he pitches 1 inning and 1 inning alone.
That's it.
So what Hargrove is looking for from Tavares, with a 93-mile-per-hour fastball that McFarland couldn't catch up with, is an inning or 2. He could decide to go to somebody else. Ossenmacher is throwing to get him to the 9th, and then to Mesa.
You know, McFarland sitting on a 2-0 offering and trying to unload, and Tavares blows a fastball by him. Now he comes back off the outside, just around the outside, and another swing and a miss by McFarland. 2-2. This kid's got great stuff. He really does. Leads the Indian bullpen with wins and I mean, awfully tough. He's 110 out of the pen.
2 strikeouts in his first inning of work. 3-2 Cleveland.
My dandruff and itch are awful. I'll try anything. Denorex tingles. Head and Shoulders doesn't.
Both have effective dandruff medicine, but Denorex has something extra that tingles, feels fresh.
That's why I started using Denorex. No flakes, no itch.
Denorex, the serious dandruff shampoo.
When Dave Thomas created Wendy's spicy chicken sandwich, he used a whole breast filet seasoned with his own blend of pepper and spices, but did he go too far?
Very spicy.
Wimp. It's perfect.
Depends on who you ask. Try Wendy's spicy chicken sandwich.
Because someday you'll get that big promotion that moves you to Seattle. Someday kids will be in the picture. And someday you'll get away to write the great American novel. It'll happen. That's why we've spent 28 years constantly improving the Corolla. So wherever life takes you, we'll be there. The newly restyled Toyota Corolla. We're looking forward to tomorrow.
This isn't about why your business has to communicate better or when the time is ripe to put all the new technology to work. We're past that stage. This is about putting laptops on desks and pages in pockets. It's about email and the internet. It's about a person who puts it all together and a company that can give you the hardware and software for free. This isn't about blue sky or sci-fi or by the by. This is about now, about how. Network MCI, that's how.
Ready, pick, ready, let's get ready to rumble!
The fists will fly at Caesar's Palace when these two warriors clash a third and deciding time. Don't miss Bo Holyfield 3. It'll be the hottest heavyweight bout of the year. Brought to you by Budweiser, the undisputed king of beers.
NBC Saturday on JAG.
He's my friend.
A deadly accident.
I was only doing what I thought was best for the court.
My man, and it's my investigation.
I want to know what this is about.
Who is not telling the truth?
I'll see what I can do.
Oliver North guest stars on an all-new JAG NBC Saturday.
Back to the Jake in a moment, but first, a seesaw game at Yankee Stadium. Yanks had just taken a 4-2 lead in the bottom of the 6th. Here's the top of the 7th, and Ken Griffey Jr. bringing the Mariners back with his second home run of the night, second off of Yankee starter David Cone. He has 3 RBI, 3 of the Mariners' 4 runs on the night. But then in the bottom of the inning, tied at 4, Bernie Williams with a double over Junior's head to break the tie. He scores Randy Velarde with a go-ahead run for the Yankees. So now New York back on top by a score of 5-4. That's how it stands now. Let's get you back to the Jake.
Hannah, thanks a lot. With the exception of the Reds' apparent victory at Dodger Stadium, where they jumped in front early, 3 of the 4 games tonight have been close, exciting, interesting contests.
Got some beauties going tonight. Leading off here for the Indians, one of the best young players in all of baseball.
Manny Ramirez, just 23 years old, hit .308 with 31 homers and 107 RBIs. he might be the best hitter to come out of New York City since Rod Carew.
You know, one of the things about Ramirez that everybody talks about is the fact that he looks much more mature. I mean, when you watch him swing and his style and his selection of pitches, he looks like he's been around for a lot longer than he has. This guy's going to be a big star for the Indians, if indeed he does stay here.
Hit hard down to third. Nearing throws him out. Ramirez played at George Washington High School in the Bronx, almost in the shadow of Yankee Stadium. And who knows, it's possible he could be playing there in the next round.
Absolutely. This ball's hit like a rocket, airing right down on it. And a strong throw. Easy play on Ramirez. A ball hit like a bullet.
Clemens working into the 7th with 1 out here and nobody on. Each team has 5 hits. Indians lead 3-2. Red Sox have the game's only error, and it was crucial. Otherwise, it would be 2-1, and they'd still be in front.
Absolutely. Mike McFarland. The costly error. Indians up 3-2.
Clemens still throwing hard, making the catcher's glove pop.
That's the tough thing for Clemens tonight, the fact that he's still pitching very well, as did Martínez, for that matter, who is no longer in the game. But Clemens still very much in this game. Down 1 in the 7th.
2-1.
How tough does it make it for the Red Sox, though, Bob, if they do indeed lose this opening game, and Clemens, who, again, has pitched well here tonight, ends up as the loser or with a no decision, depending on the final outcome. But what does that do to Boston? 1 more to go here in Cleveland, and then back over to Fenway Park for 3.
Well, if they can get 1 of the 2, then they'd
be happy, yeah.
Their objective.
Absolutely. You know, he's got to be thinking now that Clemens may be starting to run on empty.
In the air to deep center field. Back is Tinsley to the warning track and in front of the fence for the catch. On a 3-1 pitch, Sorrento gave it a ride, but not quite far enough.
Crack of the bat, Tinsley off and running in the deep right center. And in watching him, you knew that ball was in here. It didn't sound all that good. Sorrento just missed it. See where he hit that ball? Down near the end of the bat. He just missed it. Take a look again, one more time. Right there, right around the end. He hit it just beyond the meat portion. And there's the catch by Tinsley in deep right center.
2 out, bases empty. Alomar. Stanball into the right-hander. Real Cormier, the left-hander. Pair of former National Leaguers in the Red Sox bullpen.
Now Roger Clemens, who has not pitched a complete game this year for Boston, and again has been bothered by a bad shoulder earlier, probably, as Bob suggested, came back a little too soon. And Kevin Kennedy finally getting some action in the bullpen.
Pop up left side, nearing to end it. 1-2-3 in the bottom of the 7th. By the narrowest of margins, it's still Cleveland in front.
For 1996, we redesigned everything. For a new style, a new spirit. Not because we want to be the best thing on the road, but rather the best thing in the air. The employee owners of Trans World Airlines, we're up to something good.
It seems like just yesterday that Dave Metcalf and his son Terry did everything together. But, as they often do, things changed. Then, Dave got USSB on his new 18-inch digital satellite system. USSB is a new entertainment experience with his favorite channels in digital sound and picture. Now, Dave and Terry are looking at things in a whole new light.
If you were to take every honor, every award, everything positive that's been said about the Toyota Camry and lay them end to end, you'd probably ask yourself, why did I do that? Better to drive one yourself and come up with a few accolades of your own. The 1996 Camry, the gold standard from Toyota.
So, the quiz, we posed the question in the last inning, who started and won the first game of 5 postseason series? Got a guess?
Howard Emke.
Howard Emke of the Philadelphia A's?
No. I didn't know he played. What, I just made that up.
Played for Mr. Mack, I believe, with the Philadelphia A's, but it's red roughing for Joe McCarthy's Yankees.
Was I in the area?
Yeah, he started and won the first game of 5 World Series for the Yankee dynasty. Teammate
that's just
Joe
taking a
DiMaggio.
flyer, buddy.
Not a bad shot.
That's not bad.
Jose Mesa, we may be an inning away from seeing him. Plunk and Assenmacher for now. Right-hander Plunk, lefty Assenmacher. Martínez, who stands to be the winner now, trailed 2-0 till his team rallied for 3 in the bottom of the 6th. He and Clemens both pitched very well tonight. Alicea, Posey, and Valentin, the hitters against Tavares in the top of the 8th.
How many managers in this league, Bob, you think would love to have the luxury of this Cleveland bullpen? I mean, you know, you've got a quality starter in there tonight in Dennis Martínez, and then to be able to look to your bullpen in the 5th or 6th or even into the 7th and see what you've got coming out of there, and a guy like Tavares tonight, a hard thrower, and now you're talking about Assenmacher or Plunk to work the 8th, and then the man in the 9th, Jose Mesa. What a luxury.
Alicea, a pair of singles and a stolen base.
And to have the kind of power that they have on this ball club. I mean, 48 times this year they've come from behind to win games, and if it turns out that way tonight, it'll be another. The Red Sox not out of this thing yet. Yankees now up 8-4 over Seattle.
Ruben Sierra with a 2-run shot.
Still tied in Colorado. You got a chance to see Coors Field yet?
Haven't been there. Only park in the majors I haven't visited.
Nice place.
Well, this is not what Mike Hargrove had in mind. From Tavares to the first batter here in the 8th. He's behind Alicea, 3-1.
Yeah, Red Sox not out of this thing yet. 2 shots at the Indians, down by a run.
In there, full count. A few raindrops are falling now at Jacobs Field. Once we got this started about 40 minutes late, the rain has held off until now. Here's a drive to right field, and this one could tie the game. It does. Alicea on the 3-2 pitch sends one into the bullpen, and it's tied at 3.
Tavares got behind him. Alicea, who hit 6 during the regular season, on a 3-2 pitch, lines it out of here. And as I said just a moment ago, the Red Sox not out of this thing. 2 more shots, and Alicea ties it. Here it is again. Low fastball. Around the inside, he went down and got it and knocked it out of here.
Alicea with a big game. Here's a ball hit into shallow center field, and Vizquel goes out and makes a difficult play look fairly easy in typical style for him. Alicea, 2 singles, a stolen base, a home run.
He's had a big night here tonight. There he is, Luis Alicea. Normally it's the Cansecos and the Mo Vaughns and John Valentins. Look at this guy. Yes, sir. Luis Alicea. Tavares, who threw it. Yep. Back to even, tied at 3.
Valentin, a 2-run homer earlier in the game. Tavares had just come in and blown people away in the 7th inning. Struck out 2 of the 3 hitters he faced.
Tavares gave up 7 home runs during the regular season.
Liner for a base hit. So Valentin's 2 for 4. And the Red Sox have the go-ahead run at first with 1 out in the 8th. The Cleveland bullpen has a collective ERA of 3.05. The rest of the league is 4.46 for the composite bullpen. But this time, at least for now, they didn't get the job done.
Nope. And it's been a good series between the Red Sox and the Indians all year long. Cleveland leads 7-6 in the season series, and Hargrove out there now. He has Ossenmacher ready, and that's who he wants, I believe. Yep. With the left-handed batting Mo Vaughn coming up, Tavares will leave, and Ossenmacher's coming on.
Well, we'll tell you about Vaughn against left-handed pitching when we come back. Tavares departs, and so do we, for just a moment.
Inside every one of us is an athlete with a thirst for the game going on around us. It's life. And if you play hard at it, you get thirsty. That's why we make Gatorade. Hey, life is a sport. Drink it up.
These days, trying to get on top of your financial situation is getting tougher and tougher. What you need is someone with experience and know-how. MetLife can help you get a grip on things and help you make sense of it all. Get Met. It pays.
Alicea took Tavares deep. There he is. So he was hoping to get 3 more outs and then in effect hand the ball to Mesa, who has made good on 46 of 48 save opportunities this year and has an ERA barely over a run as the top closer in baseball this year. But now we're tied. Clemens is still the pitcher of record right now. We'll see what happens. He could come out to work the bottom half of the 8th. We don't know yet. And Martínez will have a no decision, the starter for the Indians.
Here is left-hander Paul Ossenmacher to work to the left-handed batting Mo Vaughn. Another guy. You look at his numbers out of the bullpen this year. 6-2 for the Indians. You know what? Oh, Bob, when you've come back in ball games 48 times to win, I mean, it's going to tell you that your bullpen, as you look at Dennis Martínez and the rain that Bob alluded to a minute ago, starting to come down a little bit harder. When you have that kind of a ball club that can get you back in a ball game late, I mean, you're going to have those kind of numbers from your bullpen. Remember our first ball game here?
Against the Tigers.
Chad Curtis comes on against Jose Mesa.
First blown
and
save.
hits the home run to tie the game. The Indians come back and win. Talking about coming from behind to win again on the home run by Alomar.
Yep, in extra innings.
Yeah.
Well, now here's Vaughn, 300 for the year, but 322 against right-handers and 256 against lefties. With Canseco on deck, it's likely that Vaughn will be Ossenmacher's only hitter.
You know, one of the things, as you look at Jose Canseco's due next, one of the things about Vaughn against a left-hander, he'll go the other way. I mean, if he makes up his mind, Bob, that you're going to stay that way on him, try to pitch him away, he'll make up his mind to go the other way.
A ball and a strike.
That might be the best pitch he gets to hit against Ossenmacher. That might have been a mistake right down the middle, and he fouled it back. Here again, you look at the swing of Mo Vaughn. 39 home runs this year. That's a ball that he normally drives. Just a little bit tardy on it. Look at all the protection he wears on that right forearm. He's been hit a number of times. Look at that thing.
Looking to bust loose in game 1. 0 for 3 with a strikeout so far.
14 times he's been hit this year. I guess that'd put you in shin guards and everything else.
We're in the 8th, tied at 3 in game 1. There goes Valentin, fouled back.
That's one of the things that'll keep a guy like Vaughn in there against a left-hander, or anybody for that matter. I mean, if you let a guy run and make it as a hit and run, not a straight steal, if you make it a hit and run, that hitter stays in there a little bit better, gets a little longer look at the ball, tries to drive it the other way. Kevin Kennedy here, back to even. John Valentin. Big 2-run homer earlier.
Not going on the 1-2 pitch, and Vaughn strikes out for the second time tonight. He's 0 for 4.
Well, the pitch that he fouled back twice, as a matter of fact, but the last one that Assenmacher made the mistake on that he fouled back, he wasn't going to get it again. There's the breaking ball down low and away, and he strikes out Vaughn.
And as we suspected, Assenmacher was called upon to face just the left-handed hitter. Did it perfectly. And now with Canseco coming up, they go back to the bullpen. And we go back to a commercial, returning to Jacobs Field in a minute.
College sports on DirecTV. Takes me back to my days at digging in on the goal line, making my moves from the top of the key. Because I get hundreds of college football and basketball games I can't get on cable. Even my alma maters. Ah, the long hours of practice, the uniforms, the camaraderie. I was the best horn player in the band.
Now for as low as $34.95 a month, you can own the 18-inch DSS dish of your choice with DirecTV programming. Call 1-800-DirecTV.
For cars that can benefit from higher octane, Texaco Clean System 3 Power Plus and Power Premium were formulated to clean your engine's intake valves, fuel injectors, and combustion chambers while you're driving, to give you smooth starts and sure acceleration. Just give us 5 tanks, and we think Power Plus and Power Premium will make quite an impression on you.
Add more life to your car! Take it to the star! Sunday at 12:30 Eastern, total coverage of the NFL on NBC. Dan Marino leads the league's only undefeated team, the Dolphins, against the extraordinary Marshall Faulk and the Colts. Barry Sanders and the Lions host the Cleveland Browns, a regional action. All part of a blockbuster doubleheader. The NFL on NBC, made in America, played in America, Sunday.
We'll get you back to the Jake in a moment, but first, the Braves leading the Rockies 4-3 in the bottom of the 8th. Ellis Burks facing reliever Alejandro Pena, and Burks with the double to score Dante Bichette with a tying run and make it 4-4. Burks with 2 RBI on the night. But then Braves rookie Chipper Jones does much better than that. How about 2 home runs off the night? His second home run of the game coming off Kurt Laskanik to make it 5-4 Atlanta. Greg Maddux will not get the win in this game, but the Braves might. Bob and Bob.
Well, as you can see, Hannah, at Jacobs Field, it is pouring. And Don Dankinger, who's working the left field line, is the crew chief, and he has said, bring out the tarp. So he calls a halt with 2 outs in the top of the 8th. The tying run home on Alicea's leadoff homer. Red Sox 3, Indians 3. Meanwhile, in other places, Griffey with 2 for the Mariners, Chipper Jones with 2 for the Braves.
Well, it rained heavily all day here in Cleveland, and for the most part, there was some doubt as to whether this game would get underway at all. And in talking with Kevin Kennedy and Mike Hargrove, I think both voiced the same opinion as to not starting this game rather than have it stop, start, in referring to Martínez and Roger Clemens. And as it starts to really come down here, the infield is going to be covered, and this one is going to be under a delay. Boy, what a situation here, Bob, with the game at 3 now, but the Indians leading 3-2 into the 7th. And now the 8th inning, I should say, and the leadoff home run by Luis Alicea to tie it.
We will wait a very long time.
Oh, yeah.
If need be.
Absolutely.
They will not call a halt to this, except under the most dire circumstances. So settle in if you're an Indian and Red Sox fan, and in the meantime, let's send you to Coors Field in Denver, or at least we will in just a moment. Last time we checked, it was the Braves who had taken the lead on the second Chipper Jones home run at 5-4. As you can see, it's coming down in sheets right now. And the umbrellas and slickers are out in Cleveland. Big sports weekend here. Browns started it off from the local fans' perspective the wrong way by losing to the Bills on Monday Night Football. First 2 games of this series here. We're back in a bit, but first off to Colorado.
1 ball, no strikes on Eric Young, leading off the bottom half of the ninth. Atlanta with a 5-4 lead over the Colorado Rockies. Chipper Jones with his second home run of the night in the top of the ninth.
That pitch was 102 miles an hour. He's just getting loose.
In at the knees, 1 ball, 1 strike on Young. Young 2 for 3 tonight. He has singled, he has doubled, he has walked, and he has grounded out. First 2 pitches from Wohlers, 102 and 101. Leo Mazzoni, talking about his closer before this postseason began, said he doesn't know if Mark realizes what kind of pressure he's going to be under.
He's probably hoping that he doesn't.
Here's the 1-1. Outside corner, it's 1-2.
Dizzy Dean used to say, I don't try to outsmart him, I try to outdumb him. There's a lot to be said for that. If you got an arm like this, don't try to be too smart. Just let him have it.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Here's the 1-2 on the way. And the breaking ball missed outside, 2-2.
Come up with a pretty good breaking ball, too, hasn't he?
Yes, he has, and he's been able to throw it for strikes. The big difference in Mark Wohlers this year compared to the Mark Wohlers who is expected to claim that closer's role in past years and has been unable to is he pitches ahead in the count. He's been able to throw the first pitch for a strike, and he can throw a fastball, a slider, or a forkball at times to get ahead on 1. If he's doing that, he is normally successful against the hitter. Roller out towards second. Mark Lemke fields on to first in time. 1 out in the bottom of the ninth, and now Mike Kingery will bat for the first time. A .269 hitter during the year with 8 home runs. This game is seesawed back and forth. Marquise Grissom a home run in the 3rd. Rockies got 3 in the 4th inning. Vinny Castilla's 2-run homer. The big blow there. Then the Braves came back. A Chipper Jones home run. And Luis Polonia beating on a double play grounder to drive in the tying run, making it 3-3. Then each team scored a run in the 8th inning. RBI single by Dwight Smith gave Atlanta the lead, and an RBI double by Ellis Burks tied it. And then Chipper Jones hit the home run in the top of the 9th to give Atlanta their current 5-4 lead. 1 out, bottom of the 9th, 0-1 on Kingery.
And on deck,
Dante Bichette, the National League home run and RBI leader.
It always seems to come down to that guy in the bottom of the 9th.
Here is the 0-1. Ground ball right side, base hit to right field. And here come the Rockies. That is their 12th hit of the night.
When you look at what they have done this year, we talk about destiny with Chipper Jones. Well, what about the Rockies? In the opening game of the season, they overcame 4 deficits and won the game in 14 innings on a home run by Bichette. The score was 11-9. In the last game of the season, they overcame a 6-run deficit, the largest of the year, and won that game 10-9.
To get him here. So this looks like nothing, down by 1. Here's Bichette. Ball 1 low. Bichette tonight has been held to an infield single in 3 official at-bats.
He is so strong, and his swing is so short that if anybody is going to be able to get to that fastball, he'd be one of the guys you might think could do it.
Kingery, the runner at first with 1 out.
Bichette drew a very important walk to open the 8th and scored the tying run at that time.
Here's the 1-0 pitch. Into right field. That's going to drop for a base hit. Kingery will round second. Hold on there as the throw comes back to the infield from David Justice. And the Rockies are setting the table, first and second, with one man out. And here comes another one of their big play men, Larry Walker. Walker tonight is grounded to second, walked, hit into a 4-6-3 double play, and singled.
Nice ball out over the plate, and Bichette did indeed get to it. The Rockies have activity in the bullpen in case they tie but do not win. The Braves do not have activity. Wohlers is the last line of defense here.
First and second, one man out. Low and inside, 1 ball, no strikes. In his career against Mark Wohlers, Larry Walker is 3 for 3. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Low and inside again, 2-0.
If Walker delivers here, we may have yet another record here at Coors Stadium. It'll be set by the fans in decibels.
No one has left. They have seen this team come back too many times before. They've almost come to expect it. Here's the 2-0. In for a strike. Walker's squaring. He's not up there to bunt, folks.
You wonder if he's even up there to walk. You got Galarraga on deck, and that's not bad. But if Walker gets a pitch to hit, he could do it all by himself.
The runners lead. Kingery off second. Bichette off first. Here comes the 2-1 delivery. Inside again. It's 3-1. Here's the 3-1 to Larry Walker. Inside, ball 4. The bases are loaded for Andres Galarraga.
And the winning run is in scoring position.
Bobby Cox on his way to the mound, but this is not to change pitchers. There's nobody warming up in the Atlanta bullpen.
Well, this is one of those come on, big guy, you can do it visits.
I'll tell you, we've got an interesting situation here. If Wohlers is able to get Galarraga, Wohlers a strikeout pitcher. Galarraga led the National League in strikeouts among hitters this year. If that occurs, Don Baylor is out of position players. And he would have to use the man who's going to be a starting pitcher tomorrow night, Lance Painter, as a pinch hitter. He's got him in the on-deck circle. He has nobody else left but pitchers. So this is a key man for Mark Wohlers to get, and a key at that for Andres Galarraga if the Colorado Rockies are to stay alive here. Bases loaded, 1 man out. Atlanta leading it 5-4 in the bottom half of the 9th inning. The pitch to Galarraga. Swing and a miss. It's 0-1. The Atlanta Braves on a home run by Chipper Jones in the top half of the 9th inning in what's been a seesaw affair all night long. Leading at 5-4, but the Rockies never say die. They have loaded the bases with 1 out off Mark Wohlers here in the bottom of the 9th. 0-1 the count in Galarraga. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. It's 0-2. And again, Don Baylor is out of position players. The Rockies electing to go with 12 pitchers on their 25-man roster. His pitcher spot is due up next. The only pinch hitters he has left are pitchers. If Galarraga fails to make contact here, it's going to come down to Mark Wohlers facing tomorrow night's starting pitcher. Here comes the 0-2. Ooh. High and tight, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Javi Lopez recovering to keep the runners where they are.
And that ball coming in there so fast, normally you'd say, well, a guy should stop that, but I'm not so sure a guy should stop that pitch. Around 100 miles an hour, and that's what he's been throwing. Galarraga, who always swings hard, is desperate here to make some kind of contact.
1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 man out. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Fouled it off and stays alive. 1-2.
And to think of the courage that Galarraga has to summon right now after being hit in the head just a few days ago against a hard-throwing right-hander who could be a little bit wild and was on that occasion, Osuna of the Dodgers. Now a guy that throws even harder and can be wild on occasion.
Galarraga requesting time here. What a battle this has been. Back and forth all night long. The experienced Braves against the newcomers to town in postseason play. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Did he go? No. 2-2.
You get that call, but I think if you're an umpire, you've got to say no unless you are sure. And that is borderline.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Now the 2-2 pitch on the way. Struck him out with a high fastball. Galarraga goes down swinging, and now it comes down to Mark Wohlers against a pitcher. As the Rockies have used up all their position players tonight.
Got him to swing at the high fastball, and there is no future in swinging at Mark Wohlers up there.
Not only a pitcher, but a relief pitcher at that. Lance Painter, who has worked out of the bullpen all season, only hit 9 times all year and was 1 for 9. He will be Don Baylor's starting pitcher tomorrow night. But he's all the Rockies have left.
This happened to the American League in the 1981 All-Star game as it ended with a pitcher at bat. But this is a little bit more important than an All-Star game.
Bases loaded, 2 men out in the bottom of the 9th. Atlanta leading Colorado 5-4. Nothing in 1, the count on Lance Painter.
You'd almost feel like you'd have a better chance if he'd get down in a deep crouch and just stand there. Bases are loaded. Rockies are 1 run down.
Here comes the 0-1 delivery. High and outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Interesting how these teams fought when they put together their 25-man rosters. The Braves carried 11 pitchers all season. They cut back to 10 back in late August. Added an additional catcher to give them 1 more position player. The Rockies elected to stay with their 12-man pitching staff because they use their bullpen so often. But in this situation, they've got to use one of those pitchers to pinch hit. And it's 1-2 with 2 outs. Fred McGriff over now to trying to keep the adrenaline flow down for Mark Wohlers, who needs one more strike.
There is no way that Don Baylor could have imagined it would come to this with the bases loaded. It's not a mistake on his part.
Remember Castilla.
It just worked out this way.
Yeah, remember Castilla being pinch run for in the 7th when the Rockies had a chance to grab the lead. They burned a player there, Trinidad Hubbard. And now it's come down to this. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Lance Pater with the bases loaded. Swung on, missed, strike 3. And the Atlanta Braves hold on, but barely. In game 1 of this best-of-5 series, a home run by Chipper Jones in the top half of the 9th inning. His 2nd home run of his first postseason game ever, giving the Braves a 5-4 victory over the Rockies. Well, Larry Derker, we had enough drama in this game back and forth from one side to the other to fill up an entire series, and this is only game 1.
And there's your player of the game, Chipper Jones, with a fabulous game-saving defensive play and 2 home runs, including the game winner.
And in conjunction with this program, Chevrolet will contribute a total of $50,000 to the Boys and Girls Clubs of America in the names of all players of the game for the 1995 Major League season. A dramatic start to the best-of-5 divisional series. Atlanta goes up 1-0, winning it here 5-4. Chipper Jones, the hero, with 2 home runs. Stay tuned to this NBC station for a special edition of Dateline NBC on the O.J. Simpson verdict after your late local news.
Well, this has all worked out rather neatly. As you see, the rain has just about subsided. They've removed the tarp at Jacobs Field, and we'll resume in just a few moments. Bob Costas back along with Bob Uecker. The game tied in the 8th, 3 apiece. By way of review, Martínez and Clemens were each cruising along until the top half of the 3rd. Alicea opened with a single, actually a 1-out single by Alicea, and then John Valentin with 2 out went the opposite field. He had 27 during the regular season. He hit it out in the vicinity of the 375 sign in right field here at Jacobs for a 2-0 lead. And Clemens held on to that until the bottom half of the 6th inning, when with 2 out, he walked Omar Vizquel. Carlos Baerga on a hit and run bounced a single through the left side. There were runners at 1st and 3rd. Albert Bell then ripped a double into left center field. 2 runs scored with the help of an error on the play at the plate by Mike McFarland, the catcher for the Red Sox. Bell advanced to 3rd on the play. Eddie Murray followed with a single for a 3-2 lead, and then the Alicea homer here in the 8th of Tavares has tied the game at 3. Before we resume here, we get a chance to look in on what's going on at Yankee Stadium. Let's head there.
Yankee Stadium, Gary Thorne and Tommy Hutton. We welcome those of you who have been watching one of the other series games. Here, the Yankees have a 9-4 lead. 2 down, bottom half of the 8th inning. They have added a run here in the 8th. It has been a long ball night at Yankee Stadium. Griffey has picked up 2 home runs for the Mariners tonight. 3 RBIs, but it has not been nearly enough. The Yankees have had Ruben Sierra deliver a 2-run homer. Wade Boggs, 3 hits tonight, a 2-run homer. And a walk here by Wells puts O'Neill on and sends Bernie Williams down to second base with 2 down for Ruben Sierra. There's Wade Boggs. A double, a single, a home run. Huge game for him, and it was questionable whether or not he was going to play tonight, Tommy.
Well, he's been hobbled by a bad hamstring over the last couple of weeks, and it really popped on him while he was hitting the last week of the season. He didn't play the weekend in Toronto. Many felt he might not play tonight in the ball game. He's been hobbling. He's not 100% running, but he's made a spectacular play at 3rd and had a big night at the plate.
Pretty good chance he'll be in the Yankee lineup for game 2 tomorrow, wouldn't you think?
I think that hamstring will stretch out a little bit tomorrow night.
Amazing how it feels a whole lot better right now. Mariners have gone deep into their bullpen. Their 4th reliever, Ruben Sierra, takes that one. 7th inning, Ruben Sierra. Think he knew? A 2-run homer for Sierra, and the Yankees had 4 runs on 4 hits in the 7th inning to go back on top. They answered Seattle's 2 runs in the top of the 7th. Seattle had come back to tie the game. Chris Bosio started and is still the pitcher of record for Seattle, and there's David Cone. David Cone has gone the distance for the Yankees. We'll see whether he comes out in the 9th. Nelson is going to be the pitcher of record. Correct myself on that, for Seattle. Jeff Nelson, the first reliever. And that one taken away.
You know, really, to talk about this ball game, and the point that we're at right here, 9-4, doesn't do it justice through the first 6.5 innings, the way it went back and forth.
2 balls, 2 strikes on Ruben Sierra.
So the Braves have beaten the Rockies. The Yankees appear to have it well in hand at home with the big lead on the Mariners in the 8th. And we resume in the 8th here in Cleveland. Eric Plunk out of the bullpen. Canseco, who's 0 for 3 to the plate. Plunk had just been waved in from the pen before Don Denkinger waved his arms and said, bring out the tarp. As hard as it was raining, Plunk would have needed the windshield wipers for those specks if we had continued to play. They've got it picked off, and then they throw it away. And so Valentin is able to advance to second and now to third as they juggle the ball in the outfield. So it looked like an inning-ending play, and now the go-ahead run is at third with 2 out.
Might be 2 errors on this play. One to Sorrento on the bad throw to second after Plunk picked off Valentin, had him dead. And the throw by Sorrento. Here it is again, way wide, winding up in left center. And before Lofton and Bell can finally get there, it was Lofton who let it get by him initially. The runner Valentin winds up at third.
No excuse for that.
Baerga never had a chance.
No,
and there's the miss by Lofton, Bob.
No need to hurry at all, and Sorrento threw it away. Now Canseco in an RBI spot, a chance to snap the tie after the 23-minute rain delay.
Only scored 1 error on that play so far. There's got to be 2.
Yeah, it has to be 2. Plunk's 1-0 pitch.
They have scored it as a double error. Sorrento first, and then the ball getting by Lofton. He's charged with the second.
Canseco. As we look at Sorrento contemplating the miscue, Canseco has fouled out, grounded out, lined out. Hit .306 for the year. A strike from Plunk, 1-2.
And another hard thrower out of the Indian bullpen, Eric Plunk. Another guy who is consistently in the 90s. And with a good breaking ball to go along with it.
The 1-2 pitch. A drive very deep to left, but foul.
Here's that last pitch by Plunk. Another fastball right down the pipe, and Canseco got out in front of it and hooked it foul. He hit it out of here, but foul.
Alomar with the signs for Plunk. Again on 1-2. Outside 2-2. Hargrove would not use Mesa in the 9th without a lead.
I mean, when you've got guys like Tavares and Plunk who throw so awfully hard.
Blocked by Alomar. Valentin comes a few steps down the line, but holds.
Now one of the a few breaking balls that Plunk has thrown here in the dirt, and a beautiful save by Alomar to hold Valentin at third. Here's one more time. Low breaking ball, and Alomar getting his body in front of it and then making a dive to grab it. Big break for the Indians there.
The left-handed hitting Greenwell is on deck. Man at third, 2 outs. Tying run already home, and the 3-2 pitch from Plunk to Canseco. In the air to right. Ramirez has it lined up. It'll be the top of the order in the bottom of the 8th for the Indians as Canseco rages at himself.
Life rarely imitates orange cones. Orange cones, however, can be made to imitate life. At Lexus, we've created a suspension system so advanced, it smooths when you want it to be, and responsive when you need it to be. The 1996 LS400. Impossible? The laws of Lexus state otherwise.
Welcome, Dave. Been a long time.
Sure has, Red.
You got a spicy chicken sandwich. But here, try this.
Not bad.
Water?
No, thanks.
Ooh.
Now try a Wendy's spicy chicken.
Wendy's spicy chicken sandwich is a whole breast fillet seasoned with Dave's own blend of pepper and spices. It's one very delicious, very spicy sandwich.
Please.
Try Wendy's spicy chicken sandwich and long live the king.
You followed him from the first day he signed with the team. You know he's not perfect, but on certain days in his life, he has been. The night he poured in 63 points. The day he found Dwight Clark in the end zone. His relentless pursuit of the streak. And you wish at some point, at some moment in your life, that you could be that perfect too. And that's why you cheer for him. That's why you believe in heroes.
Mortgage payments, college tuition, career choices. People can get so lost in their day-to-day concerns that they simply avoid planning for their retirement. Unfortunately, that's life. New York Life has all kinds of life insurance policies to help make sure you enjoy your retirement. We can even help you catch up if you started planning late. That's New York Life, the company you keep.
A dream vacation.
Isn't this great?
Where nothing could go wrong.
Kidding?
Except Captain Ron.
What's pirates? Pirates of the Caribbean. Been to Disney World one too many times?
Kurt Russell and Martin Short in the wackiest vacation movie of them all. Captain Ron, Sunday on NBC.
Here's that last pitch by Eric Plunk that Canseco hit the little fly to right. Good fastball down low and away, and Canseco, you see right here, hit it right off the end. Easy play for Ramirez. And here's the reaction by Jose Canseco to that last swing.
Nice subdued reaction.
Yeah.
We turned the audio off.
That's
we
right.
just showed you the video because
luckily, yeah,
we had one of our mics, our field level mics, there as Canseco seethed at himself, and it was not family fair.
No.
All right, Real Cormier with Lofton, the left-handed hitter, and a pair of switch hitters, Vizquel and Baerga, to follow. They go to Cormier, who throws that heavy sinker from the left side. We're in the bottom of the 8th, tied at 3.
Nehring up tight at third for Lofton. About 5 feet off the line.
One and one.
Mo Vaughn on the other side. Only about 1.5 to 2 feet off the line at first, protecting against the extra base hit from Lofton. Big gap in left center for Kenny Lofton,
who's 1 for 3, had a 4th inning single. He's behind on the count, 1-2.
Another good fastball by Cormier right on the outside corner for Lofton.
McFarland the sign, Cormier the pitch. Got him. spun him away, but the ball broke back over the plate, and that's just what Tim Welke was saying to him. You gave up on it, and it kept bending.
It was a good breaking ball, a hanger actually, that Lofton gave up on, and Cormier picks up the strikeout on the leadoff man. Here it is again. This is a hanging breaking ball, actually, a little bit low, but not for Tim Welke. Inside curveball, and Lofton, as you said, Bob, gave, you could see his knees buckle a little bit. He thought the pitch, I think, was low. Not so much that it didn't get the corner or part of the plate, but he thought the pitch was low. Not for Tim Welke. Big strikeout.
Vizquel, the shortstop, 0 for 2 with a walk. Shows bunt, takes a ball.
Kenny Lofton still upset at that last call by Tim Welke.
Behind him, as he traipses along the bench, you got a brief glimpse of Dave Winfield. Not on the active roster, but with the ball club nonetheless, in uniform on the bench. The rules permit that, but he cannot play. Today is his 44th birthday, born October 3rd, 1951. Born the day Bobby Thompson broke the hearts of Brooklyn Dodger fans everywhere with the miracle home run off Ralph Branca at the Polo Grounds.
Broke Ralph Branca's heart, too.
2-1 to Vizquel. Can you imagine Russ Hodges' call of that today?
I can hear it.
The Giants win the pennant. The Dodgers get the wild card.
Isn't that great?
Well, there's drama. I don't know. They must know what they're doing. Here's the 2-1 pitch. 3-1.
You don't give up, do you? You don't give up, do you? Russ Hodges?
I'm tenacious, I'll tell you that.
The Dodgers win the wild card? Cut it out.
On 3-1 to Vizquel. He walked him.
Now the walk back in the 6th is the deal that got Roger Clemens in trouble when he walked Vizquel after 2 were out. And that's when the Indians came back with 3 to take the lead. He walks for the 2nd time in this game, does Omar Vizquel. 0 for 2 officially, but he's been on twice.
Aguilera and Mesa, the respective bullpen aces, each hoping for a lead and a chance to close. But for now, in the hands of Plunk and Cormier. Baerga, but not before Vizquel is chased back. He stole 29 this year. Mesa is up now in Mike Hargrove's bullpen.
Cormier trying to keep Vizquel close. Jose Mesa getting ready in the Indians bullpen. Doesn't take him long to get ready either.
Finally, he works to Baerga, and a strike. Couple of mid-season acquisitions. Belinda, the right-hander, Stanton, the left-hander. Each has seen postseason action in the National League. In the bullpen for the Red Sox. Did it hit him? It did. It barely grazes Baerga. Maybe it got him more solidly by the way he's reacting, but in any case, down to first he goes. Out of the bullpen comes Belinda. There's the signal from Kevin Kennedy as he popped out of the dugout to yank Cormier. It's going to be Bell at the plate after a walk and a hit batter with 1 out, and they go to the right-hander Belinda to face Bell.
That last pitch from Cormier, as you said, Bob, nailed Baerga just underneath the elbow, and again may have gotten him a little bit more than I thought initially also.
Bell did it to them last time. Let's see if Belinda can stop him this time.
An exciting case. Here's one.
Oops. What happened?
pushed it too far.
Get him up to the OR now!
Stickers next to your surgical residence.
Your job is hanging by a thread.
So.
Babe, come on down.
I told you no procedures without going through me. I'm not going to stop now. What happened?
This is the one you'll talk about. ER NBC Thursday.
Must-see TV, NBC. Sunday on an all-new Mad About You, can the perfect couple ace the marriage test?
Hey, there's my beautiful bride.
Bite me.
Then Hope gets her own show. What about Dennis?
Dennis is gonna cry.
Have I stayed too long at the fair?
All new Hope and Gloria, NBC Sunday. This pizza guy and this rock star look so much alike, they decide to switch places. But it won't be easy. Joey Lawrence is Prince for a Day, NBC Friday.
Back to the Jake in a moment. First at Yankee Stadium, the Yanks' John Wetland on in a 9-4 game. And then the Mariners make a late comeback. Tino Martínez with a single up the middle to drive in the second run of the inning. Scores Ken Griffey Jr. and makes it 9-6. The tying run now at the plate at Yankee Stadium. Let's get you back to Costas and Uecker.
Mariners making it interesting, as Real Cormier inadvertently has here in the 8th by first walking Vizquel and then hitting Baerga. On comes Belinda. And the last postseason pitch Stan Belinda threw was hit into left field for a single on that memorable night in Atlanta by Francisco Cabrera with 2 out on the bottom of the 9th. It scored 2, turned a 2-1 lead into a 3-2 loss as Sid Bream barely slid in ahead of the throw from Barry Bonds before the tag from Mike LaValliere. And in storybook fashion, the Braves got 3 in the bottom of the 9th off Drabek and Belinda and won the pennant that night with a 3-2 win. Now he faces Bell. Last time up, he smacked a double into left center. 2 runs scored on the play. The pitch in there for strike 1.
Good breaking ball to start off Albert Bell. Belinda's done a heck of a job. 8-1 out of the bullpen.
Lead in the 9th, but there are 2 on for the Mariners. The tying run at the plate. And John Wetland striking out Mike Flowers as we join Gary Thorne and Tommy Hutton.
For the first time since '81, the Yankees in postseason play have won it. For Tommy Hutton, I'm Gary Thorne. Our final score, the Yankees win it 9-6.
My apologies to all fans of the Red Sox and Indians. That was far from timely with Albert Bell at the plate. As you saw in the corner of your screen rather than the full screen, he popped up in a crucial situation in this ball game. And that's the second out as Belinda got him.
Here it is again, a breaking ball by Belinda and a beauty around the outside corner. Bell popped it up, nailing an easy play. And a big out for Belinda. Kevin Kennedy out one more time with a switch hitting Eddie Murray coming up now, and he's going to make another pitching change for the Red Sox. And a good one going here tonight. 3-3, bottom half of the 8th, and the Indians with a couple of runners aboard.
The last 3 times that Albert Bell has hit, they were all crucial situations. 2 men on in each case. Clemens struck him out in the 4th. He doubled to left center off Clemens in the 6th. Got 1 RBI on the play. First man scored from third. Then Baerga could have been out at the plate. But McFarland juggled the throw, and he scored an unearned run. Now here he bats with 2 men on and a chance to bust the game open. Puts everything into the swing, but pops it up.
I tell you, he was right on it. Just a breaking ball out over the plate away from him. Pitch was up in his zone, but Belinda around the outside corner and Albert Bell right there. He knew he had a good pitch to hit. Popped him up.
Sunday, NBC Sports presents another NFL doubleheader. It starts at 12:30 Eastern with the NFL on NBC. Joe Montana and Mike Ditka Join Greg Gumbel and Ahmad Rashad previewing Week 6 action. Headlining the NBC schedule, Marshall Faulk and the Colts battle Dan Marino and the NFL's only undefeated team, the Dolphins. Also the Browns against the Lions, or Seattle facing Oakland. Regional action as well. Check your local listings as always for the games in your area. A pensive Mike Hargrove. Bell couldn't come through. Kennedy makes the logical move. He goes to Stanton to turn Eddie Murray around to the right side, where he's generally less effective than as a lefty hitter.
From the right side, Murray, a .269 hitter against a left-handed .360. Of his 21 home runs, 18 have come as a left-handed batter. And in talking with Kevin Kennedy tonight about Murray and how they would like to pitch him and what they would like to get him to hit, and especially in a situation like we have right here, Murray with a chance to knock in a run and put the Indians on top. But from the left side, much better fastball hitter, and he sits. He'll sit on pitches, fastball, and really look and try to hurt you and hit you deep. Right-handed, he's going to see a lot of off-speed stuff. They like to throw him a lot of change-ups, show him a fastball once in a while, and we'll see what Stanton does with him here.
Murray is 1 for 12 lifetime against Stanton. That would have come in the National League when he was with the Mets or the Dodgers. At least most of it.
There's what we were just talking about just a moment ago. Right-handed Eddie Murray. Those are the game stats. Those are the game notes you see every day. Right-handed .269, .340 as a left-handed batter. Home runs, everything you want to know about Eddie Murray.
Passed one milestone this year with his 3,000th hit. Now he's 21 homers shy of 500. Doesn't need it to make the Hall of Fame. He's a cinch for Cooperstown, but it would be another plateau for him.
Playing straight away as a right-handed batter in deep.
Lays off, ball one. Last time up, he gave the Indians a 3-2 lead with an RBI single through the right side, batting left-handed. That held up until the 8th when Alicea homered off Tavares to tie it. That's where we stand now. Bottom of the 8th. 2 on, 2 out, and the 1-0 pitch. Hit in the air to right. Hosey's back there. They'll leave 2. We're going to the 9th. Tied at 3 on what has been off and on a rainy night in Cleveland.
It's been said that everyone will be famous for 15 minutes. For some, that's just their daily commute. The 1995 Lexus Coupe.
Okay, new rules. Individuals are no longer more important than the team.
You want a piece of that championship? Put it in here. Nobody can do it alone, but together we can do it.
Sports magazines include more team photos. More game balls go to linemen. Home runs start getting more press than holdouts. We pat someone on the butt when they fail and celebrate like madmen when they succeed. Starter, it's about team.
Somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Maybe they should have traded him for Griffey.
A special Dateline.
I love her so much.
OJ friend Robert Kardashian. Plus,
We never wavered in our faith.
Johnny Cochran on a special Dateline tonight following your late local news.
This is a 7 News update.
Their father is found not guilty of murdering their mother. Tonight we hear from Nicole Simpson's parents about the future for OJ's children.
Simpson throws a party tonight on Rockingham. Family and friends celebrating his newfound freedom.
Life will never be the same for a very famous OJ. We'll take a look ahead.
It's the talk everywhere from coast to coast, the Simpson verdict. I'm Kathy Marshall.
And I'm John Marlowe. The stories on 7 News after the game.
The difference today makes being an electrician at Wrigley Field here in Chicago.
Approaching midnight in Cleveland. Top of the ninth. Greenwell, Nearing, and Tinsley, the scheduled hitters. Plunk back to work. And a strike call. Start of the game delayed about 40 minutes by rain. Just about day-long rains, which led up right around 8 o'clock, which was the scheduled start time. The 0-1 pitch. Hit up the middle, a base hit, a leadoff single for Greenwell, who's now 2 for 4. Then we had a 23-minute rain delay in the 8th. This 1995 Division Series game is brought to you by Gillette Sensor and the Gillette Series. Gillette, the best a man can get. Texaco Clean System 3 gasolines, and Wendy's Spicy Chicken Sandwich. Get it while it's hot. Or perhaps you prefer the new Smoky Bacon Cheeseburger.
I'll take anything you got, buddy, tonight. Box lunches.
Just drive in about 2 a.m. Have them both if you're feeling hungry. They got 24-hour room service back at the hotel?
Yeah, I don't have 24-hour cash.
You may be raiding the minibar.
And that's what I'll be doing, buddy, raiding.
In a potential sacrifice situation.
Yes, that's what I'll be doing tonight, too. Sacrificing my room key for my mini service.
Nipper with Kennedy. Nearing, who's 1 for 3. Bunts foul.
This is a situation where Kennedy wants to sacrifice. Nearing had a pretty good pitch to bunt that time. A breaking ball from Plunk, but he had it upstairs where Nearing had a good line on it and fouled it.
He has 4 successful sacrifice attempts this year.
That time Plunk, excuse me, Bob, Plunk backing off and Nearing showing bunt. And that's exactly why Plunk backed off, to see what was going to happen with Greenwell in case they took something off to let Greenwell run and put on a hit-and-run play here.
Tim hit 307 overall, 317 against right-handers, but he is bunting in this situation and lays down a good one. Sorrento to Baerga covering. 3-4 on the sacrifice. And now 2 shots with 1 out to get him home from second base.
And again, Nearing showing bunt early. And if you're sacrificing, there's no sense in trying to fool anybody as you would trying to bunt for a base hit. Turn around, get yourself ready, and here's a beauty by Nearing. This is a beauty. Sorrento, easy play with Baerga covering, but the sacrifice perfect. Tim Nearing. Well, you talk about a guy, Bob, that's battled his way to the big leagues and has had problems and ups and downs and you name it, surgeries and what have you, as Hargrove heads out to talk things over with Eric Plunk. Nearing's the guy. And as you said earlier, the trade of Scott Cooper to St. Louis, which assured Nearing of the job at third. Bullpen for the Indians is quiet.
Mesa was throwing earlier. Check this stat. Now, sometimes the sample isn't large enough to be conclusive in any way, but Lee Tinsley, the switch hitter now at the plate, is 3 for 4 with a walk against Plunk. McFarland, the catcher, is scheduled next. For the moment, the on-deck circle is empty.
That's what I'm thinking. They're going to walk Tinsley here or not? Yep, they will. Put him on and work to McFarland. Tinsley has struck out twice tonight. Last couple of times he's gone down on strikeout. McFarland nothing for 3 with a strikeout. He'll bat with runners aboard at first and second.
So Hargrove's decision is pretty much by the book here. Not only does he get rid of Tinsley and go righty-righty unless McFarland is called back, but he sets up the double play, and McFarland doesn't run all that well. But McFarland is walking back And it's Matt Stairs. Matt Stairs, the left-handed hitter, who comes off the bench, and Stairs was only activated today. He was on the bubble as far as the postseason roster was concerned, but when Troy O'Leary came down with back spasms, Stairs was added to the roster, and O'Leary was deactivated, if only for this series. If he feels better and if they decide to, they can bring him back for the LCS or the World Series.
Well, here he is, Matt Stairs, 2 aboard for the Red Sox with 1 man out here in the 9th, and Eric Plunk on for the Indians. Mike Hargrove, did I make the right move or not?
Stairs has delivered 2 pinch hits this year against the Indians. Ball 1.
Rain starting to come down here again, Bob, and rather heavily.
2 on, 1 out, top of the 9th, score tied, and a swing and a miss at the fastball upstairs by Stairs.
Bad enough with Plunk throwing 90 plus. As I said, it's really starting to come down. We may see another halt in this one. Bad enough with a guy throwing 90 plus and hitting in this rain besides.
2-1.
Don Dankinger, who is the crew chief tonight, called a halt to things earlier. 23-minute rain delay after a lengthy delay at the start.
That's a called strike. 2 and 2.
Boy, don't you know Hargrove would love to see Plunk in this inning, get out of this thing, and then win it in the 9th. Starting to slack off now, the rain. It's been on and off all night long.
Greenwell at second. Tinsley at first. The 2-2 pitch. Struck him out. Nothing but heat. But major heat.
High fastball, the Stairs, and he chased it. Boy, what a luxury. I mean, what a bullpen. Here it is again, that last offering by Plunk. And as you said, nothing but high heat. Stairs went after it. And he gets the strikeout. Another left-hander up there now. Switch hitter Alicea.
And he's the guy who has done it for the Red Sox tonight. 2 singles, a game-tying homer, and a stolen base. Strike 1.
Well, this guy's humping now. Eric Plunk. 1 out away from getting the Indians to the 9th tied.
Plunk has averaged more than a strikeout per inning pitched over the last 4 years, and you can easily see why. A ball and a strike to Alicea. Scheduled hitters bottom of the 9th. Tomey, Ramirez, Sorrento. Anybody gets on, Alomar the catcher.
Isn't it funny how this guy has finally settled in here with the Indians? Bob, Oakland A's, Yankees, and all of a sudden coming in here, and I mean, he's really found himself.
Yes, as they check at third. 1 and 2.
Rocky Rowe made the call on this check swing. Alicea down, a ball and 2 strikes.
Two and 2.
How would you figure Alicea to be one of the hitting stars in this opening game, huh, Bob? Home run back in the 8th inning to tie it at 3 when the Indians had everything their own way. Hit it off of Taveras.
Full count, so an edge for the Red Sox. Greenwell and Tinsley will take off with the pitch.
Now back in the 8th against Taveras, he hit a low inside fastball out of here. And I wouldn't look for anything else against Plunk here. Fastball, heat.
Alicea knows it. Doing something about it is another matter. The 3-2 pitch. Foul back, and the runners return.
It's almost batting practice now. And again, I mean, if Plunk would go to a breaking ball here, you tip your hat to him. But I mean, otherwise, it's power from Eric Plunk against a hitter looking fastballs. As I said, almost like batting practice. Only you're looking at 90-plus batting practice.
They take off again, and the 3-2 pitch is a line into center. Here comes Lofton digging hard. He's there. They leave two. We'll return with the Red Sox and Indians after this from your local station.
Next Tuesday, 3 funerals and a wedding.
It's me, Joe.
Wings, News Radio, Frasier, and Pursuit of Happiness celebrate life and the afterlife. I can't open the... The laughs will knock you off your pew. Must-see TV, NBC next Tuesday.
The Mercedes E-Class, the Acura Legend, the BMW 5 Series, the Lexus LS 400, the Infiniti Q45. Our luxury performance sedan outsold each of them in its first model year. Aurora by Oldsmobile. Now the imports are the ones with some catching up to do. It's your money.
Good afternoon, sir. Is there anything I can show you today?
Just looking, thank you.
Of course, sir. Excellent choice, sir. Confidentially, our very big Hollywood star bought this very piece this morning. But it's just as effective on you, sir. Although perhaps just a smidgen long in the sleeves. Dimitri, good afternoon, sir.
9X. More information, more solutions, more stuff.
Life rarely imitates orange cones. Orange cones, however, can be made to imitate life. At Lexus, we've created a suspension system so advanced, it smooths when you want it to be, and responsive when you need it to be. The 1996 LS400. Impossible. The laws of Lexus state otherwise.
This is WHDH-TV, Channel 7.
As we go to the bottom of the ninth, here's the MCI proof positive replay of the game. Mike McFarland receiving the relay throw from John Valentin at short as Carlos Baerga bears down on him. Tries to grab it and apply the tag, left the ball behind. 2 runs scored on the double to left center by Albert Bell, who takes third as the play continues. And a moment later, he came home on an Eddie Murray single. The Indians turn a 2-0 deficit into a 3-2 lead in the 6th. Alicea tied it with his homer in the 8th. Both clubs have threatened but haven't snapped the tie. To the bottom of the 9th we go. And it's up to the Indians for now, who have won 27 times this year in their final at-bat. 48 come from behind wins out of their 100 victories. An astonishing 100 victories with just 44 defeats in the shortened season. Tomey's 0 for 2, struck out twice.
Boy, this has been an amazing ball club, Bob. When you look at what they've done in the shortened season, the 100 wins, and the amount of times that they have come from behind to win games is really unbelievable. And in extra innings, 13 times.
Bill Hasselman is the new catcher. McFarland was hit for in the last inning. In fact, there's Hasselman. Should this game go extra innings, with the Indians failing to score here in the bottom of the 9th, it becomes pertinent that they were 13-0 in extra innings.
Yeah.
First team in history to go through a whole season, this is pretty close to a full season at 144, without losing at least one extra inning game.
By the time we get done, it'll be a full season.
Hopped out of play. 2-1.
Well, Tomey sitting 2-0, gets the fastball from Stanton, had the rip and fouled it back.
Al Nipper, the pitching coach with the Red Sox in '86, started one of the games in the World Series at Fenway against the Mets. Tim Johnson, one of their coaches. Kevin Kennedy. You must have a mustache to be a Red Sox coach. Tomey fouls it off 2-2.
Even if you can take it off every day.
Boggs with a big game, 3 for 5 with a homer. Despite Griffey's 2 home runs, Mariners succumbed 9-6. Braves had to come back. Maddox didn't get the win, but they did 5-4. Wohlers closing it out with the bases loaded in the 9th. And the Reds, winners over the Dodgers. So 3-1-0 leads are established in the best of 5s. And the pitch to Thome struck him out. 3 Ks in the scorebook next to Thome's name tonight.
Al Stanton is faced to, retired to. And here's that last strikeout. Low breaking ball, and Thome went after it. 3rd strikeout tonight. First for Stanton since coming on back in the 8th. He'll work tomorrow. Oral Hershiser.
Now Ramirez, who for the year hit .308, but .410 against lefties. A strike.
Nice backdoor breaking ball that time by Stanton. Here's a guy with power to all fields, talking about Manny Ramirez. They play him to hit to right. There's a major gap in left center for Ramirez. But anywhere at all, anywhere in this ballpark, he can reach it.
Didn't quite get the inside corner. 1-1. Sorrento, the next hitter due. He's gone back in. We might see Perry, who platoons with him at first base. Two balls and a strike. Sorrento is in the on-deck circle for now.
Al is just suggesting. Perry did go to the bat rack, Bob. He's got a piece of lumber down there.
Number out in front of the plate. Stanton to first, got him. 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th.
And it's going to be Sorrento. Had Ramirez reached, it may have been the pinch hitter for Sorrento, but with nobody on and 2 men out here in the 9th, he'll hit for himself.
Hargrove told us before the game he was experiencing no anxiety. I wouldn't say he looks overwrought,
no,
but looking at his expression, he's had some moments of discomfort tonight.
Absolutely.
Sorrento's 0 for 3. Last time up, he flied to Tinsley in very deep center. 25 homers for the year.
Now, both of these clubs have had scoring opportunities in the later innings. A couple of costly errors in the 8th for Cleveland. After 1-1 was in.
Stanton quickly ahead of him, 0-2.
Indians with a couple of runners on in the 8th before the Red Sox finally ended that threat. It's been a good ball game here tonight, Bob. Early lead for Boston. Red Sox go ahead in the 6th. There's tonight's starter, Dennis Martínez. Worked a solid 6.
1-2 to Sorrento. If we get that far, top of the order in the top of the 10th, Jose, Valentin, Vaughn. With 2 out and nobody on, the 1-2 pitch. 2-2. Hargrove, the likely manager of the year. Kevin Kennedy is a candidate, though. Mike will probably get it. Job he's done in Cleveland. Count holds to Sorrento.
You know, both of these guys, Bob, so easy to talk to, and I mean, really lay it on the line. Both Kennedy and Hargrove. I mean, anything you want to know, I mean, they're laying it right out there for you. Injury-wise, hitting-wise, who's hot, who's not, who's going bad, what pitchers are doing good and who isn't. Easy guys to talk to. Really enjoy being around them.
Sorrento fans, and Stanton pushes this game to the 10th. We'll be right back.
An exciting case. Here's one.
Oops.
What happened? I pushed it too far. Get him up to the OR now!
Stickers next to your surgical residence.
Your job is hanging by a thread.
So?
Babe, come on down.
I told you no procedures without going through me. I'm not going to stop now. What happened?
This is the one you'll talk about. ER NBC Thursday.
Must-see TV, NBC. Sunday on an all-new Mad About You, can the perfect couple ace the marriage test?
Hey, there's my beautiful bride. Bite me.
Then Hope gets her own show. What about Dennis?
Dennis is gonna cry.
Have I stayed too long at the fair?
All new Hope and Gloria, NBC Sunday. This pizza guy and this rock star look so much alike, they decide to switch places. But it won't be easy. Joey Lawrence is Prince for a Day, NBC Friday.
Extra innings at Jacobs Field, and this is why we're still here. Julian Tavares in the 8th to Luis Alicea. The pitch down and in, and Alicea went down and got it and ripped it out of here. A line drive home run. One of 3 hits he's had, and that tied the game at 3.
Alley at a 3-2 pitch from Tavares and got it all to tie it at 3. And look, as we go to the 10th.
Look who's out
there. Here's the man, Jose Mesa.
Ordinarily, they wouldn't use him in this situation.
That's what Hargrove says all the time. That's the way it's been. And with Plunk working the last inning plus, he being Mike Hargrove, decided to go. The baseball's best closer this year, Jose Mesa.
46 saves, more than any other staff in the major leagues. 46 of 48. He had 2 career saves prior to this year. In the early 90s, he was in Baltimore's rotation. Gives credit to the former coach here, now manager of the Orioles, Phil Regan, a one-time Dodger reliever, several ball clubs, had his best success with the Dodgers, the Vulture, for seeing the possibility of making him into a dominant closer. Now his present pitching coach, Mark Wiley, says, I've never seen a reliever so dominating, and I saw Goose Gossage, says Wiley.
You know, one of the things about Mesa, when he was going to be relegated to bullpen duty, he was upset about it. He wanted to stay a starter. And the one thing that everybody noticed about him was the fact that, I mean, for 4 or 5 innings, 6 innings, I mean, he was one after another. Fastball, hardest thrower they had here. Somebody said, as you mentioned a moment ago, hey, let's make this guy a reliever. That's his opening offering, 94. It doesn't get much better. You know, when you get through this Indian bullpen, you might be better off with the starters. Martínez tonight in the 80s, maybe once in a while a 90, but from there on, you're starting to get up in the high voltage area with Plunk and this guy and Tavares.
And a rookie lefty, Alan Embry, who can also get it up into the 90s. Dwayne Hosey 0 for 4, ahead on the count 2-0, and there's a strike from Mesa at 93.
I remember our first telecast out of Cleveland this year, Bob. We had set everything up around Jose Mesa. Everything was set. The stage was set. They had the lead in the game. He comes in. Everybody's going crazy here. And he gives up the home run to Chad Curtis on a high outside fastball.
With 2 out of the 9.
Right. Yep. Get the first 2 outs, and everybody's going wacko here. And that was his first blown save of the year on the home run by Curtis. And they win it in extra innings on Alomar's home run.
A big key for Mesa was adding the sinking 2-seam fastball to the riding 4-seamer he had in the first place.
There it is right there. That's it. You got a nasty slider to go along with it, but when you're talking about #1 bread and butter for this guy, it's fastball. There it is again. Down low off the inside corner.
He walked it. He loses Hosey to start the 10th.
The Red Sox have had runners in the last 3 innings. Had the leadoff man aboard in the 9th when Greenwell singled. And here's the last offering, ball 4, low and off the outside corner with Hosey aboard.
Now Alomar to the mound with Valentin at the plate. John is 2 for 4, a homer and a single.
Well, do you sacrifice here, or do you let this guy take one shot? Valentin. Let him hit. Kevin Kennedy says, Frank White saying, are we going to bunt him, Tim Johnson? Kevin Kennedy said, no, nothing doing. Are you kidding? There's Al Nipper.
He's looking at the same thing I just did, and he's seeing that in limited exposure to Mesa, Valentin is 3 for 4 with a couple of walks. He squares, though, pulls back, takes a ball. You know, in an ordinary year, Mesa would be a candidate for both the MVP award. Dave Oliver in the third base coaching box flashing the signs, both the MVP award and the Cy Young. But overpowering performances by his teammate Albert Bell and Randy Johnson in Seattle pretty much shut him out of the awards.
Kevin Kennedy looking for the sacrifice here with Mo Vaughn due next.
And Mesa misses again, 2-0.
Walked Hosey to lead it off, 2-0 on Valentin. Oh, here's where I'd give him one shot. One shot.
Someone who throws as hard as Mesa is often difficult to bunt.
Well, I'm saying if you're sitting 2-0 now, one shot, just one shot for Valentin, who's homered already tonight.
He was prepared to swing, but he takes high.
Absolutely. You gotta let him take one whack. Shortstop with 27 home runs during the regular season. Now sitting 3-0. Now I'm saying here, if you let him hit 2-0, why not 3-0? But Mesa's missed 3 times and missed badly on the 2-0 pitch.
Mesa pitch away from big trouble, and there it is. Now an interesting situation. Strategically, first and second, nobody out. Most hitters, you bunt here.
You're not going to bunt this guy, are you? Mark Wiley, the Indians pitching coach, heading out now to talk with Jose Mesa, who's worked himself into a jam. Walked the first 2 here in the 10th inning. And Mo Vaughn, 0 for 2 with a couple of strikeouts, is the batter. I mean, there's nothing to say to a guy like Mesa here who's been your main man all year long. And, I mean, you may go out there to try to settle him down a little bit. But other than that, there's nothing to do. I mean, there's 2 on, nobody out, and you got to throw strikes. No 2 ways about it. No secrets. Nothing at all.
In 64 regular season innings, Mesa walked only 17, and 2 of those were intentional. Vaughn did not have a sacrifice all year, and that comes as no surprise.
Well, the Indians infield is not looking for a sacrifice. They're all playing back. There you see it. And there's no way. This guy's got to swing.
Strike 1.
And that's something. This makes it so tough sometimes as a hitter, Bob. Here's Jose Mesa, who missed badly on Valentin. And now Vaughn's the next guy, and he throws you an outside corner knee-high fastball to start you off for a strike. That's what makes guys like this so tough.
Here's the 0-1. And here's a smash into center field, but Kenny Lofton is there. Boy, he hit that right on the button. But Lofton makes the catch for the first out.
Oh, Vaughn, 0 for 5 tonight. Hit that ball hard. It's another fastball by Mesa. And Vaughn right on it, but caught by Lofton in center. As a matter of fact, when he hit that ball, I thought he hit it a little better than he did. I thought Lofton may have a little tougher play on it, but it was routine.
Canseco, 0 for 4. And furious with himself his last few at-bats.
Well, he's going to be a little furious with himself here, too. I mean, he's up there now against Mesa. This is power against power. He had a heck of a swing at that first fastball. I mean, you're sitting there looking fastball, you get it, and you still foul it back. Again, Mesa, another one of these Indians bullpenners and staffers who throws consistently in the 90s and even high 90s.
Greenwell on deck. The 0-1 pitch. A line drive is caught. The quick throw to second. It's a double play. Between them, Vaughn and Canseco are 0 for 10 to the bottom of the 10th after this from your local station.
An exciting case. Here's one.
Whoops.
Get him up to the OR now!
There goes next year's surgical residency.
Get her off my back. Your job is hanging by a thread.
Come on down.
Wow.
Man.
This is the one you'll talk about. ER, NBC Thursday.
Sports guys like me like all the great sports stuff on America Online. I like getting the latest score.
He's had enough. This commercial's over. That's okay, the kid had enough.
America Online. Welcome.
Lenora Cushing could have sat in traffic for an hour. Bill Bach could have run across town for nothing.
Save me a trip.
Margie Sullivan could have missed closing a very big sale. Pat Cannell? Who knows what he just missed? With a 9X payphone, you don't have to be out of touch just because you're on the move. For saving time and money, for checking messages, for getting things done. With a 9X payphone, it's an easy call.
Hi, my name's Michelle Owen. I have a 12:30 appointment.
It's badly sprained.
You have a slight scratch on your cornea.
Michelle, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, what do we have today?
Poison ivy.
You're going to end up being a regular customer here.
Harvard Community Health Plan.
Michelle!
Complete health care for people on the go.
Mercury Grand Marquis. Refined outside and inside a brand new interior.
The Grand Marquis continues as the gold standard in full-size cars. And there's still V8-powered rear-wheel drive. And now an engine that goes 100,000 miles before its first scheduled tune-up. Still plenty of trunk space and dual airbag protection. And
see that, sissy? I'm talking to some fella in Washington, D.C. He's what they call pro-NAFTA.
Ma, Claude done shot up the America Online again.
America Online. Welcome.
O.J. Simpson's a free man. 7 News has 3 crews bringing you the latest.
To the bottom of the 10th, Alomar starts it. Lofton and Vizquel to follow. Sandy at least bluffing a bunt. And now let's go back to the play that abruptly concluded the top of the 10th. Canseco with a blur. Tomey's got it, and Hosey gets caught off second base. The throw to Baerga. Look, Hosey goes back in without sliding, and he's doubled off.
Yeah, had he gone back with a slide, he may have made it. Ball hit sharply by Canseco right at Tomey. And we'll look at it one more time. Right at him. And Tomey quickly with a throw to Baerga covering. Hosey back standing, and they got him. Baerga with a big play at second.
A ball and a strike to Alomar, who had 10 home runs. He wants to bunt, lays down a good one. Stanton from the mound, his throw, not in time. So Alomar beats out a bunt, but not convinced by the blazing speed he showed on the play. Hargrove decides to run for it. Alomar had this idea from when he first stepped into the batter's box. He accomplishes it, and now Wayne Kirby will run for it.
Sandy Alomar, big base hit to lead it off. Nipper out once again to talk things over with Stanton. Kirby, the runner at first, with pretty good speed. He's stolen 10 bases for the Indians this year. There you see Al Nipper.
In 21 appearances in the regular season, Stanton pitched only 22 innings, so basically he's a one-inning per appearance guy. He'd worked 1 1/3, getting the last out in the 8th, then working the 9th. He begins the 10th here. Aguilera gets up.
Well, both closers, Mesa and Aguilera. Mesa normally in a game with the Indians leading tonight, coming in a tie ball game, and we may see the same thing here for Aguilera if Stanton can't deliver. Kenny Lofton now. Guy with a chance to win a game instead of saving one.
Kirby, the pinch runner, veteran reserve. He gets back. Nearing moving in close at third, of course, which he would do even if it weren't a possible sacrifice situation in respect of Lofton's speed.
Kirby not taking any chances. He's only about 3 steps off the bag, if that. Can't get picked off in this situation. Make sure the ball is bunted. Make sure it's down.
He bunts foul.
Lofton, one of those guys who doesn't square. Kenny many times bunts for base hits and has that ability to drag the ball, take it along with him up along the first baseline. Here it is one more time. He doesn't square to bunt. And he had a pretty decent pitch to bunt. Bunted it foul up along first.
Kenny is 1 for 4. He misses the bunt, and he's behind 0-2.
I'm talking about, Bob. Most hitters in a sacrifice situation, I mean, everybody in the ballpark knows you're going to sacrifice, or you want to sacrifice anyway. He jabs at this breaking ball down low and outside. I mean, if you square around, you get a better look at the pitch, and especially from a guy like Stanton, the left-hander who comes sidearm once in a while.
Now the bunt's off on 0-2, and he strikes out. Lofton's a terrific player, but that was a terrible at-bat.
Yeah, he was up there to do one thing, and that was advance a runner 90 feet, and didn't give himself up. And against Stanton, who's done a heck of a job. This guy has really done a job since coming on back in the 8th inning. Picks up the strikeout to Lofton. And Vizquel the batter now.
The next 2 hitters, Vizquel and Baerga, are switch hitters. Aguilera continues to throw. Stanton stays in.
Almost a bad throw that time by Stanton. To the left of the first baseman, Mo Vaughn. Here it is again. Look at Vaughn. Davey Nelson, the Indians' first base coach, not taking any chances.
Kirby, the pinch runner. Vizquel, the hitter, struck out, flied out, walked twice.
And again, Stanton trying to keep Kirby close. He's stolen 10, as I said. Been caught 3 times. We'll be here later on today for game 2.
Half past midnight and beyond in the 10th inning. Rain delay at the start. 23-minute rain delay in the 8th. And nothing decided yet.
Well, do you take a chance on running somebody here with Stanton, the left-hander? Kirby with good speed at first. I mean, if you're going to run, you better make sure this guy delivers to the plate. Vizquel sitting 1-0.
Every postseason game is big, of course, but in a best-of-5 series, game 1.
Oh, yeah.
The swing based on the outcome here. And no matter who loses, they'll feel as if they have wasted a good effort by their ace, either Clemens or Martínez.
That's right. And as Kevin Kennedy said, Bob, before the game, and we talked about this series, 2 games over here, before they return to Fenway Park, they get out of here with 1. I mean, they're happy. You have to be happy getting out of here with 1 in a best-of-5 and going back home to Fenway. And very much in this game tonight, after falling behind, Indians 3-run 6th, the trail 3-2, tied it on Alicea's homer, and that's where we are now.
Reaching for it, trying to poke it into right field, but it's foul. The Yankees beat the Mariners. The Reds beat the Dodgers. The Braves beat the Rockies. They all have 1-0 leads. This one goes deep into the night.
Into the night or night?
beyond the 9th, into the 10th, and deep
and
into
beyond.
the 9th.
I don't care. This is a good ball game. A lot of good action here tonight. And again, the key play in the game, Bob, that play at home plate with McFarland involved when the Indians scored their 3 back in the 6th.
The 1-2 pitch off speed, and he fouls it away.
Skell got a little breaking ball that time and tried to poke it to right field. The man who a lot of people feel will be the MVP this year, big man for the Indians tonight, Albert Bell, with that big 2-run double in the 6th.
Vizquel with a bouncing ball to short. There's one. Vaughn couldn't dig it out. They get only the force. And that will give Baerga a chance.
You know, I don't even know if he had to dig this one out. Here's the throw from Alicea. I think Vaughn just dropped it. He did. He just dropped it. Here you'll get a better look. Watch the throw from Alicea. I don't think this one was in the dirt at all. He just dropped it. Wow. Big break for the Indians. Maybe costly for Boston. Here's Baerga. Wow.
With Bell on deck. 2 for 3 and hit by a pitch is Baerga. Both his hits singles.
And again, the situation here, Vizquel aboard now at first, and there's no way you want to get picked off now. No way. 2-step lead, 1-step lead is plenty.
Here's the question. If we go to the 11th, does Mesa continue?
I think so. The bullpen. And again, looking at, well, they got Greenwell coming up. Greenwell will lead off. So Hargrove may change. He may go to the bullpen with the left-handed batting Greenwell in the 11th. If the Red Sox indeed get there. There he is, Jose Mesa. Again, Hargrove maybe taking a flyer. Tony Pena, who will come on to do the catching. Hargrove bringing in Mesa to work 1 inning and hoping that his Indians would pull it out in the bottom half. Not yet.
The left-hander Jim Poole was throwing a while ago in the Cleveland bullpen. There goes the runner. Here comes the throw, and Hasselman can't get it. Vizquel, who stole 29, puts himself in scoring position with 2 out in the bottom of the 10th.
He had a great jump that time. Stanton not paying attention at all. A good breaking ball. Good breaking ball strike, and the throw from Hasselman a little bit high, and Vizquel. Watch this. He's almost got a running start. Look at this. I mean, Stanton never looked at him. If he throws over there, he's got him. He's got him. But Vizquel, with a big jump, steals the base. And Baerga now with a base hit. Could win it. Could win it.
The pitch was a strike. So Baerga is behind 0-2. Outside 1-2.
I never thought Stanton would let Vizquel get that kind of a lead, and I didn't think Vizquel would jump to that kind of a lead anyway with Baerga up there. Big stolen base.
A Baerga hit could win it. The 1-2 pitch. He struck him out. 2 strikeouts in the inning for Stanton. We roll on.
I do not drive to work. I do not drive to get from point A to point B. I do not drive to run away from the world. I just love to drive.
1996 Monte Carlo. Personal space from genuine Chevrolet.
This is about advanced communication technology, about what's happening today, how things like the virtual office and call centers can work for your business. But it's not about bits, bytes, bells, or whistles. This is about people who know how to listen and where to look. People who can help you put all the pieces together and even get you the hardware and software you need for free. This is about how simple things can be, about knowing who, about knowing how. Network MCI, that's how.
Are you lost in a financial jungle? What you need is someone who knows the ropes. Someone you can count on for advice and financial information. MetLife can help you tame the risks and help you make sense of it all. Get Met. It pays.
Not everything is black and white.
Some things are black and white.
Or black and green.
Occasionally black and blue.
Pro Player home and away jackets come in all these colors and reverse to all of these colors.
The only guys who have Pro Player jackets are black and white.
Refs, no way. They never reverse anything.
No, Foot Locker, the guys in stripes, black and white.
The Pro Player reversible jacket, reverse it.
Friday, this pizza guy and this rock star could pass for twins.
People have actually told me that I sort of look like you.
And they want a taste of the other one's life.
All you have to do is switch places.
But trading places...
I'm him and he's me, but I'm really Ricky Prince.
Yeah, and I'm Madame.
Won't be easy.
Arrest him! He is an imposter!
Joey Lawrence is Prince for a Day, NBC Friday.
Well, Hargrove decided he'd use Mesa for one inning once it got to the 10th. Obviously, as the home team, when you go to extra innings, you can never use your closer with a lead, so he decided to take a shot, use him for the one inning, and hope they could score in the bottom half. When they didn't, he wouldn't place Mesa in jeopardy by asking him to work beyond his usual one inning.
And I think the same holds true for Eric Plunk, Bob. An inning in the third, he came on in the 8th to retire Canseco to end that inning, and then pitched a scoreless 9th, and the same then. Hooked by Hargrove for Mesa.
Tony Pena with the Red Sox from 90 to 93, now with the Indians. In is the new catcher after Alomar opened the bottom of the 10th with a bunt single, and then they sent in a runner for him. Greenwell leads off here against Poole. Red Sox with a good record in extra innings. Indians with a remarkable one. 1-1.
You know, after seeing Plunk and Mesa and earlier Tavares, now you go to the left-hander Jim Poole and a little more off-speed stuff, a little more breaking stuff.
And Greenwell hits it hard. Lofton is there, though. Tomorrow night, technically tonight now, 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific, postseason baseball continuing. Game 2 of these division series. Virtually all of you watching this game will see Game 2 between the Indians and the Red Sox.
You may even be seeing this game yet.
Yeah, we may just continue. Nearing to the plate, Tinsley to the on-deck circle. Poole's delivery is a strike. Poole has been with the Dodgers briefly, the Rangers also very briefly, a longer stretch with the Orioles before coming to the Indians this year.
Two great fastballs on Nehring right on the outside corner, back to back. Left-hander with that little riding fastball. Here's Jim Poole.
Nehring's 1 for 3 with a sacrifice. And here's a drive to deep left. This ball is on its way and gone. The third homer of the night for the Red Sox. All their scoring on home runs. And they take the lead 4-3.
I think this was an 0-2 curveball. I think it was an 0-2 breaking ball. He threw 2 fastballs on the outside corner, takes Nehring 0-2, and I believe this is an 0-2 breaking ball. He's not the power pitcher of a Plunk or Tavares or a Mesa. Here it is again. I think this is a high break. Absolutely. 0-2 breaking ball, and Nehring got it all.
And now a pop-up to the right side, which Sorrento takes barely in fair territory, and Tinsley is retired. Another look at the homer.
Nehring, who hit 10 during the regular season, takes this 0-2 breaking ball, and I mean knocked it out of here. No problem. There it is again. About knee-high and right down the middle, 0-2.
Now Hasselman for his first at-bat since replacing McFarland.
Well, I'm surprised he didn't go away again on Nehring. I mean, it's a day late and $1 short, but he had the 2 strikes on the outside and then threw the hanging curve. I know he wanted it down low and inside, but that's not where it ended up.
Here's a source of hope for the Indians. Bell, Murray, and Tomey in the 11th for them. Hasselman knocks it back to the mound. Poole throws him out, but the one hit was devastating. Nehring's homer, 4-3 Boston.
You ever hear anyone talk about life like you gotta chew it up and spit it out? You gotta want it so bad you can taste it. You gotta be hungry. If so, Gatorade has one question for you. You want something to drink with that? Because you're gonna be thirsty. Life is a sport. Drink it up.
It's been said that everyone will be famous for 15 minutes. For some, that's just their daily commute. The 1995 Lexus Coupe.
There are no medals for being the shoulder to cry on. No awards for passing on traditions. But to the men who give their best every day, we give our best. Gillette Sensor XL. Spring-mounted twin blades that adjust to your face, and soft, flexible microfins that set up your beard, and Gillette Series shaving gel for incredible smoothness. Sensor XL for the closest, most comfortable shave ever. Gillette, the best a man can get.
Somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Maybe they should have traded him for Griffey.
Sunday at 12:30 Eastern, total coverage of the NFL on NBC. Dan Marino leads the league's only undefeated team, the Dolphins, against the extraordinary Marshall Faulk and the Colts. Barry Sanders and the Lions host the Cleveland Browns, a regional action. All part of a blockbuster doubleheader. The NFL on NBC, made in America, played in America, Sunday.
So here's Aguilera, 32 saves for the year. 20 out of 21 opportunities since he came to the Red Sox. At least 30 saves in 5 of the last 6 seasons. But this won't be easy. Here's the first reason why. Well, it wouldn't be his 51st technically. Postseason homers wouldn't count, but you get the idea. That's what they're hoping for.
That's right. And against Rick Aguilera now. Pretty good fastball, good breaking stuff, and a good splitter.
Bell has 1 at-bat this year against Aggie. He homered. One for 4 tonight, a double. Strike 1.
Boy, and Tim Welke all night long is really giving the outside corner both ways. Starting out with Clemens tonight and Martínez. And all the way down the line. Called a good game. Called a good ball game tonight. And here's again one of those situations where Aguilera, you've got to stay down on this guy. I mean, you can get inside on him, way off the inside, and stay down and away. I mean, if you're upstairs and something he can really get, and especially now in this situation, down 4-3, I mean, he's going.
He studies pitchers intently.
Yeah.
Keeps personal records on each of them, sets pitchers up as well as anybody, and jumps on mistakes probably better than any hitter in the game. The 1-1 pitch. He got under this one and has to hope it goes out of play, which it does.
Well, I just said a moment ago, you better not stay up on this guy. If you give him something upstairs, he's going to hurt you. Luckily for Aguilera, this ball was off the inside corner. Here it is one more time. I mean, he's trying to lift and separate this thing from Jacobs Field. There it is, right there. He got out in front of it and popped it foul. But you're right, Bob. He's another one of those guys who will sit on pitches. He'll set you up as if not looking for something when he really is, and then try to lay on it.
The 1-2 pitch. The Red Sox best against the Indians best in a late inning situation right here.
Well, he's got Bell, then Murray, and then Tomey. Nothing easy here for Aguilera in the 11th.
The 2-2. And we'll do it again.
There's something out of this guy. Now, that was not a bad pitch. Down low and away, and Albert Bell still got the extension on that ball and got a piece of it. This is a tough pitch by Aguilera. That's a breaking ball down low and away. Look where that pitch is. Around the outside corner, and Bell trying to pull it, hit it foul. Again, you can come inside on him. You can get in tight on him. Sometimes pitchers don't want to do it because the margin for error inside is so small in difference to going away. There's the splitter, and a good one, and Bell again got a piece of it. I think that's one of the things that a lot of people overlook about Albert Bell, Bob, the fact that this guy not only has power, I mean, he's got tremendous power. We all know that. This guy's a good hitter. 317 for the year.
Aguilera taking plenty of time. All the while, Bill just waiting. And the 2-2. Here's a smash to deep left. This ball game is tied. They have taken Albert Bell's bat. You remember he was suspended after a court bat incident last year. No one has so much as asked to check his bat this year. They have confiscated the bat after an apparent game-tying home run here in the 11th. And since I doubt that they can X-ray it and rule in time, it is a game-tying home run.
Well, it has been a thing with Albert Bell for quite some time now. I'll tell you what, if we get a look at that pitch again.
Murray, and he drives one to deep right, but not nearly deep enough. He got under it, and here's Hosey.
You're going to look at that last pitch that Bell hit. I don't care if your bat's corked or not. Look where this pitch is. I talked about pitches upstairs. about knee-high to thigh-high, and he got it all. It looked like a splitter against Aguilera. That ball was gone when it left his bat. He was right on it. There it is. Ball was up again, and Bell nailed it. He knew it. Yep.
A classic Bell home run, not so much a high arcing shot as a laser beam.
He got it all. It was a high breaking ball, and he hit it. Going to be interesting to see what happens now after Kevin Kennedy asked home plate umpire Tim Welke to take that bat out of play. And there's the reason Albert Bell says I hit the home run right there. Maybe he's got cork in there.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I got your cork bat, buddy. Here's your cork bat right here.
Now, here's another guy that can take it deep in Jim Thome, who has struck out 3 times tonight and hit a fly ball.
And the rain starts again.
A little bit, not bad.
How about this ball game?
Oh, man. I'm telling you.
One and one to Thome. Line drive, base hit. His first of the night. He had been 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts.
This club is amazing. They really are. No matter how many times you say it, how many times you see it, this club is truly amazing. 100 wins. The amount of times that they've come from behind to win ball games in extra innings during the regular season, unbelievable. And they have a chance to do it here again tonight after Nehring gives the Red Sox the lead with a home run in the 11th. The big man comes back to tie it, and here's Jim Thome aboard now representing the winning run and one of baseball's best young players, and Ramirez up there. What a game.
Manny is hitless, 0 for 4. High for a ball.
You know, this crowd standing, Bob, and a lot of people, surprising to me anyway, have left. There's Mike Maddox as the rain starts to get heavier. But a lot of people have left this game, which is kind of surprising here in Cleveland.
Well,
most of these, those people jammed in there, standing room only, each and every day here at Jacobs Field.
Most of these folks, I'm guessing, working for a living, probably have to be at the office 8, 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Might not have understanding bosses. Ramirez fouls it off.
Too.
Well, he could.
You never know. I can run down and check for you. It's been a great night. Save for the rain, it's been a great night. Great way to open the playoffs.
One out, one on, one in, 1-1 the count in the bottom of the 11th.
You know, both of these managers were pretty congenial before the game and during our interviews and everything else. That one might really offset Mike Hargrove as far as Kevin Kennedy is concerned. Crowd here getting a little upset at Rick Aguilera, thinking he's trying to delay this thing, but he's trying to get some of the mud out of his shoes. And I'm sure once the inning is over, we'll see the Indians ground crew out here with some of that diamond dry, trying to steady things up around the mound.
Sorrento on deck.
It seemed like a long time ago when Martínez and Clemens started this game.
Well, it was about 4.5 hours ago.
And he's still on the bench. There he is, Dennis Martínez.
Scheduled start was 5 hours back. We had a delay before the first pitch. And another in the 8th inning. Playing through a lighter rain right now in the bottom of the 11th. Strike 2 is called.
You got to make up your mind as a hitter tonight. And again, it's been both ways with Tim Welke. He's given the corner pitches outside for the most part. And they're not all that bad. They're borderline pitches, but they're reachable.
Only a modest lead. The 1-2 pitch. Down and away, and Hasselman saves a wild pitch. And Aguilera hurt himself on the delivery. Aguilera hobbling around.
Well, it's getting muddy. It's getting muddy around the mound area, and he may have pulled a groin muscle here.
Looks that way.
Yep. As he delivered, he slipped. And this is the one thing that both Kevin Kennedy and Mike Hargrove talked about tonight. Well, now the diamond dry, a day late and a dollar short. But, I mean, it's up to the individual pitchers on the mound. I mean, if you're in danger and you feel you're in jeopardy of hurting yourself or doing something that's going to cost your club. Here it is again. And there it is. He just looked like he turned his ankle, Bob, instead of really slipping, or his spikes got hung up. Check it one more time. No, he slipped. He stretched it. He pulled it. That's exactly what he did. As he landed, he came down, and you could see his foot, that front foot, slide out, extend itself out in front of him. One more time. There it is. There it is. And we'll see if he can continue. He looks like he may be all right here. And Kevin Kennedy is still out there and very concerned. And why not? The opening game of the series, and your main man from the bullpen is questionable. But we'll see now. He told Kennedy, I think he told him just a minute ago, that he was going to be all right, or he thought he would be all right. We'll see here. Looks like he's all right.
The Red Sox were 3 outs away from seizing game 1 of a best-of-5 series against the best team in baseball this year. And if the Indians do lose this game, think about it, heading into game 2, because of just one game, a whole season, a once-in-a-lifetime season, would be close to hanging in the balance tomorrow if they don't win game 2, if they drop this one. And they head to Boston down 0-2.
Yep.
They're on the verge of having all of this greatness not washed away. Nothing can take away what they accomplished, but having it end abruptly.
Well, again, this crowd upset. Kennedy wants Aguilera out of the game. Aguilera wants to stay in the game. He's telling Kennedy, I'm all right. I'm okay. And again, why the Indians ground crew here isn't taking some more of that diamond dry. It's a chemical that really soaks up water or moisture, and why they don't take more and put it around the landing area. And again, maybe it's up to Aguilera. There you look at it, and I mean, that stuff really sucks up water. And again, why they don't put more of it out there and really ensure the safety. You can see how muddy it is out there as Aguilera tries to clean out his cleats. But evidently he feels everything is all right. He knows he's all right. He's going to stay in the game, Bob.
Mike Maddox, the guy Kevin Kennedy said would be his 4th starter, there he is. If tonight's game had been rained out and they had given up the off day and had to use a 4th starter, Maddox would have been the guy. Ken Hill would have filled that same role for Cleveland if tonight's game had been rained out. Maddox has been throwing for a while, but Aguilera is going to stay in. The rain is coming down much harder now. We could have, if the Indians don't score to win it and we have to play the 12th, we could have another rain delay. The rain has already taken out one of our monitors in the booth. You don't lean too far out. You know what they say about electrical equipment and water. I wouldn't want you to stick your head out here.
I don't even know why I did that.
The 2-2 pitch. And Ramirez goes down swinging.
And he nailed Hasselman on the backswing.
Yeah.
Bill Hasselman got nailed on the backswing by Ramirez. He's all right. Take a look now at Ramirez. And here's a problem with catchers sometimes working a little too close. It's a split-fingered fastball, and there you see it. The backswing by Ramirez, and he nailed Hasselman on top of the shoulder. Watch this. Here it is right here. Bam! No fun. What'd you let me grab that monitor for? I never thought about that.
Before I could stop you, you were on the verge of going the Don King route.
The monitor. The monitor. Monitor was outside the booth, fans, if you're wondering what we were talking about. It's starting to rain rather heavily, and it started to started to go a little shaky on us, so I reached out and grabbed it. And he left me.
Sorrento, who's 0 for 4. Hit 25 home runs in the regular season. Struck out twice in his 4 previous at-bats. Thome at first with 2 down now. And ball 1.
Well, there's no easy touch in this Indian lineup. And again, I mean, the same old's true, much so for the Red Sox, but up and down this Cleveland lineup, I mean, there is no easy touch. Here's a number 8 guy with 25 home runs.
But Pena has replaced Alomar and is on deck, and a much lesser hitter than Sandy. Boy, Hasselman took another one. He's sopping wet. He's got bruises all over his body.
First the backswing by Ramirez. Now watch this foul ball almost take his mask off. Sometimes it feels good. Not always.
Which times are those?
I guess you have to have a little masochist in you to play the position right before your main meal. Count to Sorrento. Aguilera brings it home. 2 balls and a strike. Isn't it amazing when you watch these guys, Bob, how they hate to give in on certain hitters? Here's a guy, Sorrento, with big power, and Aguilera, I mean, really working him tough, down and away, trying not to give him something to pull. He made the mistake on Bell. He tied the game. And now he's behind Sorrento 3-1. And as you mentioned a moment ago, Tony Pena due to follow. You know, Pena hasn't been all that bad this year. I mean, he's picked up offensively, hitting in the 260s. Yeah, he hit 262 and popped 5 homers. Done all right. Done a good job behind the plate. It's been that kind of a year for the Indians where guys like Pena or somebody else who isn't in the starting lineup, somebody who gets in a game every once in a while, responds no matter what the situation. Hey, the Red Sox have played well here tonight, though. It's been a good one. These have been the 2 best teams in the league over the year. They've played like it tonight. Sorrento with a base hit to right. Thome round second. The footing is kind of unsure, and he holds on. So now the winning run at second base with 2 outs in the 11th. Now here it is again. 3-1 pitch. Look where that pitch is. Upstairs on Sorrento, and it's knocked into right by Sorrento. As Jim told me, who took the turn at second. As Bob said, it's a little tender going out there with the rain still coming down, and Kevin Kennedy out there again checking on Aguilera, and again the footing is treacherous. That's Mike Stanton, a right-hander. I should say Mike Maddox. Mike Stanton was in here earlier, the left-hander who did a great job with 4 strikeouts, but Maddox, and there you see Tim Welke.
Tim Welke wants the ground crew out there again. I don't know why they didn't do this earlier. That last pitch from Aguilera is not what you normally see from that guy. Not in that area. Not on a 3-1 count to throw a pitch like that to a left-hander, Paul Sorrento. And I mean, it's treacherous. It's tough. And I mean, you get yourself extended like Aguilera did the first time. Here it is again. Watch his front foot. Watch his planting foot, his landing foot. And again, it's sliding. It's slippery. There it is. There you see him. And he's got to be a little bit tender. He keeps telling Kennedy that he's all right, but I mean, he's got to be a little bit tender after you saw that last delivery and the way he hopped around. Maddox is ready. He's been ready.
You know that Kennedy prefers strategically to have Aguilera pitch to Pena and get them out of this inning. These are the guys he has left. Only one of them a left-hander. Zane Smith, but he's also torn. This is his big guy. If he exposes him to injury and blows him out for the rest of the series, then what does he do?
Well, I mean, part of the blame here has to be with Aguilera too. I mean, if he is tender, and I mean, I know he wants to pitch, and it's a big game and a big series, but if he's too tender, then he's got to take himself out of the game, Bob. And I mean, it's not being wussy or anything else. If you feel you can't pitch and you're gonna hurt yourself or hurt your club by staying in the game, then it's your own fault. But I mean, here's a guy who's been there many times. He feels he can pitch. He feels he can still do the job, and under different circumstances, without this rain coming down the way it is, I'm sure he'd be perfect. He'd be fine. But that's the way it is now. And they've put some more of that diamond dry out there, and let's see what happens.
If there is a 12th, I'd be very surprised if Aguilera pitches it, but they're going to let him try to get out of the 11th. Nehring, Valentin, and Alicea have all homered for the Red Sox. Albert Bell, 50 homers, 52 doubles for the year, has one of each tonight in the first game of the playoffs. Pena, at age 38, still a useful player.
You know, you got to wonder here if Aguilera, as he starts his delivery, Bob, might have in the back of his head, I got to be a little careful with my front foot, with my landing foot. I don't want to really blow this thing all the way if indeed it is bothering him, and it's affecting his delivery here.
Tomey at second. He's the one who matters. Sorrento at first. And Pena fouls it off. 1-1.
Be interesting on a base hit here if Pena does come through with the slow track now. And Tomey not the fastest of runners. And Kevin Kennedy has seen enough of Aguilera, I think. I really do. I think this is a good move, and maybe Aguilera himself is feeling this thing now, and it's too much. I'm really surprised that he didn't take himself out earlier, Bob. Not that you're not tough or anything else, and he's limping badly now. I mean, but you have to look at the whole series down the line. This is only game one, but here Aguilera has maybe jeopardized himself and the Red Sox by staying in here longer than he had to, and that's the first one. That's the second one. That's the second one. The first one where he really slipped and pulled what appeared to be a groin muscle. Again, maybe he should have listened to Kevin Kennedy, as Mike Maddox, a right-hander, is coming on now for Boston. This is a tough situation for a manager, Bob, and again, it's a big series, and fans and everything else, and the Boston fans, you haven't been there, you're in there again, and your number one guy blows a hamstring or a groin muscle. I mean, it really jeopardizes the whole ball club. And again, hopefully he's not injured badly.
Here's the first time that he slipped. I believe this is the replay of the first one. This is the one where he really went down and grabbed the groin area, started hobbling around.
Now you look at it, he really, I mean, once he landed, once that front foot hit the dirt and he started to slide and slip, you could see the extension on his leg and the area where the pull occurred. But then as Kennedy came out to check on him along with the Red Sox trainer, he kept insisting that he wanted to stay in the game, and Kevin let him stay in the game. But as this rain keeps coming down and it's getting muddier and muddier, and again, Aguilera not wanting to come out, but he may have injured himself further. I mean, really pulled that thing.
The rain actually has let up a little bit in the last couple of minutes. While all this has been going on, there's an ebb and flow to the rain here. It starts and stops all night long, and it's pretty much let up. This is how the bottom of the 11th began. After Tim Nehring's home run in the top half had given the Red Sox the 4-3 lead, Aguilera can't put one past Bell. He hit 50 in 144 games, the 12th man in history to reach the 50 home run plateau, and he launches one here in the 11th to tie it. And here's his gesture directed toward Kevin Kennedy in particular and the rest of the Red Sox dugout. And for you lip readers, it's best to turn away at that point. And he's saying, look, you can confiscate my bat, which they did, as he was rounding the bases to check to see if there's any cork, but the cork is right here in the muscle.
That's right, it is, baby. Yeah. It was a high breaking ball from Aguilera, and Albert Bell jumped all over it. The same holds true for Nehring back in the top half of the inning. Top half of the 11th, he gets a 2-strike breaking ball from Stanton, and he hit it out.
So now Mike Maddox, whose brother Greg, way back when the evening started, was on the hill for the Braves in Colorado and was not his usual masterful self, wound up with a no decision, but the Braves came back and won the game 5-4 with Mark Wohlers striking 2 guys out. One of them was Galarraga, with the bases loaded in the bottom of the 9th to preserve the 1-run lead. So Maddox comes in. For what it may be worth, Tony Pena is 3 for 7 lifetime against Mike Maddox.
Well, again, the incident involving Albert Bell after Kevin Kennedy wanted the bat taken out of the game to be examined by Tim Welke really set off Mike Hargrove. Now Pena, a ball and a strike with a chance to win it.
Greenwell, Tinsley, and Hosey in the outfield. Their arms could be tested. Swing and a miss, 1-2.
Saw this guy work a couple of days ago in Milwaukee against the Brewers, Mike Maddox. He's done a good job for Kevin Kennedy. Pretty good thrower with a good breaking ball, Bob.
This game has had a little of just about everything.
It's been a good one. It really has. What an opener.
Some intrigue concerning the strategy. Some controversy with the confiscation of the bat. The 1-2 pitch to Pena. He laid off and it didn't miss by much. And Tony's a guy who will chase a pitch. He is not the most selective hitter in the history of the game.
Think there'll be anybody crawling around in the lower portion of this stadium trying to get that bat of Albert Bell's out of some room?
Well, they did that, didn't they,
when Chicago.
When they confiscated it against the White Sox last year. They tried to switch bats. Guys were climbing in through the transom,
cutting holes through the window, and everything else. Yeah.
2 on, 2 out, and the 2-2 pitch coming from Maddox to Pena in the bottom of the 11th. Alicea fields it cleanly, shovels it over to second for the force. They score the tying run, but they leave 2. What do you say we play to 12? We will after this.
You've always made a great team. Together growing, dreaming, caring, and sharing the rewards along the way. Park Avenue. For the comfort, for the luxury, for the quality. Congratulations, you've earned it. Buick Park Avenue.
There's this college team I practice with to stay in shape. Each one is out to prove that they can hit the Rhine Express. I'm out to prove they can't. After a day of fastballs, it's Advil for me. Nothing has shown me that it works better or lasts longer than Advil.
For sore muscles, more doctors recommend Advil than any other pain reliever.
I love that sound.
Advil, advanced medicine for pain.
This isn't about why your business has to communicate better or when the time is ripe to put all the new technology to work. We're past that stage. This is about putting laptops on desks and pages in pockets. It's about email and the internet. It's about a person who puts it all together and a company that can give you the hardware and software for free. This isn't about blue sky or sci-fi or by the by. This is about now, about how. Network MCI, that's how.
Welcome, Dave. Been a long time.
Sure has, Red.
You got a spicy chicken sandwich. But here, try this.
Not bad.
Water?
No, thanks. Now try a Wendy's spicy chicken.
Wendy's Spicy Chicken Sandwich is a whole breast fillet seasoned with Dave's own blend of pepper and spices. It's one very delicious, very spicy sandwich.
Please.
Try Wendy's Spicy Chicken Sandwich and long live the king.
Hey, come on! NBC Saturday on JAG. He's my friend. A deadly accident.
I was only doing what I thought was best for the court.
My man, I want my investigation.
I want to know what this is about.
Who is not telling the truth?
I'll see what I can do.
Oliver North guest stars on an all-new JAG.
Rain falling again as we move to the 12th. Each team has used 6 pitchers. Jim Poole for his second inning of work. And a ball and a strike to Alicea, batting right-handed now. 3 for 4, including a home run. Poole got a reprieve when Bell tied the game. He stood to be the loser, having given up the go-ahead homer to Nearing in the top of the 11th. Hosey, another switch hitter, is on deck. 2-1.
High inside breaking ball on Alicea. That's the pitch that Nearing hit out back in the 11th. On a 2-strike offering, he hit a high breaking ball.
2-2. Ken Hill has been throwing in the Cleveland bullpen, their 4th starter. There he is, the former Expo and Cardinal. Mid-season pickup. The 2-2 pitch to Alicea. A smash to left center field. This ball is really carrying, and it's off the base of the wall. Alicea is on his way to second. He has himself a 4 for 5 night.
Do you believe that? Luis Alicea. I mean, we've talked so much about all of the big guys. The Vaughns, Valentin, Greenwell, Nearing tonight. And here is Luis Alicea, who hit the big home run back in the 8th, his 4th hit tonight, a double off the wall in left center. Man, oh man, what a night. Albert Bell giving chase, and Kenny Lofton plays this ball off the wall to hold Alicea to the double. Mark Wiley heading out.
Well, we saw Ken Hill throwing. The only pitchers Wiley and Hargrove have left are Hill, Chad O.J., and the lone left-hander, Alan Embry. That's unless this game goes about 20 innings, and they've got to use Charles Nagy, who's supposed to be the Game 3 starter on Friday at Fenway. Tomorrow's starter is Oral Hershiser. Now, for Kevin Kennedy, he has a right-hander, Joe Hudson, a left-hander, Zane Smith. Other than that, only the pitchers for Games 2 and 3, Eric Hansen and Tim Wakefield, the knuckleballer, who would be the Game 3 starter. And actually, that's the one guy you could use. You could use a knuckleball guy in desperation and then bring him back on 2 days rest.
Absolutely. It's been done many, many times, and as a matter of fact, knuckleball pitchers don't mind doing it. And I know with Phil Garner and the Brewers and their knuckleballer Steve Sparks, he's done it a number of times this year. And again, in the situation with the Red Sox and Tim Wakefield, the same holds true. They need a sacrifice here in Bantam, or a ball hit to the right side, but a sacrifice even more so.
Hosey's 0 for 4 with a walk. Turned around to the right side. He was showing bunt before Poole wheeled around. And the purpose of that wasn't so much concern with Alicea as it was to see if Hosey, the rookie, would tip his hand so they could be sure.
Thome playing deep at third. He'll make his charge.
Squares, bunts, liner. But it was too far out of Thome's reach.
No chance for Thome on that line drive bunt attempt by Dwayne Hosey. But again, he squared around and had a good ball to bunt. He wants to make Thome. That's the guy he wants to make field the ball, for sure. Wants to make Thome make the charge in the play. Nothing that Poole or Sorrento can handle, where they have a play at third.
Squaring again, making no secret of his intentions, but he's behind 0-2.
And again, a good breaking ball by Jimmy Poole, but a pitch that Hosey could have bunted. Here it is again. It's a breaking ball, and he just didn't get the head of the bat out in time to try and get a piece of the ball. Behind 0-2.
And down he goes. In his first postseason game, Posey's had a night to forget.
Wow. 3 nasty breaking balls. Here's the last one. I mean, this one really nasty. Down low and inside, out of the strike zone, and Posey went after it.
Just a weak wave and grab some bench.
And even to get a ball down on the ground somewhere.
Now they're going to walk Valentin. And this could be interpreted by some as an affront to Vaughn, an MVP candidate. But as we've told you, his average is considerably lower against left-handers, and they do set up the double play possibility with this move. And Valentin has had a good night. 2 for 4 with a walk and a near wild pitch. Man, this game has had just about everything.
That would have been it. That would have been it. A wild pitch on an intentional ride. Here it is. Look at this one. Good play by Pena.
How would Harry Doyle, the fictional voice of the Cleveland Indians in Major League, have called that?
Just a bit outside.
Well, Vaughn and Canseco are a combined 0 for 10. And they are the next 2 hitters.
You know, his last time up, though, he hit a bullet to center that Lofton caught with a couple of runners on. That was back in the 10th after 2 walks. Vaughn lines out, and then they get the double play hit by Canseco.
Yeah, actually, the last at-bat for each of them, they really smacked the ball, but in the wrong spot. Poole works to Vaughn. Got him out in front.
Well, he's going to have to make up his mind here against Poole that he's not going to get anything to pull. And we've talked about Vaughn as you look at him wave at that last breaking ball. Tough pitch to hit. But we've talked about him and his opposite field power. He can go the other way. They play him, as a matter of fact, to hit that way in the Indian outfield. They shade him to hit to left.
Check down at third. He couldn't hold up.
Wow. Rocky Rowe tonight. It's about the 3rd time that he's been involved in a check swing call. This one close on Vaughn. Here it is again. Low breaking ball. And that one, we'll get another look at it. Another angle. And Rocky Rowe got a better look than Tim Welke. 2 strikes, 2 breaking balls on Vaughn.
Vaughn has fanned twice tonight. Led the league in the dubious category for the season with 150. Is this number 3? Yes. The hat trick he didn't want.
Well, he's not getting any argument from Mo Vaughn. Talking about Rocky Rowe. And we'll look at it again as Mike Hargrove makes another trip. Here it is one more time. Another breaking ball. And Vaughn, trying to check his swing, couldn't do it. I said earlier, I mean, it's in that area and against a pitcher like Poole where you've got to make up your mind to go the other way. He's not going to give you anything to pull. And there you see Rocky Rowe with that punch-out call on Vaughn.
With the pool of eligibles depleting, Jim Poole leaves. Ken Hill will come in, the right-hander, to face Canseco.
Well, the rain's still coming down here in Cleveland. Jose Canseco will be the batter.
Uecker.
Yes, I know what you're about to say.
You know I'm mad about you.
You got that right, buddy. And Hope and Gloria, too.
Beginning with Mad About You at 8
right.
Eastern, 7 Central. Must-see TV comedy Sunday here on NBC. By Sunday, barring rainouts, we'll be out of here. We will know the 4 survivors.
We should.
2 in each league who move on to the LCS.
Yep. Absolutely. Here's Kenny Hill. He was the guy that started our first ball game here, Bob. Our game that we did on a Friday night. here in Cleveland, the game that we talked about earlier. Kenny Hill started that game and left with the lead, only to have Detroit come back and tie it. The Indians eventually won it, but that was our first look at Ken Hill this year. Hard-throwing right-hander. This guy throws good, too.
Here's what happened elsewhere. The Yankees, who don't have to face Randy Johnson until Game 3 at the Kingdome, beat the Mariners 9-6. Boggs 3 for 5 with a homer. Ken Griffey 2 homers in a losing cause. The Braves were in trouble, down 3-1 at one point, but they came back and won 5-4 at Colorado. Chipper Jones hit 2 homers, and Wohlers got 2 strikeouts with the bases loaded in the ninth. And the Reds got 4 off Ramon Martínez. Hal Morris had a big night. Santiago a homer and 3 RBIs. Piazza had a homer for the Dodgers, but not nearly enough. Shurik was the winning pitcher for the Reds, and they prevail 7-2. No matter your opinion of the expanded playoffs, strategically it presents a new element for all these managers, and especially in this game, more so than in the other 3 elsewhere around the country. Each manager has had to go deep into his bullpen tonight. This is a long process, and none of these games can be throwaway games where you use a mop-up guy unless you're just behind 12-0 and
That's
you concede. So this is going to put a test, especially on the starting pitching, when you go 3 rounds on the teams that make it all the way to the World Series, because they'll be using in the crucial games a lot of guys on 3 days rest, I would think, who aren't accustomed to doing it, at least not repeatedly.
Well, I mean, it's the end of the year, and I mean, if the situation dictates that, I mean, that's what you have to do as a manager. And I think, Bob, you'll get a lot of volunteers too. I mean every guy on these clubs involved in the playoffs all the way down the line knows what's going on. I mean, they know what the story is, the situation.
Hill to Canseco, another big cut and a foul back.
Well, I'm telling you, this guy's had some good rips tonight and just missed. He's hit a couple of balls fairly decent. He knows he's had good pitches to hit. Here it is again, a low fastball from Kenny Hill, and he just missed it. Just missed it. His postseason woes continue hitting-wise.
He is now 1 for his last 23 in the postseason.
He hit a bullet for a double play back in the 10th.
He does have 7 home runs in the LCS and World Series with Oakland in the past. But he's behind here 0-2.
Good breaking ball by Kenny Hill. Red Sox, all they're looking for is a base hit. They're not looking for a home run here from Canseco. A little flare to right would do nicely. Here's that last breaking ball by Kenny Hill, down low and away, and Canseco missed it. Tried to pull that ball down low and away. Hill trying to get out of it here. Did you see where? Yeah. Did you see where Pena set a target? You don't see a catcher set a target on too many guys like that last one. Watch this target.
And watch Canseco pop several buttons on his shirt, unleashing that swing. This is not the Wee Willie Keeler hit him where they ain't school.
No, this is not a... it's not a video game, man. This is real.
Got him. Alicea open with a double. They can't cash him in. Top of the order and the bottom of the 12th for the Indians after this from your local station.
A dream vacation.
Isn't this great?
Where nothing could go wrong.
Kidding?
Except Captain Ron.
We're pirates. Pirates of the Caribbean. Been to Disney World one too many times?
Kurt Russell and Martin Short in the wackiest vacation movie of them all. Captain Ron, Sunday on NBC.
Perhaps it's because we offer our business class passengers complimentary limousines, sleeper seats with up to 15 inches of extra legroom, and personal video screens at every seat. Or it may just be our refreshingly different British personality. Whatever the reason, it seems we put a few noses just a bit out of joint. Upper Class by Virgin Atlantic Airways.
I got busy signals for an hour last night trying to call you.
Why are you playing hard to get?
I called you 10 times, Mom, and then I had to walk.
When right now, call waiting is so easy to get.
I spent an hour trying to reach you.
And all I got was busy, busy, busy. Call now and get free connection. You'll pay just $2.58 per month in Massachusetts, and you may never miss another call.
You got call waiting. Finally.
Oh,
9X.
If you think driving the remarkable new Lexus LS 400 is merely a blue sky dream, we'd like to welcome you back to Earth. The LS 400 custom tailored lease. Transportation to Cloud 9. Now at your Lexus dealer.
You shouldn't compare us to other health plans. You should compare us to the companies that define your expectations about service and innovation. Like the airline you fly, the credit card you use, the bank you do business with. The 2.1 million people who rely on us for health care should be able to take it for granted that things are going to go right.
7 News is live from New York with coverage of the Pope's visit to America tomorrow.
Uecker, by my watch, it's 1:35 Eastern Time, which was the exact starting time of the late night show I used to do. You were a guest on that the first or second week.
I never thanked you.
Later on NBC,
absolutely.
and this then is the second time we have appeared together this deep into the night. Lofton in the bottom of the 12.
How long has this game been going on? 4 hours and what?
About 4.5.
4.5? That's all right. I'm glad we're here. I really am.
That's 4.5 of official playing time. We've had rain delays, though.
No problem. Just glad to be aboard with you, buddy.
Actually, we are 5.5 hours removed from the scheduled starting time.
I have no problem with that either. I had to get out of the room. The maids had to get in there.
Oh, Lofton is hit by a pitch. And it stung.
That got him right in the back.
But perhaps not as badly as it will sting the Red Sox to see the league's base-stealing leader head down to first with nobody out on the 12th, plunked by a Maddox pitch.
Here it is one more time. This almost hit him in the back. He spun away, got him down around the lower back, and Lofton in pain but aboard with Vizquel up there now. And the Indians with a chance with a runner, leadoff man aboard here in the 12th. That one nailed Lofton. Inside fastball from Maddox. Here it is again. I don't feel good. Not at all. That'll bring Nehring up at third. Or what should be a bunt by Vizquel. Boy, both of these clubs have had chances, Bob.
They sure have. Vizquel 0 for 3 with a pair of walks thrown in.
Situation where you'd think a guy could lay a bunt down. They haven't responded. Have failed.
And Lofton back.
I'll tell you what. Today and yesterday, when we were in here and talking about this series and this opening game, I in no way figured that we would be in extra innings and the bullpens would be so much involved in this game or in this series.
Tries to bunt.
Yeah, this is unbelievable with some of these players in this game, and a guy like an Omar Vizquel who does the fundamental things so well to miss on a bunt attempt a couple of times. And guys like Hosey and the guys who are supposed to do that kind of a job. Here it is again by Vizquel. I mean, these guys are supposed to be able to get the ball down. Lofton earlier. You see how he had the bat back? Not out in front of him where he could get that ball down and have really good control.
Was he hit by that pitch?
That was a foul.
No, I don't know.
Foul ball.
He's contending he was hit. Welke does not agree. Hargrove out to talk it over.
That's the problem with wearing gloves. When an umpire says, show me, you can't show him any red spot. You can't show him anything. He's wearing 2 batting gloves. And here's Hargrove now. He's had a disagreement earlier with Welke when Albert Bell's bat, if you joined us late, was taken out of the game after Bell hit the home run back in the 11th. Here's a high inside fastball, and Vizquel contending the ball hit him. It didn't look like it on the replay. It didn't look like it.
It didn't.
And Tim Welke right on it. Here it is again.
Better angle.
Watch his upper hand. His upper hand is gone. His upper hand is gone. It looks like it hit the bat. And Vizquel.
And you know what? He's trying to decoy him. He's shaking the lower hand on the bat, batting from the left side. There's no way in the world it could have hit his right hand.
No, it's the wrong hand.
A bluff that didn't work.
Nice try, Omar.
So now it's unlikely they'll keep the bunt on 0-2.
That's a good one. You know, that's a good one. Can we see that again, Johnny?
He shook the wrong hand.
That's a good one.
Lofton not going. He will bunt with 2 strikes, and it's a good one. Maddox to first. Safe. Safe. And here's Lofton sprinting for third. Big argument at first base. Maddox had a little trouble, it appeared, getting the ball out of his glove and then tried to shovel it over there.
He looked like he was sitting on the bag, though, and the first base umpire, John Hirschbeck, called Vizquel safe. It looked like Maddox was sitting on the bag. We'll get a look at it one more time. Here it is. I shouldn't say Maddox. The second baseman, Alicea, looked like he had the bag. Maddox made the pickup.
Oh, man.
And shoveled it to Alicea covering. And here it is again. I mean, he's laying on the bag. You can't see Nelson there. You can't see because of Davey Nelson. But it looked like Alicea, after Maddox picked up the bunt. He picked up the bunt. He looked like he was sitting on the bag. There's Lofton, heads-up play going to third. As they argued at first, Lofton never stopped.
Let's see if we can tell from this angle if somehow Alicea, who caught the ball cleanly, no question, before Vizquel got there, if somehow he was off the bag. He's got it straddled here. The bag is straddled. And look at that.
He's on.
That is a good call.
Good call.
It's a good call. Vizquel
absolutely
sneaks in there while Alicea is straddling the bag, but with no part of his body on it.
Absolutely. Good call. Great call by Hirschbeck. It looked from the other angle as if Alicea was actually sitting on the bag or had his leg laying on top of the bag. But on the other look, you could plainly see that his leg was above the bag when Vizquel got there. And he's trying to convince Joe Brinkman, I had it. Here it is one more time. There's Maddox with the pickup. The underhand toss is there in plenty of time, but no way does Alicea have the bag. He sat on it. He got down on it after Vizquel had hit him and stumbled, and it's safe. Good call by Hirschbeck. Right on it.
Even had Alicea not been knocked backwards, I think Lofton would have made his sprint for third base.
Yeah, he was
once
gone.
He went down, there was no chance to get Lofton.
You're right, Bob. He was gone. He kept right on moving. And as you said, once Alicea went down, I mean, when he started falling backwards, Lofton was gone. Lofton was gone. That's the play.
Now the infield comes in with Baerga at the plate.
Everybody in the outfield is up. Boy, what a weird game. What a game.
And somehow Maddox is going to have to get out of this first and third with nobody out and do it by going through Baerga, Bell, and Murray. Oh, and 2.
Boy, what a game. What a play. Lofton gets hit by the pitch to start it off.
Oh, this inning's a nightmare.
I'm telling you.
If you're Kevin Kennedy, this is a nightmare inning. Lofton down the line at third. The 0-2 pitch. It's popped up.
Do you believe this?
Popped up, and there's the first out.
Do you believe this?
Valentin squeezing it at shortstop. Now Bell, and I think they're going to have to, even though Murray is a switch hitter, and Kennedy is talking it over.
I mean, do you let this guy beat you?
I don't know that you can. I think you got to walk him and set up the force at the plate or the possible double play, even though Murray is a switch hitter.
Well, Murray will be up there as a left-handed batter. He's single knocking and a run back in the 6th. I mean, you take your shot with Bell, who hit the home run in the 11th to lead things off, or do you go to Murray? I mean, a great man with runners in scoring position. I mean, he knocks them in left and right, talking about Murray. And we'll see what happens.
Now, of course, if you did walk him, the other peril is you've left yourself no room to work to Murray.
That's right.
A walk then forces in the winning run.
Jim Welke talking with Mike Maddox here. I think he's telling Maddox about going to his mount. That's what it was.
Well, Hasselman is still standing. Does he settle into a crouch or extend his right arm? The latter. They're going to walk him and load the bases.
Well, don't you know this gets the blood flowing a little bit more for Eddie Murray? And nothing against Kevin Kennedy or Albert Bell or anybody else. It's the thing to do here. As you said a moment ago, a ground ball gets a force any place, hopefully at the plate, a double play ball with a slower running Murray. But here's a guy that's unbelievably dangerous with runners in scoring position. I mean, he's produced time after time after time, and much better as a left-handed batter. And Kevin Kennedy is going to bring on a left-hander to turn Murray around.
He'll go to Zane Smith. Murray is not as effective a hitter, right-handed. And obviously, in a double play situation, if he hits it sharply, you've got an extra edge if he starts out from the right side.
I mean, the Indians have had everything their way here in the 12th. I mean, they get the leadoff man aboard, hit by a pitch. Vizquel reaches on a weird play at first. Baerga, one of their main men, I mean, a guy who you figure you'd want up there in that situation, they get him on a little pop-up to the shortstop, and there you look at Baerga, a disappointed Baerga. I mean, it's no different. If the Indians win this game, forget about it. I know Baerga's upset at himself because he was up there with the game on the line and had a chance to win it and couldn't deliver. So they end up walking Bell and going to pitch to Murray, who will go up there right-handed.
Another look at the play at first after Lofton was hit by a pitch. Vizquel, and remember, this was with 2 strikes. They kept the bunt on. He gets a good bunt down, and Alicea, as you'll see from this angle, this is the definitive angle, is straddling the bag. He makes the catch on the throw. The throw beats Vizquel, but Alicea isn't touching the face.
Never got there. And Davey Nelson, the Indians' first base coach, as soon as Vizquel hit the bag, he knew that Alicea wasn't on the bag. And all the time, as Alicea was laying there and talking as he tumbled over, Kenny Lofton, the heads-up Kenny Lofton, streaked to third. And I'll tell you what, Alicea almost waited too long before calling time because Lofton had taken a turn at third and was heading down the line. There he is. They're loaded up. And Alicea is still trying to convince Joe Brinkman that he had the bag.
Alicea has been magnificent tonight. 4 hits, 2 singles, a double, and a home run.
Then Omar Vizquel trying to convince Tim Welke that he was hit by a pitch and shook the wrong hand. I don't know what time these people who are here tonight have to go to work, but they've seen a beauty. This has been a good one. We'll be back here again tonight for Game 2.
I think a ticket stub ought to serve as a late pass
to
work or school tomorrow morning. How many times has Eddie Murray been in this spot with the game on the line? Bases loaded, 1 out. They look for the double play, but in close at the corners. Middle of the infield, DP depth. At third base, nearing even with the bag. Vaughn about the same at first.
Murray again from the right side, sees a lot of off-speed stuff, and the veteran Zane Smith.
1-1.
His base hit tonight back in the 6th inning came as a left-handed batter.
He can be doubled, as you see. If Murray doesn't end the game or the inning, Thome is next. The 1-1 pitch. 2-1.
Well, the infield, as you suggested, Bob, is playing back. They could turn the double play, but the outfield is playing shallow. They're playing shallow. Look at Eddie Murray with the bases loaded.
Even on a medium deep fly, very tough to get Lofton at the plate. Strike. 2-2.
Wow. Eddie Murray, not in agreement with that call by Tim Welke. So that pitch was outside. But again, Welke has been there all night long, both ways. Both ways. Man, what a game.
The 2-2 pitch from Smith to Murray. Slow rolling. They'll have to come to the plate, and they get the force. Nearing to Hasselman. How about that?
I'm telling you. I'm telling you. Did you see what Lofton had to slide into when he got to the plate? That little tapper hit by Murray on a pitch that he tried to pull. Here it is again. A little grounder up along third. Nearing the play. They'll come home for the force. Watch what is looking at Lofton as he gets there. Look at that. Right over the top of the bat. Dropped by Murray. And Hasselman with no help at all. He wasn't going to help him out. He wasn't going to kick it out of the way. Watch it. You'll see Lofton again. There's a little tapper hit the nearing. Look where the bat is, right there. Now, Hasselman, if he had to or wanted to, he could have kicked it out of the way, but there's no way. I was talking about a mask, too, the same way for a catcher to throw a mask up along the line.
Courtesy was the least of his concerns. Thome, with the pitch in on him, made a little contact, I believe. 0-1.
Check swing foul. You believe this? Base is loaded. With this Indian ball club, as you look at Mike Hargrove, who is probably thinking the same thing. I don't believe this.
October baseball is something different. Everything about it feels different. The 0-1 pitch. Vaughn has trouble with his footing, but is able to complete the unassisted putout. They had first and third with nobody out. Nobody scored to the 13th.
Because someday you'll get that big promotion that moves you to Seattle. Someday kids will be in the picture. And someday you'll get away to write the great American novel. It'll happen. That's why we've spent 28 years constantly improving the Corolla. So wherever life takes you, we'll be there. The newly restyled Toyota Corolla. We're looking forward to tomorrow.
Oh, isn't that cute? What? You guys are like the three bears. You're Double Whopper, Whopper, Whopper Jr., Bing Bang Boom.
I'm hungry, so what?
Well, nothing just sort of struck me as funny.
So what are you saying? I'm like the mama bear?
A Whopper value meal for any size appetite, starting at $1.99 every day at Burger King. That's getting your burger's worth.
Hey, baby bear, you gonna finish those fries?
Yes. Ooh, somebody needs a nap.
Are you lost in a financial jungle? What you need is someone who knows the ropes. Someone you can count on for advice and financial information. MetLife can help you tame the risks and help you make sense of it all. Get Met. It pays.
Well, they had a man at third with nobody out, and they couldn't get the ball out of the infield. First, Baerga popped up. Then after the intentional walk, Eddie Murray's grounded to Nearing, and they get the force at the plate. Nearing to Hasselman with Lofton sliding through a Louisville slugger. But he's out of there. Ken Hill now back to work. We're in the 13th.
Well, if you'd have told me the Indians would load the bases with one out and not score with Murray and Tomey up there, and especially Murray.
Well, first and third with nobody out.
First and third with nobody out. They walk with hell out. There's Eddie Murray. He's still upset at that call by Tim Welke.
Baerga, Murray, and Tomey all unable to come through, and Greenwell slashes one the opposite way for his third single of the night, and he's aboard to start the 13th.
You know, when you look at what happened in the early part of this game, everything exciting has taken place in the second half or in the extra innings. Leadoff men aboard, home runs to tie or give one of the clubs the lead. And again, in situations where the fundamentals would have served either club well, they haven't been able to deliver, with the exception of Vizquel, who delivers in the 12th to put runners at first and third, and they can't score.
Nearing homered his last time. Squares to bunt, fouls it off.
Tough pitch to bunt that time from Kenny Hill.
He's already sacrificed successfully once tonight. He's 2 for 4 with the sacrifice. Took Jim Poole deep down the line and left for what looked like it could have been a game-winning home run in the 11th. Here now, looking to sacrifice. He's behind 0-2.
Boy, again, Tim Welke, and it's been that way all night. I hate to be repetitive, but again, here's that last breaking ball right on the outside. I mean, he's right there, and for the most part, these pitchers both ways have stayed out there. Watch Tony Pena. Right down Main Street.
Called strike 3 at the knees. Well, they get the leadoff man on, but they can't advance him.
And again, Nehring sent up there to sacrifice. And here's that 0-2 pitch. It was high enough, and it was right down Main Street, it looked like. Good fastball. Pena set up with 2 strikes right down the middle, and that's where Kenny Hill delivered.
Tinsley now 0 for 4 with a walk. Hill, the 7th pitcher used by Hargrove. Zane Smith, who finished the bottom of the 12th, the 7th used by Kevin Kennedy. This game looked like it was over about a half dozen different times.
Sure did. It looked like it was over before it started because it was raining so badly.
Hill has good stuff out of the bullpen.
Well, he's got good stuff no matter what he does as a starter out of the bullpen. He throws very hard. He's got good breaking stuff. Got him from St. Louis.
And his 0-2 pitch. Down and away.
Didn't miss by much. Fastball off the outside corner, a little bit low on Tinsley. That's the thing that's been impressive about some of these hard throwers tonight. The fact that they're not only throwing the ball hard, but I mean spot pitching too. Corner here, corner there.
There goes the runner on 1 and 2. Hit back to the mound. No play at second base. And Hill flips it over to first for the second out. So Greenwell gets himself in a scoring position, moving up on the fielder's choice as he was going with the pitch.
And Kevin Kennedy stays out of the double play, starting Greenwell on a comebacker to Hill. So once again, the Red Sox with a runner at second, now with 2 outs.
Hill thought about it. It would have been close, but he took the sure out at first, and now he'll work to Hasselman, who's 0 for 1 since entering the game. Strike 1 to him. Hasselman hit .243 and 152 at-bats. Has some power, 5 homers.
McFarland's the main man as far as the catchers go for Boston, but this guy's done a good job.
Hill's got it. On to the bottom of the 13th after he lollipops it over to Sorrento. Take a deep breath. We'll be back.
I do not drive to work. I do not drive to get from point A to point B. I do not drive to run away from the world. I just love to drive.
The new 1996 Monte Carlo. Personal space from genuine Chevrolet.
This is about advanced communication technology, about what's happening today, how things like the virtual office and call centers can work for your business. But it's not about bits, bytes, bells, or whistles. This is about people who know how to listen and where to look, people who can help you put all the pieces together and even get you the hardware and software you need for free. This is about how simple things can be, about knowing who, about knowing how. Network MCI, that's how.
Are you lost in a financial jungle? What you need is someone who knows the ropes. Someone you can count on for advice and financial information. MetLife can help you tame the risks and help you make sense of it all. Get Met. It pays.
Not everything is black and white.
Some things are black and white.
Or black and green.
Occasionally black and blue.
Pro Player home and away jackets come in all these colors and reverse to all of these colors.
The only guys who have Pro Player jackets are black and white.
Refs, no way. They never reverse anything.
No, Foot Locker, the guys in stripes, black and white.
The Pro Player reversible jacket. Reverse it.
Friday, this pizza guy and this rock star could pass for twins.
People have actually told me that I sort of look like you.
And they want a taste of the other one's life.
All you have to do is switch places.
But trading places...
I'm him and he's me, but I'm really Ricky Prince.
Yes, and I'm Madame.
Won't be easy.
Arrest him! He is an imposter!
Joey Lawrence's Prince for a Day, NBC Friday.
Minus rain delays, right? That figure is minus the rain delays. Ramirez, Sorrento, and Pena against Zane Smith. Unless he goes to Wakefield, Joe Hudson is the only pitcher Kevin Kennedy has left. At shortstop, Valentin. One gone in the last of the 13th.
Ramirez, one of the guys I thought might be a factor in this game tonight, 0 for 6. As he bounces to short.
And now with Sorrento due and the left-hander on the mound, it looks like it's time for Perry, who platooned with Sorrento at first base on those occasions when Murray was DHing. Murray did play first base a number of times this year. So it's Herbert Perry with Sorrento sitting down. While he was in there, Hall was 1 for 5. Perry was a pitcher in high school, 3 no-hitters in a perfect game. Played baseball and football for a while at the University of Florida. A June call-up from the minor leagues.
We may see him in there tonight. Not as a first baseman. Obviously, he'll come in there to play for Sorrento after pinch hitting, but we may see him have to pitch in this game.
Stranger
As a matter
things
of
have
fact,
happened.
I wish he was in there. 3 no-hitters in high school.
Dennis Martínez taking care of Wayne Kirby down there. They're both done for the night, but trying to enjoy themselves, create their own amusement. The 0-1 to Perry.
Perry, the guy who's done a good job, 315. He's got power. I mean, he's a big dude, this guy, with 3 home runs.
He had 162 at-bats. Appeared in 52 games. 2 balls and a strike. Peña's on deck. In the air to right center field. Posey misjudged it momentarily, but has time to retreat and make the catch. Perry hit it well. He's retired. 2 out in the last of the 13th. Now here's something you would know, all right, as much about as anyone. You get deep into these games, you're thinking not only of your pitching staff, but to a lesser extent, what happens if the second catcher gets hurt?
Well, I asked earlier about Hasselman coming in for the Red Sox. In case he went down, who would catch for Boston? The same holds true here with Peña, who came on for Alomar. And I mean, there's always somebody on a club who can catch, and designated by the player himself more often than not.
2-0 to Peña. In the case of the Red Sox, in that emergency, it would probably be infielder Chris Donalds, and in the case of the Indians, the much-traveled utility man Alvaro Espinosa might say, "I'll give it a try."
For a share, you give anything a try.
3-0. And of course, if this happened to Phil Garner, you'd come down from the broadcast booth and catch for the Brewers.
They may not be that desperate, but I've never had that opportunity.
When you were active, your managers weren't that desperate.
That's what I'm saying. When I was active.
Oh, man! Tony Peña on 3-0 sends everybody home. Tony Peña spells good night against his old teammates, sitting on a 3-0 pitch. And this team that won 27 games in its final at-bat, that had 48 come-from-behind wins, that was 13-0 in extra inning games, did all those things when Tony Peña connected. Hershiser in street clothes.
Wanted to make sure that Hargrove wasn't going to use him. What a night for Peña. What a night for the Indians. And a tough night for the Red Sox.
Vaughn and Canseco, who came up empty at the plate, looking on in resignation. Peña out for the curtain call. Just as we were talking about what you'd do if you had to get to a third catcher, the Indians' second catcher decided the issue.
Now, we talked earlier about Peña when he come in the game. There's a guy we talked about who may have to come in and do the catching if something happened to Tony. That was Espinosa. Here it is one more time. Tony Peña, Zane Smith, right down the middle, and he hit it out of here.
Look at the way he tossed that bat aside.
Look at Zane Smith. Stay in, now.
He fell behind him 3-0, and the last thing he wanted to do was walk him. And he just grooved one, and Peña crushed it.
Well, we talked earlier, Bob, about Peña and the year he's had for the Indians. Not so much what he's done defensively, but he's done some big work batting-wise, too. 262 into this game tonight. There it is one more time. Tony Peña.
Yep. When it left the bat, the only hope for the Red Sox was that high wall, not quite the 37-foot green monster, but what they call here in this new ballpark the little green monster at 19 feet high, would catch it, that it would hit near the top of the wall and stay in for a double, but it got over.
It got out of here by a decent margin. It was out of here. There was no doubt about it. And Peña wins it for the Indians.
Man, oh